you can overcome that. Basically, it's a bigger team, a most physical team. So I don't care if they're basically not a big team. We need to be bigger than them on the field every single time that we go there because we don't have a chance. That's my point. But
100%. Let me go ahead and welcome Q of the I Hate Football
yes.
podcast. Q, my man, great to see you, my brother. How are you?
Hey, Q.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? How we doing? Happy draft. Happy Saturday.
Hi.
Hope everybody is enjoying the results so far. What's the word out there? What's the word? What do we
Well, Q, I want to congratulate your Atlanta Falcons football team. They have acquired all-pro quarterback.
49ers.
Tua
The
Tagovailoa.
49ers, my guy.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The 49ers. My bad. I thought you
He
were
just
Atlanta.
lives in Atlanta.
That's next year,
That's
Steve.
right.
That's next year.
Okay. Good. That's good for you then.
Yeah. No,
My
I don't
bad.
root against them. I don't root against them. But no, definitely not my team. I don't know of the first Falcons fan that I associate with. I was excited about that Tua signing, but
Wow.
that's I think for obvious reasons, right? I mean, I don't know anybody should be truly excited about that one. But you get a guy who's been a starter in the league for a long time with mixed results for $1 million. I mean, when you look at it through that perspective, I mean, I don't know that it's a terrible signing, right? Especially given what you have with Penix.
True.
But again, if you look at it through that angle, I don't think it's a bad signing, but I don't think anybody's looking at that with any real excitement, expecting it to be a long-term fix by any stretch.
Yeah.
So Q, I have to ask you, on the outside looking in, you are a Niners fan, but obviously you're close to Miami. You follow obviously the Hurricanes, Miami sports. I want to we'll get into the Canes and where the Canes have gone so far, Carson Beck and where he was drafted. But before we get into Canes talk, and you and Will could jump into that as well. What, outside looking in, how do you think the Dolphins have done in your opinion so far?
Man, look, it depends again, man. It's what angle you want to take on this thing, right? I think the black and white of it is this. I'm personally not a huge fan of where Caden Proctor went, right? Do I think you look at the guy and I mean you get excited for for the measurables? Yeah, you do, right? I mean the guy's obviously he's a mountain of a man. You got to like that about him, right? I think a guy who was inconsistent. Big time, highly recruited kid in college, never lived up to the, to the 5-star billing, in college. I think he played, he's a huge dude, but I think at times, just didn't, played smaller, right, than the measurables, right? And I think that's concerning, right? And I think the other thing too is who you passed up to take a guy like Caden Proctor, right? I think if you looked at all the mocks, and you take those with a grain of salt, right? But at the end of the day, these are people who have been following this, for years, right? Following this particular crop of players for, months and months leading up to this thing. Everybody would lead you to believe that Caden Proctor was going to be available later on in the first round, right? And then, you also look at, again, who you passed up, right? I mean, you passed up, if you're a Miami guy, right? You can't help but think, hey, we could have had Ruben Bain. If you're looking at it as, kind of best player available at the time, I mean, you passed on Caleb Downs. You could have had Caleb Downs, right? If you're looking at it that way. I think there were better players that you had at your disposal, given where you started. As a whole, I think you're looking at the draft. I don't hate it, right? I think I'm a big fan of the Chris Bell pick. Big fan of that selection right there because I think if that kid was healthy, he would have gone a lot earlier in the draft. He had first round buzz, and I think no later than early in the second round. But again, man, the Will Kacmarek pick, little kind of head scratching on that end. I think I've seen the Dolphins aren't the only ones. I've seen a lot of people kind of reaching for tight ends that didn't really produce a whole bunch at the college level. I think everybody's kind of, looking at running that 13 personnel, right, putting 3 tight ends on the field at the same time. So I think it's causing people to reach, for some tight ends that, really didn't have, even early, or late day 2, early day 3 grades, if I'm being honest. So, again, man, overall, I don't hate it. I like Caleb Douglas. I think he probably went a little bit earlier than maybe some people thought. I'm definitely a big fan of the Jacob Rodriguez pick. I think he's one of those guys who, especially when you've got a new regime and everything. I think he's one of those guys who, he'll be a captain from day one. I think he's going to be a guy who's, he'll be a 10-year player for you, right? A dude who, you look at his background, right? The guy's intelligent. He's always around the ball. He's a leader. He's a playmaker, right? So I definitely like that pick. The Kyle Lewis pick I like. The Chris Johnson pick, I think he's a guy who maybe most people didn't have going in the first round, but I think he's a good corner. So all in all, man, I don't love the draft so far, but I think overall, I like it. I don't love it, but I like it.
Fair enough.
Yep. Not a huge fan so far what the Niners have done, and
I've seen the grades. It's like F, D, D. What?
Speaking of D, what's your thoughts on D winners?
I was a little bit surprised at that move, man. I'll be honest with you. I was a little bit surprised, and this is my thing, right? So I'm sitting here thinking, all right, I see him get moved, right? A guy who I liked, right? I think a guy who who's productive. I think with landing Drake Greenlaw, I guess maybe to them he was expendable on some level. I thought, okay, well, you're going to trade him, and you're going to fill in that, that position, right, or that vacancy with another linebacker. They just kept trading back and kept trading back. To what end? I'm not 100% sure. I like DeJon Stribling. I saw him play a handful of times for Ole Miss last year. The kid's a baller. I think he would have been available later on. I think you were sitting there at 58. And able to take the safety, Emmanuel, what's his face, the one that Cleveland took at 58, and then
from Toledo,
dude from Toledo, yeah,
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
There you go. I was a big fan of that kid. I was like, okay, we're sitting there at 58. He fell right into their lap, and then they trade out of there, and Cleveland takes him, right there where the Niners are sitting at. I think he's one of those guys that was a playmaker that I think the Niners needed on the back end. We've seen what these safeties here recently, safeties that look like him have done here recently with, Nick Emmanwori in Seattle, and you got Kyle Hamilton with Baltimore. I don't think he's as good as those guys, but I think, the measurables are similar. I think a guy who's a playmaker, I think he can use them all over the field. He would have been tailor-made for that Niners defensive backfield, but they traded out. They take Romello Height, who I think, again, isn't a bad player, right? I think he's a really good player. And if you look at that tape of him with David Bailey, there's a lot of people who I've seen, talk about how in their eyes there wasn't a huge difference from David Bailey to Romello Height, right? Take that, however you want to take it. It's just what I've seen, and some of the tapes and some of the cut-ups that I've seen, that there is some merit to that. So we'll see. The Kalen Black pick in the third round, at running back, no idea what the hell they were thinking there. It's like every year Kyle Shanahan has to have a third round, running back. It's mind-boggling when you've got, guys in that room that you haven't used. You haven't seen anything from Jordan James yet, where they were, really excited about. You got Isaac Guerrero still there. And then with all the needs that you still have, you go and you take, a guy who wasn't even, it's not that he wasn't good. The guy wasn't even invited to the combine, right? He's like 5'8.5", if you're going to reach for a running back, I think Mike Washington from Arkansas probably would have been a little bit safer pick if that's the route you were going to go, if you absolutely had to have a running back in the third round. But I don't know, man. We'll, time will tell, just like anything, but not a huge fan of what my team has done so far in the draft.
I want to
trade.
We do. The Dolphins have traded. They traded out of 151. So
they traded out. Okay.
Yes,
they did. Yeah. So do we have the trade details?
I have it right here. They're trading 151 and 227 to the Carolina Panthers for picks 158 and pick 200. That pick 200 is in the 6th round. So now we finally have a 6th round pick. We didn't have one because of the Darren Waller trade back when.
There you go.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like.
Call it. Rob Dolphins Thirsty would say we don't have a pick in the 6th round where me and Steve aren't going to have anything to talk about. Well, now you do. Now you do.
So we went down 7 spots for this specific pick. We're getting rid of a 7th pick in return and getting a 6th as a result. So interesting move there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does that sit? Where's that 6th rounder sit?
It is.
You got to go slow for me, man. You say 1 to 32, man. Where's that at?
19th,
It's 200 overall. Let me check.
19th pick in the 6th round.
Oh, that's
Okay.
nice. I like that.
Yeah,
Not too
that's real
shabby.
good.
I like that.
Jeez, we got a competent GM for a change.
So
Fingers
is
crossed.
We're gonna fall to 158. Holy.
Cleveland just got
Right.
Justin Jefferson.
Trust in Sully.
Yeah. And the Raiders made a trade too. They traded one of
Jay
their
Jet.
edge rushers. Let's
That,
see,
I mean,
Ty
guys,
Wilson.
think how big that Proctor over Downs and Bain is, man. That is like, when you really think about it, man, that is going to be like my, sort of like a reputation kind of trend set. That's a ballsy move. I give the guy, stones for that, but gotta be good on that.
And that's
one.
that's what I was talking about, man. I think to me, and we talked about it, the other day when I was on with these guys, is I think you had a good starting point on the O-line already, right? I feel like, did you maybe have to add another piece or two? Yeah, I'm not disputing that. But I think with what you had coming into the draft, that O-line, I think you could have waited, for O-linemen later on in the draft. I think when you had a chance to take a guy like Ruben Bain, a hometown kid, right, who, again, aside from being a hometown kid, in my opinion, was the best pass rusher in the draft. I think he's a better player than David Bailey. I think he's more productive. I think he's more versatile because he plays the run. You had him sitting there, right there in your lap. You pass on him, pass on a guy like Caleb Downs, who I understand the position and what it's, what the reputation is of it in terms of being, taking that position early, but a guy who, in my opinion, I think the guy's going to come in and he's going to be, a really, really good player from day one. The moment he steps in on the field, he's going to be the same way he was in college, right? From as a freshman at Alabama, the moment he stepped on the field, the kid was a stud, right? And so, again, to pass on the guys that they did, to take a guy like Caden Proctor, again, time will tell, just like with all these picks, but you're always going to look at that, right? You're always going to look at, okay, you're going to follow these careers of Ruben Bain and Caleb Downs and all these guys they passed on, and then you're going to look at Caden Proctor and go, look at who we could have had. It's going to be at the forefront of everybody's mind for years to come. You passed on those guys to take a guy like Caden Proctor. So hopefully it works out for him. Hopefully he's a guy who's a Pro Bowler, who's really good, anchors your line and the whole deal. But again, I think to me, for several reasons, that pick at that particular time in the first round, I'm just not a fan of it.
I'll give you maybe a little opposite view on that, where I totally agree on Bain. I was really getting into Bain, but if you're not a Dolphin fan, so you didn't get like front seat with the popcorn and the sodas of the horror show of all offensive line. So and on the face, if you just kind of, you look at, but we have Austin Jackson, who goes down quicker than a drunk on an ice pond, and he's not good, and he's out. And then you got Jonah, and Jonah, sadly, a second and third round pick, some of the worst signs I've ever seen. I'm not saying hyperbolically. The guy's got a wide base. His toes point out. His first step is up and down. It's terrible. It's scary. And there's a very good chance he's no bueno. If you look at what he's produced, very rarely do you see guys become good after that. Certainly after 2 seasons, it's almost non-existent. So both those guys I like we added Salyer from the Chargers. I think he's a better piece than maybe some realize, but that's my take. Paul I like, but Brewer, very good in the movement, but he gets moved off a lot. He's not good in power. And
he's not a big dude.
No. And so for me, my value is I like the kid. I think he's ferocious. I think he's smart. You see him with the Titans, though. He's a different guy. You got to flank him with power. And so in a way with Proctor, it offloads a lot of the fear factor because Jackson's gone. You don't know about Jonah. I personally think there's a good chance that Proctor and Salyer start over Jonah. And if you got that, you would offset the weakness of Brew, which if you want to run inside, you want those shorts and you want red zone, you got to either replace him or uplift them. And if you got powerful enough guys, he doesn't get attached in the double like he does so much. He'll be able to get free to really utilize his skill set. And you weren't getting anybody of real quality at 30. We were kind of in a bind. And I think from an O-line standpoint, because you get Malik in here, this offensive line sucks. We have no depth. We still really don't, unless you want to say Jonas steps up. So it's hard to see if you're not a Dolphin fan or like, I do this thing all the time and I love the O-line. It's easy to kind of see that, but this offensive line is trash because you got to remember, we were the quickest throwing offense in the league by like a mile, and we ran outside zone all day. If you're asking these guys to block at a decent time frame and you want to run inside, guys like Jonah, guys like certainly Jackson are going to be exposed like the king with no clothes. So I think there was a sense of desperation, especially with the track, to run on these offensive linemen. I think it was a tough situation. It was almost like sacrificing the season if you didn't get the O-line help. So I get it. I wanted Bane. I thought I had Bane like neon sign I'm putting on a Twitter and all that. And I was a Proctor. You know what I mean? Like, but as I
was watching you guys when the pick came in. I was watching you guys when the pick came in, and I saw everybody's reaction. I was like, "Oh no, no!"
Yeah, it's so.
Who was it? Somebody, I think it was Josh. Josh turned his chair around. And I was watching it, going, "Oh no!"
I expected Bane there, but at the same time, like I had other offensive linemen above him. But now that I look back at it, like they want flexibility within positions, and like the guy I had above him is Freeling. Freeling's a tackle. Yeah. Like you're not going to move him to guard.
Straight tackle. Straight tackle.
So Proctor has that flexibility, playing tackle, playing guard. The other guy would have been the Clemson offensive tackle, Blake Miller.
Blake Miller.
But I have Proctor above Blake Miller. So like I get it. And there's a drop off after all those guys.
Would you guys as like a panel question, would you guys have been happier with a guy like Aone, the kid from Penn State, or are you guys happier with Proctor given the position versatility? Because Aone, by all accounts, he's a guard, right? He's a guard, right? Obviously, I know the flexibility that Proctor gives you, right? Because he can play tackle, he can kick inside. Would you guys have been happier with a guy like like that, or are you guys happier with Proctor?
I don't think Miami would have been happy with anyone but Bane, to be honest with you.
True. That's fair. That's fair.
Fair. For me, I like Vega, but in a power and gap scheme, I think that he wouldn't have been his best, and he wouldn't have been the best. But we kind of, it appears we're kind of going like the old Patriots with Skarnecki, where you're running gap, inside zone, outside zone, and who knows, maybe some man, and you adjust week to week or situationally. And I think that Vega, he just doesn't fit kind of, and he also, he's not nearly as mobile as Proctor, but he is a guard and he's got that down. Proctor's not a clean pick because you got that, I like to have 17 lunches. Am I going to eat myself out like so many guys we've seen?
That's a problem.
And he hasn't played, guard or right side. But with Freeling's a pure left tackle, and he's light in the pants. And to me, Paul's a better left tackle than right tackle. He's got those like almost 35-inch arms. He's more nimble in that. He's got a little weakness to the outside in, but I think he's a much better left tackle than right tackle. And he's doing well and he's going up. You don't want to move him. And with Freeling, you'd be forced to. And then you would have to say, well, we got to wait for this guy to eat. Maybe him and Proctor could hang out and he could not eat and then Freeling could eat, And so to me, I liked Max Yancor a ton. I really, really liked his potential. Very raw, but there's a lot of, but he would have been like the ultra reach to go there. So when you kind of look at these guys, for me, Proctor was the best option across the board. And I like Cassell. He does the NFL tape. I don't like bow to him as a god, but I think he's close to a Gandalf. This guy's always watching film. And when he went over, I was like, you know what? I don't like the right tackle fat guy. He eats too much. So I kind of pushed him off. All of a sudden, I was very intrigued. I didn't see him on the 30 visits. But then I listened to Cassell and Ross Tucker, who played in the league. And they said that this kid, when you look at him, he's got he's got to drop some weight, but a lot of his issues are minor adjustments. And when you watch his feet, he's got exceptional feet and a ferocious nature. There's no clean transition, but that started making me go back and look at this kid. I was saying I don't know if I said it here or someplace else. I don't remember anymore. But I had a great comment to say this guy graduated in 3 years with a 4-point GPA. And so when you watch this kid's fat trajectory from 400 to 350, it follows a trend line, and the dots are at least 3 or 4 more. And this guy's highly intelligent, highly competitive. He's vicious. And he had pros call him up that he knew and say, dude, your weight's the only thing holding you back. And if you're disciplined enough to graduate in 3 years, it took me like 7 or 8, and you get a 4.0, there is a discipline and analytical nature. And I think this kid understands. Again, it's not a perfectly clean picture, but from a talent standpoint, and remember, he was in the SEC at 17 years old. And so there's a mental maturation of, hey, I've been dominating kids forever. I'm 7 feet tall, and I've been going against guys, 3 feet tall. And then you get in the SEC, and you're like, I like to eat. I'm huge. Look, I could do it. And then you learn over that process. If this guy gets down to the 350 or 345 range, and he dials in some of these technique issues, I think you could be very, very, very surprised as a right tackle guard, certainly prospect. And so I think the potential's there, and a lot of people get wrapped up with soundbite of Saban, but if you look at the total Saban comment, there's a lot of other stuff there that offsets it. And if you look at the kid's history, how he's been down to 350 since week 5 of the college season to the combine. And I love to eat. It's very difficult. I finally learned how to control it. But guys that are the fat guys, they're fat and trying to drop to the combine. It's very hard to hold your hunger off, that ghrelin factor, for that long without losing it. So I don't think he's that sloppy kind of guy. I think there's a decent potential for him to be disciplined enough and to understand. And we got to remember, with 270 pounds of muscle mass at 350, that 20 pounds is like a couple of hamburgers. You know what I mean? Anyway, so that's it. That's my take. So I kind of get it, but I got issues. I like to think. So I've been thinking about it because I was thrown off the board when I picked them, and I've been thinking day and night, and I've been trying to pull these pieces together. I ain't saying it's gospel, but I think this.
I get it.
Miami's up.
Yep. Who do we think Miami goes here?
Kilgore is still on the board.
That means they're not taking him.
Exactly.
Kilgore's there. Deming's there.
Cooper is now starting. We're starting to get into the range where Cooper from Miami is realistically.
I would love for them to double down on offensive line, get Cooper, and just make this offensive line huge. Make it the Georgia offensive line of a few years past, where they're every day that Georgia's playing, they're saying this offensive line weighs 1,000 pounds, and more than 1,000, like 1,500 pounds.
Give me some girth to the line, basically.
Yeah, get the girth.
Yeah, girth.
Girth.
The word of the day.
Girth. Well, since Bobby's not here, for those of you who are watching or new, you're watching live drive coverage on FTSN of the Miami Dolphins. Pick the Dolphins on the clock right now. Josh Wingate, Steve Malloy, Jake Gleason on Dolphins on the side, our friend Curtis, and half football. The Dolphins right now will be going to go anywhere because they still have so many holes. So the pick is in. Hopefully they got up on screen right now. But, offensive line, safety, probably not, again, the wide receiver. But other than that, basically all the other positions open. Is this the time for the quarterback, guys? I know I would not go quarterback, but would this be the time for the quarterback?
You just got a 6th-round pick that could potentially work better for that, if not one of your 7ths. So
absolutely.
There you go.
Leave it to that.
Absolutely.
Yep.
it will be interesting because the Dolphins basically have their own board. They are ahead of everybody else. They're thinking, I'm gonna get my guys even if it's early because I don't want to lose the ones I have on the board. So anything can happen right here at this pick. But the Dolphins trade down 7th spot. They got an extra 6th round pick. So they're open for business right now. We'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
Why do we think Xavier Harris is falling in the draft as well? Big defensive tackle
for Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I will say that basically every other team takes defensive tackles very late because they develop very slow. So usually 6th and 7th round, they you see a lot of run on defensive tackles. So I would not be shocked if right now or probably next week.
I've previously said about Xavier Harris that I feel like he's just too tall to play defensive tackle, and teams are going to kind of knock him down for that. Like it's going to be hard to get low. He's probably going to pop up high, and teams are going to like that. So that could be a reason, in my opinion, why he might be falling.
Okay.
Hey guys, speaking of ghrelin and wanted to stuff my fat face, I gotta go and eat some food, man.
Enjoy.
All right, Curtis.
Thanks for joining. I'll talk to you soon. Hopefully,
thanks for joining, Curtis.
Also, Fizz TV. Thank you, Curtis.
Guys, nice meeting you all. I will talk to you all soon. Be well. Go Fins. Well, or find 49.
Thank you, Curtis.
Steve, you're the captain now. Here's the pick.
Oh boy, we got Michael Taft from Texas. Another Texas.
You've got to be. We are all in on the
safety.
Okay, well now it's
that kid.
You got a bona fide safety.
That kid can play, man. That kid can play.
6 foot 190.
That kid can play. I saw him play a few times last year. He can play. He can play.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Jake. What were you going to say?
They had to clarify. I believe it was the Kyle Lewis pick that he's not listed as a safety, listed as a linebacker. So they kind of paved the way for there to be more safety picks down the road, and this is where they've landed. So,
yeah,
okay. Interesting pick up there. 5'11", 190, but
well, I got him here listed at 6 foot. So
first team All SEC this past season, by the way.
Yeah,
first team All SEC, third team All American. Trust me, that kid, he can play, man. That kid can play.
If I may, guys, I wanna welcome. If he's here, I think he's here. Where is he? Oh, he's off stage. Michael from Fizz TV. Steve Hadley is gonna be here in a minute to join us to talk about speak. Steve, you're the captain now, so where you want to go here? What do you want to talk about? Because you're the captain now, Steve.
No, that's good. That's good. You guys, go ahead. You're conversing very well.
I'm just shocked, Kilgore.
I'm just here. I'm just here, kind of, directing a little bit. But
what do we think's happening with Kilgore?
You guys are more knowledgeable than I am when it comes to this.
Is there injury concerns with Kilgore, or do we think it's off the field?
At this point, there might be because
has a history of hamstring injuries. But I don't think that would make him fall this far.
Surprised Keith Abney lasted as long as he did. It's a hell of a value right there in the 5th round.
Hey, Steve, welcome to the show.
Hey there, everybody. How we doing today?
We're doing great.
Happy Fins draft.
What do you think so far, Steve? How do you like
so I need to give a little bit of a mea culpa here because I went off a little bit Monday or the first night in that first round. So like always, I calmed down just a little bit. I actually want to credit one of our Fins TV members, Matt Armstrong, for always kind of grounding me. And he was kind of putting me in my place. He was subtweeting at me, getting a little passive aggressive with telling me that I need to calm my shit down. So
okay.
Look, here's the bottom line. You know what? None of us know. There's a reason why we're sitting where we're sitting right now, and everybody else is sitting up in the war rooms. So, you got to be real about that. You got to be realistic about it. And none of us know what's going to happen. We've been in situations where we've been like high-fiving and happy as hell at who we're picking, and then, they crap the bed, and then we're kind of like sometimes sitting around being like, Zach Thomas who? And then look at where we're sitting with somebody who said, started, 12 seasons and All-Pro and Hall of Famer. So you just don't know what you're really going to get. But I went back and I looked at some of the tweets about Proctor first, the way too soon drafts after draft season 2025, and he was a consensus top 10. Hell, some people had him first overall. There's a reason for that. And somebody can say, well, he dropped off. Well, he might have dropped off. But was it just him by himself dropping off? You can't look at it in a vacuum year over year. I'm a firm believer in games, not names. Don't tell me what they did in the combine. Don't tell me how well they were coached up to knock it out of the park on their interviews with the teams. I want to know how they did in the middle of the games, and I think Proctor's got a hell of a body of work for that. We'll find out. You just don't know. He's got a hell of a body, that's for sure. He's a big guy.
Yeah, so. he's a mountain of a man. But yeah, I agree with you, Steve. You know, we really don't know how these guys are going to turn out. We don't even know if Ruben Bain is going to turn out the way that everybody suspects that he is. You know,
exactly.
Until they get on the field and they play the first game.
100%. We don't know, but I mean, really, overall, I gotta say, Chris Johnson, I'm a fan of that pick. Jacob Rodriguez, huge fan of that pick. I'm not as down on Douglas as everybody is. You know, people like saying, is he UDFA, giving him a C-. I don't care. I don't care what everybody's grades are. You look at his tape. I think he's got incredible hands. He high points the ball. He's lengthy. He's fast as hell. Nobody knows what's going to happen with that. Give him a shot. You know, we're going to have a lot of bodies out there. And I will say Kyle Lewis, I'm extremely excited about that pick. That's a lot of value at that position. And we know that we need value on our team right now, especially for the next, calendar year, 16 months or so. We need a lot of value. So we're going to get that out of the draft. What are we sitting at possibility of 12 picks? It's pretty
13.
damn strong.
13 picks.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's good.
I mean, you ought to be able to get at least 5 or 6 starters out of that, Should.
Well, I mean, at some point they're going to have to start because, just
they're
what we have
going
on
to,
the
yeah,
team,
Yeah,
exactly. So, whether that how well they start, you just don't know. But I'm looking forward to the 5th round here. 5th round has historically been where some of my favorite Dolphins have come from. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that last pick. How do you say his last name?
Taff.
I think it's
Taff.
I want to say.
Yeah,
I think it's Taff.
Jake.
So some info on what I'm going to assume is Taff, right? He actually began as a walk-on with Texas before upgrading to a multi-year starter, right? So overall, great story with him there. He has experience on special teams, so we could probably fit him into that role almost immediately. His missed tackle rate got better as he continued on in Texas. Originally in the 20s, now it was in the 10s in 2025. The only real thing is that he's a bit lightweight at 193. Might want him to bulk up just a tick for the NFL level, but definitely a solid pickup. He was projected to be a 3rd or 4th rounder, and we got him in the 5th round. So not too shabby a pickup there overall.
Yeah, for sure. And he's an intelligent player too, from what I understand.
I'm always a fan of the players that come in that weren't, 0 stars, not really heavily recruited, walking onto teams and proving themselves the way that players like this do. I was listening to the radio the other day, and Chris Canty was a 0-star recruit.
Wow.
It happens, and it's players like that really we end up finding in these, the 5th round, these types of players that, we can maybe make something out of. Personally, I'm always excited about the 5th round for the Dolphins and the undrafted free agents that we get after, the 7th round closes between now and, say like Monday morning, who are going to get in for some tryouts, because that's always exciting to see those.
Yep.
And any of those undrafted players that part of us has a chance to make the team. Basically, once or two have made the team the last couple of years. If that other teams, imagine this year, at least 3 or 4 maybe be able to make the team. So it's going to be key for the Dolphins to sign up good undrafted players because they have a lot of space in the roster for sure. And cheap.
Yeah, and cheap. And now I don't know if we're going to be able to get as many of the undrafted free agents as we had in the past because we got 13 draft choices, So, remember in the past, we've only had 7, 6, 7, 8 draft choices and sometimes less. So we may not get as many of the undrafted free agents that we normally get and that we've had in the past.
And it's going to eat into some of that capital that we have to make those offers to some of the more attractive undrafted free agents. Because really they're out there looking for, what's the best opportunity that I'm going to have for, either starting or getting a real true chance to play. Or B, is it going to be a really good opportunity with the team that's a premier team that has a chance to do a lot of stuff? So Miami doesn't have a lot of that extra money. And again, with those 13 picks, you're right. We don't have a lot of that to spread around.
Yeah, not this year. For sure.
Steve,
For sure.
Steve, you're in Tampa. Basically, the Ruben Bain going to the Buccaneers. Other players that a lot of Dolphins fans, Canes players that fans want in Miami are basically going there. What's your perspective of how the people in Tampa and fans of Tampa Bay and what you're seeing from Tampa Bay? How everything's going on?
I was expecting Friday for work to hear some more people talking about it and excited about it. Heard a couple people mentioning it, but I mean, I'm stoked for them for the opportunity to get it. You know, for him to, he's going to get a chance to prove everybody wrong, or everybody's going to be proven right in some way, shape, or form. But you know, Tampa is just one of those teams where they seem to have a knack for picking up extremely, you know, so maybe like the Baltimore Ravens of the NFC, where they just seem to get some of these defenders that stick long term with teams and make really good names. Those, you know, the Levante Davids that, you know, for years made you know, cause fits throughout the NFC South. But I think that Ruben Bain has that opportunity. I'm glad he's not in the AFC East, that we're not going to be facing him. I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
It would have been great to see him in Miami, but look, the bottom line is, I can't, and I've been bitching and pissing and moaning for years about us not packing the trenches and starting from the ground up and saying, hey, let's go all in on Tyreek Hill or Jalen Ramsey, or picking to a quarterback who's clearly limited, but not protecting him the right way. We've got to have the trenches and the beef around to fill up. And that's exactly what I think we did with that first pick to bolster what already we have with Patrick Paul and the rest of the offensive line. So can't complain about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can, but it doesn't matter.
We're Dolphins fans, of course we can. Come on.
Yeah.
Of course.
That's what we do best is complain.
Absolutely.
I feel like that's every fan base.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
Yeah, kind of.
Now that we're talking that topic, I agree with Josh. I seen a lot of discontent after the first round. You know, except the Steelers fans for some reason are more content than I would have expected them to be. But other than that, a lot of fan base, I think they're not feeling satisfied or good with the players. I think it's the same problem with everybody. We fall in love with mock drafts. We fall in love with the news. We have an expectation who's better, and then in the draft like this, where basically everybody's equal after the third round, at the late second round, you know, the team doesn't pick the player respect, and you think they're crap. So is that the case we say in San Francisco? Is that the case in other places? In Dallas, guys, what are your thoughts?
Dallas Cowboys have the worst fan base in the entire NFL, like hands down. Like,
You said it, not me.
yeah, like I can't walk in. Like if I go to a bar and someone comes to me, like, "Oh, I'm a Cowboys fan too."
But why? Because they're delusional, or because they're always mad?
It's America's team. It's the easy team to attach onto, especially in the 90s.
Yeah.
Like you just get all these fans that become Cowboy fans that, I mean, don't really watch the game, don't really do anything, but they're Cowboy fans, and that they're overly opinionated about the team. Media, like for me, like if I go in there and they're like, "Oh, Dak Prescott sucks, you got to get him out of there," I'm like, okay, well, this conversation's over. I'm gonna move on to someone else because let's be honest, Dak Prescott is
not the problem.
Better quarterback. He's not an issue. Like he's a good quarterback in the NFL. So that's like the delineator for me. But Cowboys fans are just awful.
To you know, when you're looking at every fan base has a faction of it that is delusional. Every fan base has a section of it, you know, that is just, you know, uneducated, you know. So, you know, there's you know, a faction of every fan base who are the sunshine pumpers, right? Glass half full, you know, kind of people. So, you know, fair weather fans also, right? I'll root for them when they're winning consistently, you know, kind of people. Man, look, I'm a huge Canes fan. I'm a huge Niners fan. I root for my teams, you know, unapologetically. You know, I don't apologize for my fandom. You know, I love them through the good and the bad times, right? But I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist, right? And you know, I think
Demings goes off the board.
Finally, it took
Wow.
way later than I thought it would happen, and he finds
Who
a
was
spot
that?
in Minnesota.
Charles Demings, cornerback.
Okay. I got you. Man, listen, I'm a fan of a lot of stuff that John Lynch does, and I'm also, you know, I'm also not a fan of some of the stuff that he does, right? I think, you know, I think overall, you know, he does more good than bad. But, you know, I think as fans, we always have, you know, just like you mentioned, right? We start looking at mock drafts and we start, you know, obviously all of us watch the game. I'm a huge college football fan. So I watch the game and I kind of have an idea like, man, this guy would fit or that guy would, fit. But at the end of the day, just like Steve mentioned, right? I mean, we're sitting here doing a podcast, not in war rooms for a reason, right? You go with what the front office gives you, right? And then, down the line, you decide, okay, I like the results or I don't like the results, right? I think if you go around, not everybody hits on everybody, and not every pick is a bad one. I think some people have a better track record than others, right? You look at guys like Ozzie Newsome, who it seems like every time he made a pick, it was the right one, right? Now you have that with Eric DeCosta in Baltimore, who's done really well. You look at I think the king of them, all at this point right now, which is Howie Roseman with Philly. The guy seems like everybody he picks ends up hitting, right? They all land a second contract. Or they're trading them for something valuable, right? I mean, the guy seems to not miss very much, and so again, everybody hits. Some people hit more than others. Everybody misses. Some people miss more than others. And some teams are happier than others, right? I think as a Niners fan, not having seen a Super Bowl title since '94. I mean, I'm not thrilled about that, right? I mean, has there been success? Yes. Have they won a Super Bowl? No. So. It just, man, it depends on what your definition of success is. It depends on, how you're looking at things. Again, do I like, Lynch? I do. Do I like Shanahan? Absolutely I do. Not everything they do I'm happy or content with, but you got to go with, you got to live with the results, man, and so, that's where we are.
Being for NS fans give you a different perspective because they've been close, right? They've been to the Super Bowl. They go to the playoffs. They have a chance. They have those high expectations and they fall short. So basically,
frustrating, man. It's so frustrating.
It's a different kind of frustration, right? Because you feel like you're close, you're almost there, and then when you get knocked out, you feel where I'm going to go from here now. It reminds me of the Braves in the '90s. Some disappointment after they finally find a way to win a championship. So it's frustrating sometimes, even when you're winning. But sometimes when you're winning and you don't get to where you try to go, it's even frustrating.
That's a good point, Sammy. I wonder what's worse, just making it and not getting that next step or that next notch up, or not making it for 25 years. I don't know what's worse.
No, I would say not making it for 25 years is worse for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
I agree.
We have. Because there's hope there, right? I mean, at least I know with San Francisco. I mean, I can speak for me personally. I think there's hope. What's frustrating more than anything, right, is and I know obviously you guys have gone through it because the Patriots, it coincided with the Dolphins not being good and the Patriots were dominating, right? For me as a Niners fan, with them having missed out, the way they have here recently, and now, for example, Seattle having won the Super Bowl, like that makes it more annoying, right? Because not only did they win the Super Bowl, they won the Super Bowl in San Francisco, all that. So it's extremely, extremely annoying. Right now, where I hope that leads them is for them to be as frustrated, as I think the fan base is, and leads them to, hey, listen, we need to make the right moves. We need to go all in, right? With this roster and the window that we have, we need to fortify it to make a run. Because you're coming up now, if you're John Lynch, you have to look at this roster and go, hey, listen, Kittle is kind of nearing the end of his, dominance, at the position, right? I mean, you're looking at Trent Williams, nearing the end. You're looking at Christian McCaffrey nearing the end, right? You look at Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. These are all guys. None of these guys are rookies. None of these guys are in their second year. So there has to be, that sense of urgency if you're that front office to make the right moves, not only to maximize the window of these guys who you're looking at it, you're looking at these guys. I mean, these are all Hall of Famers. I mean, these are Hall of Fame players. Yeah. You have to maximize the window now. And then not only, do you have to maximize that window, but the pressure is on because Seattle just won the Super Bowl and the Rams could have been the best team in the NFL last year. Right. So for a lot of reasons, if you're that Niners front office, the sense of urgency better be there. And when this draft is over, whoever you don't feel like, whatever position you don't feel like you fortified, you better go back out and evaluate the free agents that are still left and see what you can bring in, because you can't fuck around coming up this year. And pardon my French, you can't take this year off, right? Like you have to build this team to make a run, because with LA and Seattle, those guys, you're looking at the core of their teams, and the core of their teams, aside from maybe Matthew Stafford, you're looking at the cores of these teams. You know, Devontae Adams obviously isn't a super young guy, right? But you're looking at the cores of these teams, especially in Seattle, and the cores of these teams, by and large, are young guys.
They
like
are.
they're on they're on rookie deals, right? And that's not the case in San Francisco, right? So you better start. You know, again, sense of urgency better be there. I mean, everybody better be on the same page about strengthening this team and trying to make a run, because if not, you're going to get left behind by Seattle and LA. So again, time will tell. We'll see what happens.
Basically, the difference is that correct me if I'm wrong, but the 49ers have been good for so many years. They had a very nice decade looking back, but they find a way to make moves to remain steady, but they had not gone all in. That did not do what the Dolphins did. They tried to overreach, basically go in too quickly and then pay the price. They consistently find a way to win every single year, make smart moves, but don't go all in to the point when they basically are like other teams like the Rams had to do a couple of years ago, like the Saints basically the Dolphins went all in and get after then not getting any results. So hang in there, brother, because basically you're doing the wrong every single year. You have a chance.
No, man, no, I get it, man. And look, I think across the board, when you look, there's a lot of things that make teams successful, right? I think when you're looking at the teams that traditionally have been successful, right, it starts at the top, right? You have good ownership, right? You've got good front office people, right? They draft well. They don't give out bad contracts. And I think when you're looking at, for example, and we're talking about the Dolphins, that's where I think, right, not only did they not have, the front office buttoned up, right, but they weren't drafting well, they weren't developing. And then they were trying to make up for it on the back end, hitting home runs in free agency, right? And now you're giving out these bad contracts in free agency, right? And then not only that, then you're doubling down on the bad contracts like they did with Tyreek Hill, like they did with Jalen Ramsey, right? They're giving them more money, right? And you're like, how is this making things better? Like, we're doubling down on a bad deal. We're giving these guys more money.
They got scared.
And put exactly, that's what it is. That you're operating in this mode of operation where you're just like, dude, what is prompting you guys to give these guys more money? They been good? Yeah, obviously Tyreek Hill's been really good. Jalen Ramsey, he's good. But why are you giving these guys more money, right? They haven't been good. They've been good on the field. They haven't been good in the locker room, right? They're giving you the impression that they want to be out, and now you're throwing money at the problem, and it's money that is going to cost you, like we see now. Look at all the dead money that they have, and they're giving it all to guys that are no longer on the team, right? And so that's one of the definitions of a poor franchise, of a franchise that hasn't been successful, is giving out bad contracts. And Chris Greer and his time there, I mean, he's the poster boy for giving out bad contracts, man. And now look at the bind they're in, right? $100 million in that cap. They got like 40 something players, with minimum contracts. Like, I mean, they're going to have to bite the bullet for a couple of years and hope these draft picks hit, So
100%. This is it. This is what's going to set the foundation for the Miami Dolphins for the future in the next 2 to 3 years. This draft and the next draft, for sure. That's
real
why
quick.
Go ahead.
I know Jake needs to leave. Appreciate you coming on, Jake.
Yes, thank you, Jake.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Awesome.
I'll leave you with one interesting fun fact I found out about our new pickup, Michael Taft. He was part of the Texas State Championship game a few years ago with Westlake High School. And in that game, he got an interception on the quarterback of Carroll High School. That quarterback would turn out to be Quinn Ewers of the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, wow.
So how about that? So
That's crazy.
All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for the time.
Awesome.
Appreciate
Talk
it,
to you soon. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Q, I wanted to kind of continue on this conversation. Are you heading out too as well, Q? Or are you just
No.
Okay,
I'm good, man.
Okay. No, I wanted to follow up on this because this is, it's an interesting conversation. And on Fins TV with Sam, we've equated it to the frustration that we felt as Dolphins fans for so long of, Greer going out there and then making these big contracts and pulling everybody in. And this year, like my analogy is like going all in with like pocket fours. They're sitting at the poker table and everybody's sitting there looking confident as hell. And Greer's got his poker face on, but he's got his, fours or, maybe even like a 10 jack offsuit or something like that. He's just going all in, dumping tons of money and really binding us up when you really don't have that business doing that type of thing. and it's frustrating. But you hit the nail on the head when you're saying it starts with the ownership, the front office, having this solid, proven coaching in there that can bring those pieces together and do it. Miami's just really been lacking any type of that cohesiveness, frankly, since a couple, 2.5 decades. That's a really long time. People have been eligible to drink for a long time here in the United States since before they were born, that they, we had a playoff win. It's frustrating, but you just don't have that foundation at so many of the different levels.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I
100%.
think, I think people are looking at, the run that Chris Greer had with the Dolphins, man. You're always just wondering, man, does this guy have something on Stephen Ross? Like, how was this guy? How has he been allowed to run this thing into the ground with no kind of accountability, with nobody, calling him the carpet, right? And to, what are we doing? I need answers here, right? Because, again, there's varying levels of ownership, right? In the NFL, you see, oh, Big Russ, what's up, buddy?
What's up? How we doing?
Hey, Russ,
Brother,
how you
how about
doing, man?
Russ is doing big money laps.
What's up?
Before we go to Russ, I want to read Manzano's comment. He wanted to read his comment right now. I
Okay.
believe it's frustrating for both sides. It's frustrating not making the playoffs 25 years and not being in the dance and making the playoffs, but getting too close and no cigar. Absolutely, both sides are horrible. Basically,
Agreed.
the only one who's happy is the team that win the Super Bowl, and that's right, Josh. No one else is happy.
Agreed. No, yeah. Trust me. Listen, I think by and large, as a Niners fan, listen, they've been there, right? I mean, I've seen them, win a Super Bowl, right? And I've now obviously been to the Super Bowl, 3 times in the very recent past and lost. So obviously not super thrilled about that, but yeah, I'd definitely rather be, where the Niners are for sure, right? I think, obviously the only thing that needs to change is them actually, close it out and win the Super Bowl. But again, by and large, I can't really complain about what I've seen, from this regime, as it stands now, right? Have there been some misses? Absolutely. I think, you look back on like the Trey Lance move, for example, huge miss, right? But they redeemed themselves with Brock Purdy, right? And so, again, when you look at, like we talked about, with Steve and what we were mentioning, the reason why I always hold out hope as it relates to the Niners is because the ownership structure, is there, right? These are people who have done it. They've done it for a long time. The front office, is in lockstep, with ownership and the head coach. They draft well, they develop, they don't give out bad contracts. So I think, again, when you look at those traits and when you look at, all those things right there that you need to be successful and to win Super Bowls, I think they're in place. They just haven't gotten over that last hump. But I think what you need to be successful and to be successful long-term, they have in place. So I can't complain about that.
Yeah.
Certainly agree.
Good points. Good
I
points.
welcome
Russ.
welcome Russ
Hey.
because
Yeah.
red cup in the hand, celebrating as
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
champion.
boy.
Congratulations, Russ, for
There
winning
it
this draft.
is.
How are you feeling?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. Sammy, Josh, Steve. Finally, nice to meet the guy who loves my intro and on deck so much.
I know, right?
Steve, nice to meet you. Q, my man, one of my co-hosts. I always, when we do College Blitz together, and I was like, oh, it's my co-host Q, and I feel terrible because I'm like, well, he's not my co-host because we're both co-hosts. It's a partnership, but
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me, guys. I am a Jets fan, live and die, born and bred. Jets fan.
Sorry.
Russ,
Sorry to hear that.
Russ
Hey,
Inquiring Minds wants to know.
I mean, it's
Chad
coming
is buzzing. Chad, they want to know what's in the cup. That's the first question they shout out for you. They want to know what's in the cup.
I mean, hey, I grew up in Southern California. It's kind of weird, but I'm a Boston Celtics fan. Grew up. My grandfather's a Red Sox, Celtics Red Sox fan. Moved to Boston when Red Auerbach first started coaching. So I'm a diehard Celtics fan. People say I'm a front runner. Celtics didn't win much when I was growing up. I'm a Yankees fan. So if you don't love the Yankees, you hate the Yankees. Kind of like the Cowboys. I hate the Dodgers. So I've never, I hate the Lakers with a passion. And now I'm on FTSN, which is mainly all Dolphins fans.
Yeah.
So I'm usually always, I always feeling welcome and feel normal in enemy territory. It's normal for me. So I really don't care. I'm like, if you don't like my team, that's fine. I don't care. It makes it more fun.
I think people want to know:
Absolutely.
are we drinking?
Absolutely.
Oh
Russ?
yeah.
Okay.
I made myself.
Okay.
He's celebrating his
Got some
2026
got,
draft
got some
championship.
got some draft victory juice right there, huh? In the
Yeah.
Red Solo Cup.
Hey, after the bad ones we've had in history, finally the last couple drafts have been positive. You know, we got Membu, Fashanu, the Membu, which kind of goes in. I mean, I've been listening to you guys as the Jets for years with our GMs. They always say we're going to prioritize the offensive line, and we go draft a quarterback. Like I'm a huge Sam Darnold. I like Sam Darnold a lot. Do I think he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL? No, but his time in New York, he never had an offensive line. I mean, I'm sorry, even Aaron Rodgers, the year he tore his Achilles, he would have got killed behind our offensive line. So it's finally, you know, you got a hit. We've missed. We had Mekhi Becton, who sucked and ate his way out of New York. So I hope for your case, Caden Proctor doesn't do that, because I heard his nickname is Crispy.
Is that right?
Cream. Crispy for
It
Krispy
is.
Kreme, yes.
Yeah, crispy for Krispy Kreme.
Oh, man.
I mean, I think Aaron Rodgers that year would have got killed too, because we had 25 to 26 different offensive line combinations. So, I mean, I get it. It's not the sexy offensive line's never a sexy pick. It's never wanted. Obviously, being in Miami, and I know I'm with you. I like college football more than the NFL, honestly. I love college football, and I'm with Q every day. You know, every week during the season, and I can only imagine the pain in Miami when Ruben Bain's on the board and they pass on Ruben Bain. Unlike Josh, I think Ruben Bain's a dude. You know, and that's fine. We're all allowed to have our opinions. You know, I could be wrong. He could be wrong. But I'm sure. But you got to solidify the offensive line, and even with Tua, he was getting killed. You know, because the offense
Tight end. That seems like a Steelers tight end. Nikowski.
That name, no
Speaking of tight ends, Ross, I want to know, you went Taylor last year in the second round, and you went tight end again this year. What are your thoughts on that? Because basically doubling down on tackle with so many needs is kind of weird.
Okay. So first thing I want to say, I'm really happy. And the first thing I'm saying, I'm really happy about the Jets this year is, and it's not even football player related, it's the amount of no leaks the Jets have been having. You know, years past where it's this comes out from this guy and this is leaking out. So, I mean, going into 2 weeks coming up in the draft, it was David Bailey, and then we canceled the top 30 visit. And they were sold on Bailey. He didn't have any injury histories. He's obviously a very smart guy. Graduated from Stanford. No offense to Alabama, but graduating from Stanford in 3 years is a little more high up there. So I'm really happy.
You know, they call Alabama the Stanford of the East.
Yeah,
you didn't
right.
know that.
I'm really happy. I think Darren Muji's got that. I was ecstatic with Sadiq. I was so happy with Kenyon Sadiq, watching him in the Big Ten this year. The guy's a freak. He's faster than Christian McCaffrey and Bijan Robinson. The guy runs a 4.39.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a freak. They need playmakers, honestly. What
They've got some now. They've got some now with Omar Cooper, Garrett Wilson, right? You got two good tight ends. I mean, you've got some running. You know, you got Breece Hall and everything like that. So, you know, listen, if they actually land a quarterback, you know, at some point, somebody, you know, worth a damn at quarterback, you know, I think you got. I think you're cooking there. You know, it's just unfortunately you have Geno Smith, who is a
didn't they
disaster.
Didn't they draft a quarterback?
Yeah, they got
They took Kate Klubnik, but Kate Klubnik is ass. Like,
I mean, like Garrett Wilson went down week 7, week 8. He was the leading receiver on the team.
Yeah,
ended up being the leading receiver on the team. Playing.
He had 325 receiving yards and missed 10 or 11 games, and he was their leading receiver last year. That's terrible.
Crazy.
That's terrible.
I know it wasn't
another tight end off the board.
Yeah, we're doing a tight end run right now.
Yeah. Joe Royer from Cincinnati.
But I mean, I know Q. You know, we watch a lot of college football. Sadiq is a freak.
No, absolutely. No, I wouldn't push back on that. You know, I think that kid will be, that kid's going to be he's going to be a matchup nightmare, man. I mean, he's not super tall. I think he's like 6'2", maybe. But he runs, man. I mean, there's not going to be, you know, I think now we're getting to the point where, you know, the linebackers coming into the league now are starting to be guys that run a little bit, you know, you're seeing these 4-4 linebackers, right? High 4-3 type linebackers. So there's more that they're, you know, your Sonny Styles and that kind of thing. They're going to be able to keep up with, you know, with a guy like Kenyon Sadiq. But, you know, again, not every team has one of those guys. So, you know, again, I like Kenyon Sadiq. I think that kid's going to be, you know, from day one, I think that guy's going to contribute at a high level with the Jets.
In the second,
hey, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for joining that's watching the show today on the Fins Talk Sports Network, the Miami Dolphins Draft Live coverage show. I want to also thank everybody that's in the chat. Appreciate all your comments. Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Ross.
Second tight end selected from the state of Idaho in the first round in the last 2 years. Colson Loveland and now Sadiq.
I like Loveland.
Not really a football factory in Idaho.
Yeah. But Loveland's a good tight end for Chicago.
Yeah, he led them in receiving last year.
He did. Yeah. Yep.
So
New England.
New England drafted a cornerback from Wake Forest, Karen Prunty. That's how you pronounce it. Karen Prunty.
Basically, they're doing the wrong on tight ends right now. Was Jolly pick already?
Yep.
Who? Yeah.
He went to Denver, right? I'm pretty sure he went to Denver.
Who did?
Jolie.
I think he did.
Yeah. Justin. Is it Jolly or Jolie? Justin Jolly.
I think it's Jolie.
Okay, yeah, he went to Denver. Yeah, he was a 12th pick in the 5th round. Yeah.
Yep.
I want to read a comment by my son. I went with Steve to react to it when he said thing is here. Let me see this one. I think it's this one. Okay. Question for all you guys. We all experience rebuilding a team. What's more frustrating, to get blown by 20 or realizing their team is not good enough? I want to start with Steve because that's basically the premise. You know, we have everyone here. Q basically knows what it is to be so close, but basically, you know, not realizing the dream of winning. And we have Ross here who has no winner, who's not been in the playoff for the last 10 years and not winning a play. We have everybody else here with the Dolphins that basically have no won a playoff team, a playoff game in 20 years. I want to start with Steve. What's more frustrating, Steve, for you, to realizing that, you know, winning by 20 or to realizing your team is not enough?
Which Steve?
Steve Hallett.
Oh, there you
All
go.
right.
I want to start with Steve.
I wouldn't know what
quiet.
it's like to. I wouldn't know what it's like to realize you're not good enough, because we just frankly haven't been good enough since I can remember. But I do think that the getting blown out all the time would really just get entirely old. Like if I'm the Cleveland Browns, if I'm a Browns fan, I'm really just miserable in life. I mean, for one, I'm probably from the Cleveland area, so that's just bad enough. And two, now I'm just following the Cleveland Browns, and that's tough. But I mean, I don't know. Q had some very valid points there that it's a different level of frustration, and we should only be so lucky to, you know, make it to a few Super Bowls and say, damn, we were that close, but we just couldn't cut it. You know, and then I'm from Western New York, so and actually a lot of my coworkers are from Buffalo. You know, I see the frustrations that they get where those window is it doesn't stay open forever, and when it starts to close, it closes, and you got to really wonder, is their window closing? And they've wasted, but they've lost out on the prime years of who is an alpha quarterback in this league. So I think it's frustrating. And for me, I think in the hindsight, after I get a few years later and we step back from where we were at those times, I actually feel more frustration of what players we lost their prime years, and we burnt through those and weren't able to take advantage of it. We had Cam Wake. Cam Wake was an absolute machine. the Rashad Jones. We had these players that were absolute devastators on defense, and we pissed away their prime years of their lives and their careers, and then they just said, hey, I can't do it anymore. So I think that's one of those frustrating things. And then, like Russ, I haven't met you yet. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Seriously, I've been watching the Jets for the past few drafts, mostly because of Antoine Staley, who covers the Jets for the New York Daily News or the Post or something. But I see a lot of his feeds, and I really just get a lot of what the Jets do. They've had some drafts that have made me like, oh my God, they're coming. And then the season starts, and I'm like, nah, just kidding. They're really not coming. And then they do it again. And one of these times they're going to end up catching you. They're going to have a couple drafts like Detroit had, and they're going to be legit. Because Detroit had some phenomenal drafts. The Jets have had some phenomenal drafts. Just one of them, we've seen them kind of come through to fruition. And, but going back to my Buffalo thing, Detroit's window seems to be closing now. So it doesn't stay open forever. But I think that there's different levels of frustration. That's a really long answer to a short question.
I want to see my little bit. Steve is well documented for basically having done something none of us have done. Basically, experiencing a Dolphins championship, right, Steve? You had the opportunity to.
Well, I was born and bred down there.
About false hope because you keep it real. So the difference between getting your hopes towards being completely out of hope, or basically having your hopes up all the time. So, what are your thoughts?
No, I was born and bred down in the 305. I spent a lot of years down there. I started watching the Dolphins in 1969 and had season tickets up until about 76. So I was there for all the Dolphins, the glory years down there. And it is frustrating for me. We're that close, In the 80s, we went to the Super Bowl. You had the Dan Marino years and all that. And we were that close, and then we lost it in the Super Bowl or the championship game. Was it the Super Bowl? Yeah, Super Bowl. We lost the Super Bowl, and then we also, came real close. We lost to San Francisco, Joe Montana with Dan Marino. We were that close.
Yes,
and, it's just frustrating, all those years. It's been over 50 years. We haven't, won a Super Bowl. Last Super Bowl we won is in 1973, So I seen. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. No, and I think no, man, and that's again, like Steve mentioned, man. When you talk about, that's one of the crimes when you've got Hall of Fame players, to waste their years, right? Because you look at guys, when that happens, and that futility, right? That some franchises have shown, right? And it's you get these guys who are loyal to the franchise, right? Guys who could take more money to go somewhere else or whatever, and they're loyal, they stay, and the team doesn't reward them with effort, right? With a sense of urgency, like I was talking about, right? And so, it's one of the things when people look at the all-time greats at the quarterback position, right? It's the only reason why Dan Marino isn't mentioned up there with your Joe Montana's and your Tom Brady's and your Peyton Manning's and your John Elway's and all that stuff, right? Is because he didn't win a Super Bowl. Right now, nobody argues the talent. Nobody argues just the arm and the ability and the whole deal. Just unfortunately, there's no other position in the NFL that comes more into play than at the quarterback position. That it's just how it goes, right? And so, unfortunately, he doesn't get mentioned with those guys in terms of the best. Because of the fact that he made it to one Super Bowl, and didn't win it, right? And so, those are the rules, right? That's just how it goes, right? And so, it's a shame because you've had players, it's not like they've lacked, players, right? I mean, they've had some studs, they've had some guys that are Hall of Famers in the whole deal, and unfortunately, just for one reason or another, just weren't able to break through and win a Super Bowl. Obviously, a lot of it coincided with the Patriots being really good with Tom Brady, so on and so forth. But again, they didn't do enough. The thing that a lot of people don't I think failed, or I think a lot of people fail to mention with the Patriots, it's not only were they good, but I think as a division, the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Bills, by and large, made it really, really easy for the Patriots to just own the division. right? It's
Yeah.
not that the Patriots weren't good. Obviously, we know the teams, we know the players, right? Yes, I get it. But by and large, the East as a whole is to blame because they were just ineptly run. When you see what the Dolphins have done, again under Chris Greer, before this run that the Bills had, right, with Josh Allen, and then also with the Jets, and again, I'm sure Russ could tell you, like they've just made it really easy for the Patriots to I mean, come on, there's no reason why a team should win, 20 out of 22 divisions, right? I mean, it's ridiculous, right? That means yes, they're good, but the other teams in the division are constantly dropping the ball and are just not doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, plain and simple.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, those are great points. Yeah, those are great points. Evan, how you doing? Vince
How
Stanza.
you doing, gentlemen? Q, how you doing? Russ,
what's up, brother? How are you?
Josh, how you feeling?
Phew. Headache.
All right.
Looking at a TV screen for too long.
Hi, Sammy. Good afternoon, Sammy. How are you?
DSD, happy you're here, Evan.
Love you too. Steve, it's
Have
been
you
a while.
two-
Good to see you, buddy.
Have you two made up?
I don't know. I love him. He's mad at me. We'll talk it out.
I
Okay,
wonder
good.
why.
What did I do?
Okay, so Josh Suevas just got taken by Baltimore. He's kind of like in the mold of a Alec Ingold, Kyle Juszczyk type tight end fullback mixture. I really like him. Fullback
6'3",
tight end.
6'3", 245, Alabama. Yeah. Wow.
He's going to be nice at Baltimore. Baltimore, I don't know.
Yeah.
Did they get rid of their fullback?
Yeah, and I think that's why the Cuevas pick makes sense right there because they let him. I don't know where he ended up, but I know they released him. I know they released him. He's
Hey,
not there.
you know what? You just reminded me. The Miami Dolphins got rid of their fullback.
Yep.
So
Alec
maybe
Ingold,
we're gonna
right?
are we gonna draft one,
Well,
Yeah,
Giants
do we have it?
Pat Ricard.
or do we have an H back in Ben Sims that we brought in, or the other guy that we drafted?
Because
I don't know.
Merrick could do that as a lineman and as a blocking tight end. But he had mentioned, Hafley mentioned that he would consider doing it in the 7th round, that he wants to have a
Hey,
fullback.
Caden Proctor plays the fullback.
Okay. Who?
Caden Proctor played some
He plays
fullback.
wide receiver.
Hey, dude.
Oh
played
yeah,
quarterback.
he did.
Played
He
receiver.
played
played
running back
quarterback.
too, I think.
Play
And
some
he
play
played
some
running back.
wildcat. Play some wildcat.
Yeah,
play some
yeah.
play some slot receiver.
Jacob
you go.
Rodriguez. Jacob Rodriguez. If we're in a pinch, we have our third
Uh-huh.
QB. We have our
Yeah.
emergency quarterback. in
Yeah,
Jacob
He
Rodriguez.
yeah.
was-
That's right.
He was a 4-star. He was a 4-star quarterback when he came out of high school. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
he was
Yeah,
a dual
yeah.
threat. He was like the number 3 dual threat quarterback when he came out of high school. So
Yeah. Well, Hafley and Sully, they like those versatile players. So.
And who was the number 1 dual threat quarterback in this draft who got drafted 13th overall? Ty Simpson was the number 1
Yeah.
dual threat quarterback coming out of high school.
They
Yeah,
was.
and one of the best offensive coaches in the NFL looked so miserable to draft him. Yeah, I've never seen a guy so unhappy to draft someone in my life.
I think
Adam
it's
Randall.
such a good situation for him though.
I'm telling you, man. Ty Simpson might fool us.
With
Oh,
that,
I
No,
like
McVay
Tyson.
didn't
He's
want
not
him.
fooling
McVay
me.
didn't want him. McVay did not want
that
him.
that staff sitting behind Stafford,
Yep.
and the
Yeah.
guy's a son of a football coach, so you know he's got it up there.
mm-hmm.
I'll wait
No,
to see where Nussmeyer goes.
And it's still sitting on the
dude,
board.
what a fall by
And Cole
Nussmeier.
Payton.
Holy-
Speaking
Cole
of
Payton.
son of a
Payton.
football coach,
Yep.
People thought Cole Payton would go also by now.
Yeah, me
they,
too.
They talked about him. They talked about him being somebody who was rising up the up draft boards. But
is there a
Not so
chance
much.
that the 49ers take a quarterback?
I would say no.
No. Okay. I just
I
know
would- I would
last
definitely
year
say-
just wasn't a great year for the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, I
Hey,
would.
Josh.
I would. Hold up.
Yes, Steve?
No, Josh. How about Adam Randall? And you know anything about him?
Yeah, we
Anybody?
actually took him in the mock draft. I didn't expect him to go this high, but I like him as a player. He's
Yeah.
he's a receiving back. He has like an upright running style, but he's powerful. He can catch out of the backfield, as I mentioned. There's a lot of upside to his play.
Right. He's a big dude. 6'3",
Yeah.
232 or something like
Yeah,
that.
6'3", 230 something. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a big dude.
big dude.
He's a big dude.
He's going to fit right in Baltimore.
Yeah. I think he's played some receiver too at Clemson.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, he did. He said he permanently made the switch from wide receiver to the backfield in 2025.
Yeah.
That was a big wide receiver.
Yeah. He's very inexperienced at running back. So he's got that receiver, and then but he's got a lot of upside to him. I don't know if he's going to be more than a backup, but he's got that like third down capability to him that could be really nice.
Mm-hmm.
And
Good.
Baltimore's just
Good
going
pick
from
of
big
Baltimore.
back to big back at that point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. He's going to fit right in. Wow. Well, Dolphins coming up here soon. The Raiders are on the clock,
They have 2
right?
picks coming up. They have 2 picks coming up.
Yep, they do. Yep. 177 and 180. Or if you look at it, 37 and 40.
Yeah, by the way, that was the first player, Michael Taft. Like that was, I know you saw, I was listening to you guys. So you mentioned he was like just over 6 feet. I guess people are saying different things, but if he's 5'11", he's the first player they took under 6 feet. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
The motto has been trying to stay big, but we'll see. Maybe who knows what tape measure they were using when they measured him. But they're going tall. They're not going small. Definitely not.
Yeah, they're not.
Oh, where's Bobby at?
Oh, is that Masses? Because of Masses.
He's got to say his first name.
Oh, he can't pronounce anything.
He says Ezekiel.
Well, he has the I doesn't count in the last.
Hezekiah. Hezekiah.
Come on, Evan. Give us the proper.
If Jewish people say
pronunciation.
Hezekiah, but it's
There you go.
or the Gentiles say Hezekiah. It's depending on how you want to pronounce it.
The Jewish people, or not the Jewish, the Amish people say Hezekiah.
Yeah, but the Jewish people, because of the
My wife.
pronunciation, say Hezekiah.
Looks like
It's
a
a Israeli way of pronouncing it because it's a converted Hebrew name, so you
Looks like a good time.
Hezekiah.
My wife's maiden name is or Byler, so the Amish is true in her family.
Love it.
Oh, does it?
Mm.
Which player so far, Q, Russ, and Josh, have you found is the person that you feel is like still on the board now that just is completely fallen? Like now, I know it was before it was Kilgore and it was McCoy earlier in the fourth, but now who do you still see on the board outside of Nussmeier, because we just mentioned him as a position player that's still on the board?
Yeah, personally, again, aside from the quarterbacks, I mean, I was gonna go with Nussmeier. Like I'm pretty shocked that he's still on the board. Like, you talked about, a guy who, last year, there were some mock drafts that had him as a number 1 pick, as a top 3 pick.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me that he's still on the board. Who else did I just think of? Is it the tailback from Penn State? I think was still on the board.
He just got taken.
Okay, yeah. Was it Katron Allen?
That boy.
Or Nick Singleton got taken.
Yeah.
Nick Singleton got taken, but I think Katron Allen, is still on the board.
Yeah, I think he is too.
So
I don't see him here.
No.
Yeah, he's still on the board.
I think he's still on the board. So
Yeah.
I think Katron Allen, especially when you consider some of the other running backs that have been taken, I'm a little bit surprised he's still, he's still on the board.
I think Harris from Old Miss has fallen as like he did. He was mocked. He was still going to the top people back in like the third or the fourth.
Yep. Yeah, but there's still some value there, right? There's definitely some guys that have fallen.
Because the mock, Josh, you guys like VJ Payne. I think even Bobby mocked him.
Yeah, that's one name I was going to mention is VJ Payne. I'm shocked that he's still on the board. We've said Nussmeier. Ryan Parker is someone, the guard out of Duke. I'm shocked he's there. Anez Cooper. Like, there's a lot of people that are like, wow, you should.
Anez Cooper, I thought would have.
All right,
yeah,
we're up. Anybody got any guesses? Who we picking?
I want Cooper here. Like, I want them to double down on offensive line and just get big.
Mm-hmm.
They've done edge. They've done their edge. They've done their line. They've filled up the linebacker who's sort of a safety in Lewis. Yeah, maybe I would go back to the trenches if I were them right now. If Cooper's sitting there, I would take him. But if he's
I like
unless
that.
they want to wait till the next pick, because they have 2 of the next 4 picks, so they might think he's still there at 188.
You can never.
I would double down maybe at safety. Maybe I would because I do like VJ Payne. I do like him a lot.
Yeah, I would like either O line or safety. Yeah.
And after that, I was curious if the three, I'll even Sammy, everyone, if you had to look at the next top 3 quarterbacks, whether it's Nussmeier, what's his name? Just drawing a blank.
Welcome
Nussmeier,
back.
Peyton, and where's the other one? Kalen Green. Is there a possibility that one of them falls out, does not get picked at all?
Taylon Green. If you're a team that has a long-term starter at quarterback, and you don't have to have anybody to contribute for a couple years, Taylon Green is a dude that I would take a chance on. The measurables with that kid.
No.
I mean, he's super raw, but he's a huge kid, has an arm, can run. You know, I think if you've got some time, if you can sit somebody in that quarterback room and not have to worry about putting anything on him in terms of, you know, contributing at any point in the near future, I think you've got something with that kid. He's
a big dude. Yeah, he's a big dude too.
The measurables are impressive. The measurables are impressive. You need some good coaching to clean a lot of stuff up. But I think if you've got the time to invest in somebody, you can do a lot worse than that particular set of traits.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Taylor Green might be the one out of the group to fall. Not like I agree completely with what you just said, Q, but also a lot of teams look at him as someone that could move to wide receiver or not be like a true quarterback. And his unwillingness to do that could cause him to fall out of the first
possibly
out of the draft.
You're right. You're right. And then the Peyton kid would probably be my next pick. You know, he moves really well, right? Obviously, the guy's a dual threat.
I like him.
There's something to work with there for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just shocked Nussmeier has the NFL connections.
That is wild that he's still around. That is crazy. He's still around.
He's truly not a bad quarterback.
Honestly,
and then he's
like for me of the teams that have taken quarterbacks, like for example, you know, and I don't know if Russ would push back on it. Like if I were a Jets fan, like seeing them take Cade Klubnik, I would have been disappointed. Like I would have preferred, if you're going to go with a quarterback, I would have preferred Nussmeier over Klubnik personally.
Yeah, I agree. 1,000% agree with that.
Same here. I think I'm happy. I mean, I knew they had to take one. I know if say he does pan out, it's going to be 3-4 years down the line. I don't think he will. I mean, you got Frank Wright, who's a quarterback whisperer, but I would have preferred. I literally said, and got Chip for it on top. I'm like, Nussmeier going into the year was my number 1 quarterback.
Bro.
You know, going into the year. Now he obviously changed that.
Kevin Coleman.
Wow.
There you go. Another
Wide
receiver.
There
you go.
He's small. He's small. 5'10", 179.
5'10".
Returner.
Maybe.
4.4 speed. 40.
Yeah.
Another wide receiver, huh?
I need to fill that room.
Yeah, that's right.
Good
Good playmaking ability. Good play after the catch.
Did Jake mention him? I can't remember if that was the receiver that Jake mentioned.
Is anybody else surprised Harold Perkins Jr. is still on the board?
Dude, that's wild. I don't understand why you leave school to. There's got to be some personality stuff. There's got to be some stuff, you know, that teams are just scared of, because
I feel like you either love or hate his film.
Yeah, I think
they're calling him a first-round pick his freshman year.
No, dude, he was a stud his freshman year. From the time he stepped on the field at LSU, the dude dominated. I mean, he was, you know, I just think the guys, you know, he's undisciplined. I think there's some stuff to clean up, man. But, you know, you talk about fast linebackers, man. I mean, you know,
for sure,
he's it, right? I mean, I'm surprised he's still there, for sure. Definitely surprised he's still there.
I know I didn't grade him, but I believe between you, Bobby, and between Coach, we had him down like around this in our grade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's not a big dude. He's definitely not a big dude. But I mean, I think, you know, again, man, I think he's a guy. He's a guy who, you know, again, man, with that speed, I think that's something you could definitely work with for sure.
Just adding bodies to that room, and again, the guy, a playmaking threat, he's inconsistent, right? There's some games where you're kind of like, there was that one catch, 1 yard, whatever, but again, he just gives you that playmaking ability and another body in the room. What were you going to say, Steve?
Down.
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, go ahead, Evan.
I was going to say though, his stats. When he has yak, like his average. Reading a little bit more on him. I knew who he was, but he's averaging even last year. He's come down a little bit. Like he slowly has his stats have come up and then they drop. But he's a first down. When he gets the ball, he gets you a first down. His average is over his career is over around 12, 13 yards per reception. So he does do that, and he actually has done some outside running. So similar to Malik, he can play in the backfield and get into open space. So I do like that.
And I will say again, go ahead, Steve.
He's a return man as well.
He'd be good with Malik in the back. He'd be good with Malik there too.
But we did talk about it. We talked about it a little earlier. It was a great question from Jake earlier about would we go, or Sammy about that 3 wide receivers. Would we go 3 wide receivers? Now Miami's done that. Miami has hit on 3 receivers in this draft plus the tight end. So noticing too that Randall got picked, Masses got picked.
Nope.
Randall's gonna be. I think Randall's gonna be that under the radar, real good back. Man, I would have loved to see him in Miami. But
speaking to Kevin Coleman a little bit, I think the big thing, getting someone in the 5th round that can separate the way that he does, I think that's a key thing, because like finding separation as a receiver is probably the biggest thing, and he separates really well from the defender.
Bobby, your voice sounds a lot better.
Yeah, I had to rest a little bit, or just not talk. I had something to eat. My family went out, made sure everybody was good. I relaxed a little bit. Had to take some Advil, but I'll go again. And once I start to feel myself going out again, I'll let everyone else do it and then move out again. But so
drink some tea and honey.
That's what I did last night. That's what I did last night.
I screamed at 9 kids. I just spent an hour screaming at 9 kids on the.
Oh, Philadelphia Eagles just picked Cole Payton.
Cole Payton.
Wow. You have to let Josh's thing do it first, Steve.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
I'm sorry. I'm a bad host. I'm sorry.
I wonder who the pick's gonna be.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Cole Payton.
Yeah.
Bobby, I don't know if you just jumped on. Is there a chance that Taylor Green does not get picked?
I can't. I mean, well, listen, Nussmeier's still on the board, so if that's what's crazy is Nussmeier's still there. So yeah, there's an opportunity, but I have to imagine though the upside of Taylon Green, like what he projects. I mean, I think the team would want to grab him just to stash him. Nussmeier is a guy like right here, where Brett say that Greg said, like this might be a good area where you're like, hey, yeah, you don't need it, but if you could get Nussmeier at 180, that's great value right there. You're getting a guy that,
I love the fit of Nussmeier to Miami. Like I've been saying that for a while. I think it's a great fit.
So let's see what happens here.
I don't know much about him. What Nussmeier?
He's the starting quarterback at LSU. He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, great quarterback. Like I can't say great, but
he's a good quarterback.
He developed at LSU. I thought last year's film, he made some boneheaded decisions. He doesn't have the strongest arm, but he has a strong enough arm to make plays. He's not missing the deep ball. He can make all the throws. He's accurate. And he runs around in the backfield very similar to what you saw Tony Romo. He's got great escapability behind the line of scrimmage. I think he had a down year to most this year. He didn't produce the way that they expected him to take that next step. And that's why I think he's falling here. But I think he has all the tools to be a really good quarterback at the next level.
Not on my board. Cole Payton would go before Nussmeier either.
Yeah.
Right? I know.
And,
that's wild, man.
He has NFL ties. That's what's throwing me off. Like the NFL ties should help him.
I smell a rat.
Yeah.
Your pick. What do you want?
Hey, Q, we did talk about that, like one of our NDSU finally in the FBS now.
Yep. No, listen, I think if you're comparing the traits, right, and you're looking at, the upside and everything, which, obviously, again, you have to at this point in the draft. I mean, I'm not, again, what is the ceiling for a guy like Nussmeier at this point, right? I mean, again, he's not he's good, right? But if you're looking at if you're looking at this kid Cole Payton, I mean, in terms of the
sure.
measurables, the traits, and everything like that, I mean, dude, he's definitely worth taking a flyer on at this point in the draft, especially if you're the Eagles, right? You have your starter, right? You don't, you can let this guy come in, run in packages, right? He's a big kid, 6'3", 230.
Do they have their starter?
Mobile, I think. Well, that I assume so. I assume
Philadelphia wants to get rid of him so bad.
Good hat.
It depends on who you ask. But again, man, this kid is, again, in packages, right near the goal line, 6'3", 230. Scored 13 rushing touchdowns last year. I think you have to like what you have in this kid, and started 1 year, looked good, but developmentally, man. I mean, again, I think that's a nice pick right there. Get him, stash him, and
All right.
Yeah.
see what you have in him.
Hey, Cruz Jr.
We're at Miami right now. Let's go Miami.
Yeah,
We got
Miami's on the
20
on the
picks,
clock.
200.
I
Don't
just-
spoil it.
On the-
Don't
No, I
spoil
just would
it.
be honestly, I'd be happy with the best players on the board. I can't believe Xavier Harris and Bobby VJ
And
Payne
Steve
still on that
last. Don't
board.
do it, Steve.
Yeah.
Go
By
ahead.
the way, Bobby VJ
Oh!
Payne. VJ Payne.
Oh, I think this is where Evan mutes, and then he mutes everything, so you can't
What
hear him
happened?
on his computer.
I stopped with the keyboard. I've been
What happened
amazed.
with
I haven't done the keyboard in a
Evan,
week.
what happened with VJ Payne? Did he get?
He
He
still
didn't
hasn't
get
been
picked?
picked
He's
yet. I'm
still
shocked.
there.
I'm
He's
not-
still
I
there.
would love to grab him. I would be ecstatic
I
if we
want
picked
or
him up.
I'd be happy. I would also
Him or
still-
Cooper, and as Cooper's still there too.
I would
Xavier
even go with
Harris
Xavier
is
Harris. I would
Davion
still-
Harris, Ole Miss.
I can't believe he's still there.
I think he's
There's
too
a lot
big,
of players.
too tall.
That's a problem. It could be a problem. But if you want to put some size on that
Wouldn't
line.
that be cool though? Him against Proctor on the line. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I think he's going to have to be like a 5 technique. At the next level.
Yeah. Let's see here as we wait for
I would
Miami.
like them to go back. I would like them to, by the way, this would also be a great place to get an S Cooper, like Josh said. Like, it'd be,
Oh, and
build
as
that
Cooper,
draft.
that would be a solid pick right
What
here.
about Brian Parker?
Yeah, from Duke.
Like, how is he
What's
still
up,
there?
Frank? There's a lot of guys who I look at here. I'm like, how are they still here?
And it happens every year.
Look at
Jack
that.
Andrews is still there.
Kaytron Allen is still on the board too, from Penn State.
Yep. Yeah, we talked
That's
about that.
interesting.
Yep.
Was CJ Daniels taken at any point or no?
No, Daniels was
Still
not
falling.
taken yet.
Still falling. I guess I didn't see that part. I didn't see him go. Oh, Pat Coogan's still there.
Pat Coogan.
This forbid. What happened to Coach? Coach didn't want to come to this.
No, he was having issues, so he just
Is he all right?
decided- 'cause everybody was here. Yeah, he just popped
All
out.
right.
Yeah, he's good.
What's up with
What
those-
happened to Steve?
He had to leave.
Oh, he had to leave too.
I'll be leaving here shortly.
We'll give you a break.
My wife is yelling at me.
Uh
I can't
Should
get in
I,
trouble when I'm here. That's the problem. I can't get.
It's
In
just
trouble.
easier for me to leave to blame it on her.
oh.
Well, the good thing is we're closing in, and it's not like we got to wait forever for the next pick. You got
Mhm.
20 and then 30 picks.
No, but I'm
and then
happy we got a
we're
6th
wrapped.
rounder though. At least we have something. to do
Yeah,
with
that
the
way
round.
we're not waiting for the whole 6th round. But let's see. I can't wait to find out.
I
what
like
this
the
is.
trade. When I heard the trade and I was watching you guys, I like the trade. The fact that they filled that gap in the 6th round, it was a good
Yeah.
trade. I was
Dude,
Yeah, it
I
was.
just
getting a good
saw
player there.
I just saw a stat right now that ESPN, threw up. The Dolphins allowed a 72%
Yes.
completion percentage last
Yes.
year.
Alex.
My
Dead
Brown. Good to see you, my
Oh,
man.
Let me ask you, so will Weaver can't screw that up with Trey Hendrickson and Roquan Smith and Kyle Hamilton and Jediah Bat. The guy can't screw this up in Baltimore. With what they've given him on defense, he can't
Wait.
screw that up.
Yeah, he has something to work with.
What do you think? You don't? Yeah, well, why? Because he doesn't have any corners or named after animals or weather patterns or things like that.
Could be, yeah.
First off, let's just say we're waiting on Miami's pick. Maybe I do want to wait till it's picked because, of course, when I'm talking, it's going to pop up. But
I want VJ Payne.
yeah, I appreciate that's Alex Brown in the house, former FTSN castmate, always part of the family. On FTSN, appreciate him dropping in. But you guys are watching the FTSN live draft coverage show of the Miami Dolphins,
Alex
sponsored by
Brown.
Kingswear.
A while.
Say what?
It's been a while since we heard that name.
I know. We're at pick 180. Dolphins are on the clock. Got Josh Wingate, Steve
Trump's
Malloy,
still overrated.
Constanza, Q, and Russ of on deck. And
I didn't know
College
Gunther's
Blitz.
still overrated.
Let's see here.
Man, they're taking a long time on this.
I'm thinking I would pick VJ Payne or
I want
Nuss
VJ
here.
Payne.
I want to see Nuss in Miami.
They might be able to get him in the 6th. I think the 6th round pick is the quarterback. Whoever's left, whether it's Taylor Green or whether it's Nuss, I think they think one of them is going to fall. I think this is trenches or this is secondary.
Yeah, Alex, I think we're going to have to call the Dolphins the Green Bay Texans.
By the way, I like Green Bay's pick. Green Bay's doing Green Bay today. Like it's very appreciate it. Ah, God. A lot of this draft is something else. The names of people I've probably never heard of. You could just imagine. Hey, Logan Fano, is it actually his brother?
Yeah.
Or no relation? No
Yep.
relation?
That's his brother.
That's his brother? Imagine, so could he end up in Cleveland? Maybe they'll
Maybe.
take him at 182.
Second brother connection.
Maybe.
And then who else? Styles.
Yeah.
Man,
Well,
they're taking a
Volvo
sweet
yeah.
time, boy.
I know,
Wow.
man.
How hard is it to make a pick?
This better be a good pick. This better be
better
a
be a
shocking
solid-
pick here.
Pick is in.
Pick is in.
Pick is in. They're trying to decide between quarterbacks, I think.
Yeah, that's
No
right.
way.
Right, this could be the quarterback.
I'm
Taylor
Malik
Green.
Willis. I have a lot of options now.
There's some players though on this board that I'd be happy about if they grab though. All seriousness.
I don't think they're.
I'm not gonna
pick
hate
a-
on. I'm not gonna hate on the Kevin Coleman pick, but I would have loved CJ Daniels. I would have been ecstatic if it was CJ Daniels, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
But another wide receiver. I'd be happy.
Yeah, why not?
They
Right?
might. I think they might double down on maybe a lineman.
Michael
or-
No, they
Trigg
have
is
to
still
go-
there at tight
they have
end,
to go
man.
Trenches. They have to. They haven't touched. Have they touched? They haven't touched the trenches.
They haven't.
First.
No, they haven't.
Anez Cooper. Parker's there.
And S. Cooper, Brian Parker.
I'd get a
Coogan.
guard right now. Guard. I would get a guard.
Who else is there?
I don't trust
Crown
Joe
over
enough
at
to save
Texas
my life.
A&M.
Oh no! Crazy.
Tight end. Yeah, I just said tight end. There you
Tight
go.
end. Another
Ooh.
tight end.
Another tight end? Is he a
Yeah.
blocking tight end? I don't know. I never heard this guy's name in my life. Anyone know?
He's a positional blocker. He's very athletic. He's
They are really going off the board.
he's smooth and fluid
Undersized.
mover. He's undersized, but they say he's a good blocker. So
Well, 6'3", 185. I mean, you know, the height is fine. It's the weight that really stands out to me.
Is
Yeah.
he British?
Did you say he was small? He's 6'4".
6'4",
Is he
6'3",
a
185.
no,
First
230,
receiver,
230,
First
235.
230.
230.
from NFL.
You guys drafted a Brit?
A Brit.
A Brit?
He's a
He's from
he's a
London,
move
wow.
tight end.
Well, that's going to be hilarious in South Florida.
Wow.
Oh
Tight
boy.
end. How many tight
Yeah,
ends
this-
we got now?
That's the second one.
Is it the second one?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
we
already
dropped
took, what's his name? Will Kazmarek.
Oh yeah.
Who, by the way, people love that guy as a dog. Like, that guy's a blocking tight end. He's a sixth lineman. He's a better version of Durham Smythe. Way better.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, I mean, I don't know. That one I'm not too.
His
I
stats are not.
I gotta look him up.
That
But,
one. That
you
one's
got-
kind of.
Yeah,
Well, I
five
mean, if you were gonna
touchdowns.
go tight end again, you know, you got Bentley, you got Trigg, you got Valerie from Syracuse. I mean, there are some guys still left on the board that you could have gone.
Same
there, but-
size as Adam Randall.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a weird pick.
But anyway, fellas, I'm about to jump off.
All right, Josh.
Might be back.
You
Appreciate
will
you.
not. Feel better.
Thank
right.
you, Josh. Appreciate you.
Josh Wingate. Appreciate
Yeah,
him.
that's the only draft I'm questioning.
That's a pick that makes the Will Kazmarek pick look like a. I know who Will Kazmarek was. Like that's a Brit. Like that's something different.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that I
So
think
we-
that's what the later rounds are, right? These are guys who are just
All
competition.
right, we got 20 picks till the next one.
Oh boy.
Man, showing his highlights. I mean, he moves well. Give him that.
Is he now? But now, are we starting to feel? Let me ask this question. Now, are we starting to question John Eric Sullivan in the sense that he said you need to build this team from the inside out, and he hasn't taken a tackle, he hasn't taken a defensive lineman, and he's only taken one offensive lineman. Like, if you
I
say
think
you're
you
gonna
would
build-
count the tight end that we drafted yesterday as a part of that protection on that O
That's
line.
2 out of your. You have 3 picks left. You have 2 picks left. So only 20% of your draft. You have 13. So less than 20% of your draft was spent on the inside. So essentially, he actually didn't do what he said you build a team on. Now he has next year, but his depth at the O line. If he just leaves this draft with Caden Proctor, he didn't address the O line. Where's the depth?
Well, you got Heck. You got Charlie Heck, tackle. They got what's his name? Salver.
Summerly.
Summerly. You got Mayer. You still got
Yeah, but you
Phoebe.
want competition, right?
You got plenty of depth.
Yeah, but who there though, Steve? Right now,
Mhm.
do you really you know Caden Proctor is going to be on the line, but
Yeah.
don't you want someone to push Jonah? Like
Salver. Salver's a guard.
maybe, but you should still
Yeah.
need a backup there, right? Meyer's your backup center.
You got Phoebe. You got Brandon Daniels or whatever his name is. Braden Daniels.
Still not.
I'll
not
say, I mean,
Not enough.
I'm going to do more work on him, but I'll tell you, just watching briefly what I'm watching here, Q just said it. He moves really well. Like, this might be an under the radar type of weapon.
Might be.
I mean, I'm at least what I'm watching. I'm going to watch more of him because obviously there's a reason why he's there and a reason why he wasn't mostly talked about. But I mean, as a receiving threat, I mean, he's making some strong catches. He's holding the ball after getting tackled. I mean, he gets hit hard and holds on and secures the catch into the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
I
They
mean,
say
look at
he's
that.
got great hands.
I just saw it right now. There was a behind the back kind of spin around catch. So
Yeah.
I mean, this is right here when we're in this draft or in this part of the draft. This is when this is when scouts matter. This is when they are watching, and this is their like we don't a lot of just the common people, whatever you call it. We don't know a lot of these guys. We know the big guys. Oh wow, Nussmeier, all that. But this is where you rely on your scouts. You go, hey man, this guy you may want to grab and stash. He might be something later on.
Yeah.
So
Good
I mean,
point. Yeah.
we'll see. We don't know. There's obviously again same scenario, right? There are better players we liked on the board, but they're sticking to their guns here, man. They're going after their guys.
Yeah, for sure.
He wants competition.
I like that. They know they're confident. They're confident and they know what they want.
Well,
They're
what's
sticking to the
interesting
plan.
about the Dolphins, though, is that the last couple of years, did we ever think Malik and Taj in the 6th round would be players that are like Malik is an important player on the team? Or last year, yes, you were forced to do it, but Jordan Phillips, Zeke Biggers, and Kenneth Grant were on the line, and they were both playing. Zeke Biggers was a key player on the defense last year. So
Yeah.
you know what? So in the end, you never know. These picks, you don't know what they're going to be.
You can find good value in the 5th and 6th rounds if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And they say this guy runs a 4.5 40. That's pretty fast for a tight end.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, Russ said it before. Kenyon Sadiq runs faster than Bijan Robinson. He's a tight end.
Yeah.
Right? See, I was listening.
Yeah.
I know you appreciate your love for the Dodgers. I know.
I love the Dodgers.
By the way, well, I'll jump on with you later one of these weeks. The beginning of the season, the parody is very weird. It's been such a weird start of the season.
Evan, I don't know if you saw the baseball news, but there is a Canadian city trying to get a Major League Baseball team.
Vancouver or Montreal?
Vancouver.
Yeah, not going to happen there. They don't
But
have
they're going to be able to. You have to have.
Talon Green off the board goes to Cleveland.
Really?
Cleveland.
Oh,
many
how many
quarterbacks do these guys-
quarterbacks they have?
They have like 25 quarterbacks.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Dude, if you're Talon Green, you have to look at that and go, come on, man.
Huh?
Really?
Come on,
Like,
man.
But you know what?
Really?
I'll say
Cleveland?
that might be his best chance to start. I mean, if he could beat out what he got
Dude,
there.
He's not beating out Shador, bro. Like,
Ah,
now
There's
that
also
Shador's a
Dylan
world
Gabriel,
beater,
that's
but like,
John.
He's not beating that Deshaun.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Deshaun is back healthy. I mean, again, now I don't know how. I don't know if that means he's going to be any good, but I mean, again, you have to at some point, if you're Cleveland, you have to start trading some of these quarterbacks, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand why you're stockpiling the amount of quarterbacks that you are over there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I could see 3, but 6?
Dude,
7?
it's so ridiculous. And listen, Cleveland across the board. I mean, Cleveland has had a good draft. I mean, they made some nice picks. And again, I don't like in a vacuum. I don't hate the pick. I think at this point in the draft, I think he's worth taking. It's just when you look at their quarterback room, you're just like, all right, when are you going to trade? You're going to have to get rid of some of those guys. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with that, Q. But as you made the point earlier, I think you said he's very athletic. They might switch him to receiver. Who knows?
Or
right?
that, yeah. I wouldn't push back on that for sure. I mean, he's again the kid's athletic. I mean, the traits are there, man. The traits are there. I mean, he's you have to like the measurables. You have to like the traits. It's just a matter of all right. Can we turn this guy into something? Right. Lou Riddick on the EFC, he's on the ESPN telecast, and he's like giddy as hell.
By the way, this is a great. By the way, Adrian's comment is 100% true. Yes, you need competition, but if you have 15 QBs, you have no.
You have
QBs.
none.
Yeah, I wouldn't push back on that one bit, bro. Not one bit.
That's the one thing I like about the Dolphins. Like, even if they draft one, they still have Cam Miller, who's a project. Quinn Ewers had some experience, and Malik. By the way, Malik is definitely the third best quarterback by far. But if you don't know, Malik, you don't know. Malik is like a rookie, and like honestly, that's why I want them to get an S group. I want them to build up those trenches to give him one more piece.
Yeah,
like I just want to
one
more piece.
This comment by is it Brett Lagasse?
Yeah. What about Brett? Yeah, he's a part of FTSN.
Okay, so yeah, Terrell Pryor 2.0 definitely gives me some Terrell Pryor vibes for sure.
Yeah, Brett comments for about every single show, but he has excuses that he could chat, but he can't come on these shows. I have to coordinate my shows around his busy schedule.
He finds a way to participate, right? That's all. I guess that's all you can ask, right?
I know. By the way, but some of these teams are getting bargains, just bargains. So like when these guys fall, it's just you're not. It's amazing. Just amazing. Like some of these guys who are still back are still here is crazy. Which tells you even these draft experts know nothing. They know nothing. It's a different way to do a mock next year. You just have to do the way it falls. And there's Cooper. It's like, why is he still there?
Yeah, that's wild that he's still available.
Yeah.
Who, if you take a look at like for the panel, if you take a look at the AFC East, who would you say has had the best draft so far? Who do you think? I know who Russ. I know who Russ will go.
I'll let everyone.
The Bills have not done a great job. The Patriots have been meh. But the Jets, in terms of premium talent,
Jets
have had the best draft because of the accumulation of picks and where they were picking.
Yeah.
But they don't have the problem. I think for them on offense is I don't trust the person behind center. I don't. Geno Smith.
So Buffalo
Geno Smith was not seen as the solution in Seattle. They moved on from him.
Yep.
They preferred Sam.
Yeah, granted, I think the Jets have done a good job. I think like you just mentioned, man. I think they've gotten some premier talent. Yeah, I think unfortunately for them, I think when you're looking at who the head coach is, I think not the answer. I'm sorry.
I don't trust Frank. I think Frank Reich is overrated as an OC.
I think Frank Reich's best days are behind him. I would agree with you, and I just don't think Aaron Glenn is the answer at head coach, man. I just don't.
People still refer to Frank Reich. Oh, remember that time he beat the Houston Oilers when Steve was 21 years old? Right, Steve?
Huh?
Steve,
What's that?
They were talking about Frank. Whenever they think of Frank Reich, they think about him when you were still about 18 years old, or maybe you were still
Yeah.
a teenager when he did that against the Oilers.
Yeah. What
Right?
what year was that? I'll tell you how old I was.
1990.
Yeah, it was early 90s for sure.
91,
91, 92, somewhere around
Yeah,
there.
somewhere around there.
Oh shit, I was in my 30s then.
I was complimenting you, and you just shot yourself up.
I know you were. I
was giving you some sweetness there.
I know
I mean,
you were.
to answer your question, you know my answer is the Jets. I will defend Gino a little bit. All right. He got thrown in a terrible situation in Oakland. He was very serviceable in Seattle. He had no offense.
Yeah.
Now, do I say he's going to take us to the playoffs this year? No. But on the Jets draft, like on taking Sadiq, I know they took Mason Taylor last year. I'm happy about it. Give me a 2 tight end set. Sadiq is an athlete, not just a tight end. You take David Bailey, who's got the stats. I think I was fine with it because you take the. I'd rather it's either the upside or the proven talent, and Arvell Reese definitely had the upside over Bailey, but you go with the proven talent, which the Jets have not done all the time. You go back to Quentin Coples was upside out the ass, and he was out of the league after about 4 years from North Carolina.
What a terrible pick that was, man.
Terrible pick. Or Vernon Golston.
Same.
If they kept my
Ohio
boy,
State.
if they kept my boy Johnny Vilma, they'd probably make it to the Super Bowl. But they took Vernon Golston. I love the Omar Cooper pick and D'Angelo Pons, who is they're comparing to his head coach. He would have been a first round pick if he wasn't 5'8", 5'9". But we were talking this morning. I was happy. Just they're taking players, winning players. Every player they took, those first 4 picks, came from a winning program. We're all in the college football playoff, which I think they needed to change that mentality. And I love Aaron Glenn. He's a Jet through and through. I love him. I don't know if he's the guy, but I will say Dan Campbell, his first year in Detroit, was 2-14. And then look what he did. Is he going to be Dan Campbell? But you got to remember he's a Dan Campbell disciple. Bill Parcells guy. Bill Parcells, discipled him and told him not to go into coaching right as he got out and told him to get into scouting. But I'm happy. I was holding my breath the whole time. After number 2, when the Jets came up till got to close to number 16, then I'm like, please don't take Ty Simpson. Please don't take Ty Simpson. And the Rams took him. They started breathing because I'm like, the Jets need so much more than a quarterback. I think next year's class is going to be, so much better with Arch, with CJ Carr, with Sayin, with Darian Mensos, who started looking a lot better at Duke, and he's going to should be a lot better. Keep that up at Miami with another year from Lenore Sellers. So I was like, I can breathe. Thank God because I did it. It would be a classic Jets pick to take Simpson there at 16 because they need a quarterback. But I'm happy. Just I wanted winning players, and all those players come from a winning program to change the mentality.
Yeah, I wouldn't push back on any of that. Again, man, you'll see what Gino gives you. I don't know if they're going to get anything out of a guy like Cade Klubnik. That wouldn't have been my pick at quarterback personally, but again, man, I think they've got some pieces, man. I mean, they especially on offense. I think you've got some talent you can that a quarterback can be successful with for sure.
I think the one thing
again, the skill positions you're good, but just the quarterback just isn't there.
It's always the running joke, and it was the joke this year. Dante Moore went back to Oregon. He didn't want to play for the Jets, which I'm fine with. I don't think he was ready. I don't think a person would make that decision if he did. But, I think the Jets now look more attractive to a quarterback than, say, a Fernando Mendoza this year, or a quarterback looks just more attractive, looks the offense. So we got some weapons.
Yeah.
And I forgot Dante Moore will be in next year's draft too. So I mean, a Jets fan is never optimistic. like some fans, we're not optimistic fan base. We never really have high expectations. We're a very negative fan base. I'm a pessimistic sports fan. We don't really have minus a few years here and there when I wasn't alive, or 2011 after we went back-to-back AFC Championship games. We're a pretty negative fan base, but I don't think Geno Smith's taking this playoffs. 5-6 wins. But
would you have more faith in Malik?
Yeah, with the Jets, yeah. But I don't think they wanted to pay Malik Willis $27 million a year.
No, it's 20. No, it's 22.
22. I don't. 22. Yeah. 22. I don't think he would have came to New York with what they have. So I mean, I'm happy. I'd probably cap it at 5-6. DSG. What do you got Miami at though? How many after this? We've gone through. Everybody here after we've gone through 5 rounds now. You're starting to see more future of your roster. What's the outlook on the year for my Dolphins fans?
4 to 5.
4 to 5.
Mm-hmm. If everything goes well, everything pans out, and I would say maybe ceiling is maybe 6 or 7.
Oh yeah,
I had to do it.
I hate. I work at a
Huh?
school. I told my kids they're not allowed to say that around me ever again.
I'll be honest with you. I can't see 6 or 7 wins, man. I
You
really
can't?
can't. Like,
This
nah.
year? This year?
No, I said that's the ceiling.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at the schedule. To see.
Tough schedule. It's a very tough.
They got a tough schedule.
And all you guys can agree with me because I'm in this pool every year. The Jets are top 10 of the pick. I'm like, oh, we start getting some players, and then they put the schedule out. I'm like, what the fuck? Why do we have excuse my language, I'm sorry. Every year, why do we have a top strength? Yeah, sorry, Bobby. Top strength schedule, but it's just so we had a couple years in New England down here. Now New England's good again. So you always have to play New England and Buffalo 2 times a year, every time. And you guys as Dolphin fans are feeling it the same way. I'm like, every year, toughest strength of schedule in football. I'm like, can I get 1 year where it's a down year?
Yeah, I want to say too very quick because Kaytron Allen going to Washington. That's a really good pick at that point in time. That's a really solid pick. Where did Singleton go? I didn't see Singleton come off the board.
He went to Tennessee. I think he went to Tennessee. I believe. I think so.
He did. Tennessee Titans.
Yep.
Wow, that could be some hot upside.
Dude, that's a nice little running back room to pair with Ty Spears and
after losing out on Jeremiah Love early.
Yeah, and the dude from and Pollard. That's a nice little running back room, man. That's not bad.
Are we going Jeremiah Love as the surprising pick, most surprising pick in the first round, or was Ty Simpson going 13 just too much?
No, I mean, I think from the jump, Jeremiah Love, no matter how you broke it down, no matter who was going to take him, he was going in the top 5. Like there was never any doubt about that, right? I think the whole Ty Simpson deal. I think early on, I saw some mocks with him, at 13 to the Rams, but I think as time went on, I think people kind of started going away from that, and I think everybody was like, end of the first, they had Arizona taking him kind of at the end of the first, trading back in or whatever. I think to me that was the most surprising right there is him at 13, because everybody had Jeremiah Love in the top 5. It's just a matter of who was going to take him. Simpson at 13 was more of a surprise for sure.
What was shocking about Jeremiah Love was going to the Cardinals. If he went to the Titans or to the Giants, it would not shock anybody.
Yep.
I think the thing that shocked everybody about Ty Simpson, there was talk about him going to midway point of the first round. I saw number 2 to the Jets. So going in the first round wasn't that surprising. What was surprising was the reaction or the aftermath of the pick with Sean McVay and the GM there. Like they do not look like, I don't know if it's a skit or not, or whatever you call it, but they do not look like they're on the same page with that pick. Yeah. That was the shock. as shocking as Mike, like again, some of the players that are still left on this board, and of course Nussmeier is the one that we keep looking at here, but Michael Trigg, tight end out of Baylor, still there. Brian Parker, Xavion Harris, Ole Miss defensive lineman, offensive guard Enes Cooper, still there. Safety VJ Payne, still on the board. Anthony Lucas at edge rusher. I mean, there are still Dante Colione still on the board. I mean, there are some good names left here at running back. You know, Clybourne, who Miami's met with, he's in the small side, but still he's a speedster. Miami's met with him. But there are still some good names left on this board. Let us bring in, oh, here comes the Jets. Enes Cooper. There you go. Cooper goes to the Jets. I hate the Jets.
Oh, the Jets.
I hate those ugly diarrhea
Those
green
ugly,
Jets.
stupid effing Jets.
Man.
I hate
Nice
them with
pick
a
for them.
freaking passion.
Talking about spoiling a pick. I'm going to spoil your next pick, Bobby.
Well, it came up on our board first right here. You could have just kept looking at the screen. You would have saw it.
Gone.
Yeah,
Gone.
I'm happy
I
for him,
can't
man.
believe in that super gone, man.
To the Jets, Miss Vince.
Manure.
The Jets.
I'm happy
Miss
for him, man.
Vince
I'm
in
glad.
the
I'm glad he's
house.
off. I'm glad he's off the board.
Yeah, at least he
That's
gets
8 Canes. I think that's 8 Canes drafted so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question. How do you go from a 0.4 in high school to a 3.7 in college?
That's Arvell Reese, right?
Arvell Reese had a 0.4 in high school.
Yeah, I saw that. Which is kind of weird to me because I mean, how would he qualify? How would he qualify in terms of grades and everything? You know what I mean?
I mean, you know how hard that is to get that. Like you just don't show up to class. I mean, that's like trying not to.
Yeah,
to-
you just turn nothing in. Like that. That's how you land a 0.4 GPA. You just turn nothing in.
That's crazy work.
I mean, the SAT you get points for signing your name.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, you show up, you show up to I don't know what the hell they had in terms of classes. One of your weight training or something. You show up, once a week. But a 0.4 GPA is wild.
That is wild
to hear about. That's crazy. And then to leave Ohio State. What is it? It said he had a 3.4 or 3.7 or something like that. There is no damn way.
It
There is no damn way.
It is a Harvard of the upper Midwest up there in Ohio State.
How many players
it
from
not?
Ohio State were picked in this draft? Bananas.
The Bengals just took Brian Parker.
Oh, good stuff.
What's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, what's up,
Yes,
Vince?
ma'am.
Hey, guess who's back? Holy smokes! What a drive!
What a draft is right.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm actually doing double duty right now, but they'll be all right. Yeah, these last picks. I'm gonna be
like
honest.
him?
I don't like them at all, man. Not even a little bit.
You're so negative.
Why not?
You're so
Why
negative.
Are
not?
you kidding me? No. Are you kidding me? We already got 18 million wide receivers now. You're going to draft another wide receiver, another tight end, and you don't even think about maybe getting a running back with the HN situation or maybe getting a guard or, I don't know, a corner? Like, what are we doing? This is just, it's nuts. It's nuts. This is just, honestly,
Well, yeah.
frustrating as a fan. It's frustrating as a fan.
I think they feel they're set at the in the trenches. We got some depth in the trenches.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Look at what's still left.
Is anybody surprised that the Dolphins haven't taken anybody on the D line, or was that expected?
No, I think that I still think they could go D line. I mean, there's still I mean, just the way Miami's drafted again. I'm just not surprised by anything right now in Miami. I mean, they're sticking to whatever board they're using. They're committed.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody keeps saying we need this, we need that, we need this. We were talking about it before they took Kevin Coleman, that we could see them with the talent still at wide receiver. They could go 3 deep in wide receiver. They did. You know, you look at what they've done so far. I mean, 2 tight ends, right? Say to your whatever, however you say his last name, I can't say it, but
Trayor.
you know, you get the 2 tight ends, you get the 3 receivers, you get a safety, you go 2 linebacker, you go a lineman. Really, you could call the tight end that we got yesterday at Ohio State. That could be like your second blocking offensive lineman, you know. But really, I mean, I hate to say like, you know, oh, well, you know, I'm looking at the board. There's still so much talent on this board. It's not only Miami that's just picking these picks that kind of, because there's so much talent there that you talk about D linemen, like, oh, if Miami wanted a D lineman, they got plenty there. There's not like, oh, they've missed out. You know, Rashawn Benny out of Michigan, Xavier Harris, Landon Robinson out of Navy. I mean, there's some names there. You go to safety, VJ Payne, Cole Wisniewski still on the board. Interior offensive lineman. My God, they lost out on Cooper and Parker. God help us all. You know, Pat Coogan is still on the board. Chris Adams out of Memphis is still on the board. You go to offensive tackle for just S and giggles. Double dip on tackle. You got Tristan Lay out of Clemson. You got Crownover out of Texas A&M. All right, well, let's talk about running back. Damon Kleinborn out of Wake Forest. They like him. They've met with him. He's still there. Roman Hemby still on the board. So it's not the end of the world. They're sticking to their board, and I get it.
Yeah, but there were other positions of need, in my opinion, that we could have definitely focused on. That we just, I just feel like we didn't take advantage. I mean, when you're talking about the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, that's when you get your hidden gems. That's where those guys that you're not really expecting, but you want to take a chance on, that you feel like, okay, they might be backups, but they could be a starter. That's the gems, and I feel like we just gave up on some gems.
But you see, what you just said is the reason why they did that. You just said why they would go after, like you go, but they had other needs. Later in the draft, you're looking for player. You're going on your board. You're letting your scouts make the guy, and you go, hey, okay, this receiver, we could get him later in the round. Grab him because he might stump up like Malik Washington, Taj Washington, those guys later on. You just hit the nail on the head as to why they make those picks. And, you know, because you could be like, man, we need all these needs. Let's go ahead and skip on the guy that we think has higher ceiling because we need a defensive tackle that we don't think has that ceiling. Like, so it's funny that you were saying that, and I was about to say my response was going to be what you just said. So you just took the words out of my mouth. Like you're debating yourself.
I'm not debating myself, even though I can, I guess, I can argue anything,
now if you're going based off Miss Finz's board or Bobby's board or whatever, right? You're 100% right. Like the guys, there's still guys on my board that I would take at a pick if I had it. But Miami obviously is going somewhere else. Barian Brown could have been a good pick at 200 if Miami didn't get a receiver because you want a returner. That guy's a returner. Josh Cameron could have been another good pick at wide receiver at this point. Because even though you go, man, but you already took 2 wide receivers. Why do you need another one? Because it's talent. Miami's receivers room. This is not a team that we're expecting to make any
BPA.
runs. According to you.
See, that's what we got to keep in mind. What everybody's. I'm not saying you, Miss Finns, or anybody else on here, but I'm just saying in general, I'm talking. We got to keep in mind Miami's going nowhere this year. Okay, we're not getting needs this year. We're fulfilling talent. We're fulfilling the best value. We're fulfilling what fits Sully and Hafley's, philosophy, what they want. Okay, and remember, we got another draft next year too. We're not going to fulfill all those needs, as a lot of folks are looking at, in one draft. Not all of these 13 players that we draft are going to start. They may not even make the team. Some of these teams.
That's a good point.
True. But guess what? You know what they can be? Depth. You know what they can be? Practice squad. Yeah. So for me, you have 2 years to ramp up a team to whatever scheme it is that you're looking to do. Mm-hmm. This is when you do it in this first round where you can get great players of positional needs or at least BPA. And next round and next year's draft do the same thing. But right now, I don't know. I just feel like
see that you just said it. BPA that in their mind, BPA is the players that they're picking. In their mind. In our mind,
Never
it's
mind.
not.
Oh, definitely in their minds. That's for sure.
I want
Yeah,
to say
in
too,
our
I
mind,
want to
it's
say
not.
too, one of the main things people kept saying as we were doing these draft shows up until this point, coming out of this draft with 5 to 7 starters or guys who could contribute day one. And I mean, you look on this board and you look what Miami's done. Proctor, Johnson, Rodriguez, Chris Bell, Kyle Lewis, right there, 5, right there. Let's say these 5 right here. For sure, those guys could be day one contributors. Caleb Douglas, who was taken at 75, that was like, whoa, wait a second. But obviously they have high hopes from that could be a rotational contributor on day one. So that's 6.
Yeah.
Then you got Kakmarek, who I'm butchering his name, the tight end. So that's about 7 guys for sure who are going to be contributing in some fashion for Miami. And that's what Miami has done. Not only that, you're going, hey, what can we project these guys 5 to 10, 5 years from now? It's also about what can they do for this team. And what's great is we're going to have an idea because all these guys are going to have an opportunity to play. That's what this team is. And so Kevin Coleman at 177, to me, I thought he'd go a little higher. I think that's great value. I like that Miami's triple dipped at wide receiver. There's talent in this receiver class, but it's not enough talent where it's like, hey, we're gonna go ahead and pass on Jeremiah Smith unless everybody's really great. Next year, if you're good, you get that receiver from Ohio State, you do it. But Kyle Lewis at 138, like mind blown. Like we talk about, oh my gosh, and then I understand. You look at Seydou Terrier, right? That was the one who's kind of like interesting. Like, nobody had that because he's way lower. And I kept telling everybody, go lower. But then when you watch, like what Q was saying earlier, and I follow what Q was talking about, watching some of the stuff very quick, the film on him, he has some moves, man. He kind of is like that under the radar type guy. But again, to Ms. Finn's point, it's a camp body. That's depth. Let's see. He might not make the team. This might be a practice squad guy, but that's what you do in this draft. That's where at this point in the draft, you're looking for those needle in the haystacks. It's not about, oh my God, look at all these great guys that are in the top. It's
Also,
about finding those pieces, trusting your process. What do you say, Russ?
You're filling out your special teams guys.
Yes, exactly.
Also, too, guys, and we mentioned this. I mentioned it kind of not long after I came on. The reason why all these guys are going to have a chance, on this team in some form or fashion is when you're looking at the Dolphins roster. Again, we talked about it. I think I saw the number at 43 players that they own the roster who are minimum contract players.
43,
There's 43, if I'm not mistaken. So you're looking at what it is you're taking in this draft, and for a lot of reasons, there's Pat Coogan right there. And so for a lot of reasons, you're looking at these players coming in and going, they're going to have as good an opportunity, as anybody, to make this team and contribute, right? Because you have to have, for 2 reasons. One, again, I think with the Dolphins and their cap situation, right, and just the lack of kind of top end talent. Again, when you're looking at what it is you have on minimum deals, these are guys that you're going to have a chance to beat out. If you're decent, you're going to have a chance to beat these guys out. They're on minimum contracts for a reason.
Right.
So if you're looking at these guys that you're drafting, they're going to have as good a chance. They're going to have as good a chance as any to come in, on this roster with the way it stands right now. And if they take advantage of the situation, they could be people who contribute early just based on the way the roster's built so far. So. Again, man, time will tell, with all these picks, just like anything. But, again, if you're being drafted by the Dolphins, I think you have to look at the situations you're going to have in front of you and, and think that it plays, to your advantage to be able to come in and contribute early based on the way the roster looks.
You have opportunity.
Absolutely.
I totally understand where you're coming from. And I think that's a great take. My only thing is there's certain positions that are premium positions. Obviously, everybody knows the quarterbacks. There's no point in saying that. But when you have like the trenches, to me, you can always trade for a wide receiver and get them, and it might not cost you that much. You could always trade for, honestly, a safety or even a corner that may not cost you that much. But what you really almost never see traded are going to be linemen, offense or defense, because they're expensive positions. So I guess my philosophy is I'm going to go as much in the trenches as possible if I already don't have my line. Key example, when Joe Burrow and the Bengals made it to the Super Bowl in the AFC Championship, he got sacked 9 times because they were missing what was it? Two other starting O linemen, but their backups were pretty much starters as well, which is why they were able to still make it to the Super Bowl. So
Well,
my
that-
thing is, that year they literally had a starting O line and a backup starting O line. Like that's how much emphasis they put into it. To me, that's what I want, especially in those positions that you just can't pay for because they're too costly.
Well,
And that's where I would have doubled up.
And where I would push back on that just a little bit, Ms. Fins, and I get what you're saying. I don't necessarily disagree with you, kind of on the whole, but you have a chance to do what you did and make the Super Bowl when you've got a Joe Burrow, when you've got a Jamar Chase, and you've got a T. Higgins, right? So the talent that they had, you were able to kind of mitigate that based on the talent you had, because they almost got Joe Burrow killed on the way to the Super Bowl. I mean,
they did.
I mean, he was getting hammered. I mean, they were beating him up, but they were able to get over that based on how talented, they were at the skill positions, obviously at the quarterback position, the whole deal. So yeah, it wasn't ideal. Trust me, they've been trying to fix the O-line around Joe Burrow essentially since he got drafted. Like that's definitely not ideal to get Joe Burrow hit as much as he was getting hit on the way to the Super Bowl. They just happened to be able to overcome that and make that run. But they've been trying to fix that O-line around him, for forever, right? And we'll see if they finally got it fixed. But yeah, there again, right? I mean, and kind of to go back to your point in terms of like your line of scrimmage players. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what you're talking about, right? Your left tackle is always going to be cheaper than your right guard, for example, right? And so it's relative, right? Those moves, you make moves that you have to make to fortify the team and to strengthen the team, however it is you see fit. Sometimes it's through the draft, sometimes it's through trade. You want to get value one way or the other, whether you're drafting or through trade. You want to get value, right? You have to make sure that you're making those moves because obviously, in the NFL, it's a hard cap, right? And so you're hamstrung a little bit, like the Dolphins are going to be for the next couple of years with that dead money. There again, they like what they have at certain positions and other positions, not so much. But again, moving forward, just like Bobby mentioned, right? And I think Steve Malloy did also. It's like, yeah, BPA for me may differ from BPA for you, and may differ from BPA, from what Russ is saying. So, again, you just you like some of the moves, and then you kind of disagree with some of the moves. That's going to happen in every single draft class and every single fan base. There's going to be some moves we like, some moves we don't like. In the end, though, again, to me, the Dolphins they've done okay. I think they've done pretty good. And these last couple picks, I think you have to like the upside of that kid Traore, the tight end from Mississippi State. I mean, the few clips that they showed him, he's got some ability. That guy moves well, for his size, has nice hands and everything. I think he could be a guy who makes a team and ultimately contributes. But just like anything, man, these rookies on a team like the Dolphins, they have to like what they see on that roster. They have to like what they see on the depth chart, given this kind of the lack of high-end talent. They have to like what they see as they come into camp and what they'll be able to do, given the way the roster is put together right now. So hopefully they come in and they take advantage of the situation and make the team and are productive. That'll be up to them to take advantage.
And it's Sully's and Hafley's first draft. I'm going to give them a little slack on that. It's their first draft. Once they put these pieces into place this year, the draft, the roster that they presently have and everything, and then they play in the regular season or even the preseason, then they can see what they have and what their real needs are going to be. It may be next year. Next year they'll be able to open up a little bit with the monies a little bit and maybe get a couple free agents here and there. And plus they'll have the next draft too to work with. So they just have to see what, how this pans out before they can make any definite moves. And they got to have the monies. And we don't have a lot of the monies this year at all.
Tons of money next year.
Which is why you have to
We're gonna have tons of money
draft.
next year.
We're gonna have we have over
but you got to
$20 million
pay them too. You got to pay them too, and we don't have the monies. to pay him.
Or have 20 million post June 1st.
You know,
Well, remember though,
pick-
remember
Draft
what
class
John Eric Sullivan said.
Not
Even
signing
though we
free
got a lot
agents.
of money, do not expect him to go crazy in free agency because they
Yeah,
got to sign their
but
draft
No,
picks.
he's not.
Yeah.
Bobby, what did
They're
we
not
say?
going to do anything after the draft. They said
Bobby,
that.
in every
already.
show we've
He
said,
said
how
it
many?
already.
What are our expectations next season?
Nothing, zero,
Thank you. That's
low
it.
little
positive.
expectation.
It's
And I
a
want to
great
say
day.
though,
it's Christmas every day.
here's New England's pick, Crown over Texas. There you go, offensive
Yeah.
lineman.
Demetrius Crown.
For everyone tuning in right now, we got
Crown over.
1,800, close to 1,900 people watching live right now on all platforms. Here watching the Miami Dolphins draft live coverage show here on FTSN, sponsored by Caneswear. Appreciate everybody tuning in. If you're anywhere other than YouTube, come on over to YouTube here on the Finstock Sports Network. Like and subscribe and comment. Anyone who comments is enrolled into the giveaway for today and could win a Caneswear gift card. We'll pick the winner
Except Ray
towards
Finkel.
the end of the draft.
Except Ray Finkel.
What?
Except Ray Finkel, who said yesterday he just came for the gift card.
Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
The receive, you should see about that. I'm just here for the gift card.
That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
I saw it.
That's hilarious.
I made a comment.
Oh, but by the way, you'd like
That's
this,
true.
Russ, you'd like this shirt.
Big League Chill.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
That was my favorite thing as a kid.
Old
I saw
school,
I saw
old school right there.
Dolphins. I saw Dolphins Thirsty jump in, so I threw on my Yankees hat for him right after
Oh,
that.
you should.
This-
Wasn't Thirsty supposed to join? Was he here? Did I miss him?
He no, he was supposed to join. He thought he was coming on at noon. I was like, no, you're supposed to go on with Steve at 2. He was like, oh, and then he's like, well, you have a big panel. I'll just wait. I'll have Steve tag me. I said, okay. So they got any better Wi-Fi at Caneswear? Sure, I'd assume.
Yeah, it's the Winston-Salem. It's the winds. It's the
Hey, so there was a question.
thing, like Dolphins,
DS,
like the dial-up. We're still living in the 90s.
Here, DSG has a comment. Go ahead, Steve.
No. The comment says Miss Finns. We asked it earlier. How many wins you expect out of Miami next year? Or this year?
Great question, DS. And do me a favor if you haven't done so already, hit that like button over here. Let's get these guys to
Yeah,
30
for
million subscribers. Thank you. Look, I personally think 4-13 match for the Dolphins. Prior to this draft, that was my original.
Mhm.
No, way too early prediction. 4-13.
Right, right.
I would still stick to it. I gotta see the rest of this draft how it goes.
Mhm.
That to me, if I have to think about it, maybe we might go 5 or 6 wins. Maybe.
So just
But
to
I could also see the upside all the way up to honestly 9 wins. I would
so
say.
so
Wow.
so just so I 100% disagree with 9 wins, and I'll tell you why. We're just to
That's
to
it.
be completely
Get
honest.
this
Ask me
San-
how many
get-
wins. Wait till you ask me
Get
how many
this San Francisco guy out of here.
So I'm just
No, I'm only
saying.
kidding.
So I'm just saying.
I'm
Look,
only
I got their schedule brought up, right? And obviously, we know who they play. We don't know when they're playing. But if you're looking at the schedule, right, you look at their home opponents: Buffalo, New England, New York, obviously in the division. Then they got the Bears, the Bengals, the Lions, the Chiefs, and Chargers. Good luck with that. And then their away opponents, obviously Bills, Patriots, Jets, Denver, Indianapolis, Green Bay, the Raiders, the Vikings, and the Niners. Fellas, I'll be honest with you.
And ladies,
We're gonna dog walk the Niners. We're
Yeah.
gonna dog walk the Niners.
The team that we have this year, no matter what it is, will be better than the team Flores had, who got 5 wins. But let me all tell you something.
Yeah.
You know how many wins we're going to have next season? To me, it's already a perfect season. Bobby, why is next year going to be a perfect season? Can you guess why?
Why?
Because Chris Greer's gone.
Chris Greer, Tua
There you go.
Tagovailoa, and Mike McDaniel are
Facts.
out of here. So to me, it's a perfect season. Praise the
Yes.
Lord.
I just
Great.
listen, and I'm with you. I'm with you, right? To me, I call that addition by subtraction.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
1,000%. But boys, listen, and lady, excuse me, bro. That schedule is
Brutal.
no
It's
joke,
brutal.
brother.
Hence
It
my
is
4-13
joke.
prediction.
That is tough.
We're Miami now.
Oh,
Miami's
by the
big.
way, Bobby, can you believe the
All right.
Rams room that they now added CJ Daniels? Mother.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw CJ Daniels. I saw him come off. I hate that.
I think yeah. I think
I
that's
would not.
nine Canes drafted.
That's awesome. Shout out to the
Love
Miami
that.
Hurricanes. I love it. I hate that they're not a
that.
Dolphin, but
Yeah.
here we go. Here's another random pick. Let's go. Let's get
No, I think. Come on, VJ. If they do VJ Payne, all is forgiven. John Eric Sullivan.
DJ Payne, Xavion Harris. You know, again, offensive line. If you're looking at offensive line, there's a few of them on here. Again, they've been going Texas, right? DJ Campbell from Texas.
Yeah.
You know, that's a name to look at. Adams,
It's
Reed
big
Adams from
and
Texas
Diego
A&M.
Pons.
Chris
They're gonna
Adams.
double. They're gonna quadruple on wide receiver.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, now that Daniels is gone, but I mean,
As
receivers.
long
I
as
mean,
it's not a wide
Is it fine for
receiver or a
Nussmeier?
tight end,
Is
I
it fine
think
for
I will
Nussmeier?
be all right.
Yeah.
Hey, Constanza, does Caden Proctor give you shades of Mekhi Becton?
No, because of where he played. Because he played in Alabama.
He's going to
Because
eat
he's
himself
played
out.
in the-
He's going to eat himself out.
No, I don't think he will.
I'm sorry.
No, we have
What'd you say?
A plus health
I'm sorry, say that one
facilities
more
in
time.
Baptist Health.
Krispy Kreme.
We have a health. We're run by Baptist Health. We have a facility there. Put him in there. Give him an
All
IV.
all that Latin food in Miami is really healthy for you.
He is going to be perfect. He'll be perfect. I'll set him up at Flanagan's on a nightly basis.
You
him
give him a
Dolphin
shot of
tickets, he'll be
give him a shot of cafe con leche. He'll be
You'll
good.
have a lot of banana
Coffee
leche.
con leche. Man,
He'll be
DJ
good.
Payne would be a solid.
He'll
pick
be
here.
fine. He'll maul it. Hey, by the way, we thought the same thing of Patrick Paul, and he's a big boy too, and he worked out very well.
Hey, the guy, he lives in the sauna, 130 degrees.
Hot
He
work.
loves
Yeah.
the.
By the way, look at Zeke Biggers. I'm telling you right now, we'll go late. Zeke,
Oh yes,
don't say a word.
Bobby.
Don't say a word. Don't say a word.
Oh, you got happy, huh? You got happy.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you
you
see,
go.
DJ Campbell. I said it.
Yeah.
I called it. There you go. The offensive
Oh
telling
my
you, man.
god!
They went
Hey,
trenches.
look,
Go,
all
Miss
time.
Vince.
Oh my
Miss
god!
Vince, there you go.
Powerful,
Thank you,
experienced
Lord.
lineman, good size, strong. I like it. 6'3", 313. There you go. Good work ethic. I like this pick. Solid pick. Here later in round 6, right? We're still in 6.
Did
So there you go.
did we move to Texas or something?
I don't know.
Look, I mean, my goodness. Chris, no, not
Thank
Chris.
you.
Jacob Rodriguez,
It's.
Caleb
I've
Douglas,
been.
Ray Moore,
Hey,
Michael
yeah.
Taft, DJ
Evan.
Campbell.
Yeah.
Evan,
Yes.
I've got the intel, man. I've been.
It's all
giving-
you, eh? It's all
I've been
you,
feeding
eh?
them all the intel. Yeah.
It's all you. It's amazing.
sir.
Wow.
I've been saying it. Steve is working hard, extra hard in Texas, and Ralphie
Yep.
boy's working harder up in heaven, getting it done here. Here we go.
There you go.
You're really trying to do whatever you can to appeal to Arch Manning next year.
Yes.
But you better get the first pick because you're not going to have the weapons to trade
I ain't
up.
about no Arch Manning. I ain't holding my breath on no Arch Manning.
I believe next year is going to. There's so much more than Arch Manning for next
Yeah.
class.
Yeah. I'm not sold on Arch Manning, to be honest with you.
It's the name alone.
By
Yeah.
the way, we're
yeah, it
picking
is.
players that actually like to play in the heat. This is good.
Yes.
Texas,
Yes.
Alabama, I'll take it.
Yeah.
San Diego. By the way, if you're these guys, they're moving from hot to hot. Like they know what the heat is. They're going to go 2-a-days in the hot sun, 110 degrees.
San Diego, depending where you are, is not really hot,
It's 80 degrees and sunny every day. Come on.
and you got no humidity.
I don't care. It's beautiful there every day.
San Diego, 100%. SDSU.
Oh,
is-
yeah.
SDSU.
Donovan
San-
Jackson.
San Diego's got some good weather.
What's our next one? 238, guys. 238.
I don't like jumping in
Sorry?
the ocean though. It's freezing.
San Diego.
It's a nice little change of. I mean, it's cold on the. It's nice.
About time he showed up.
I'm in the
Yeah.
Gulf, so it's always once it hits August, you're going jumping in the sauna.
Yeah.
It's coming up.
This was a great pick.
It was before. I missed it before.
Great pick. Listen, be mad at me all you want, people. This is what I wanted. This is what I
College
wanted.
season or this NFL season, Vogel?
Got your wish, Miss Vince.
Oh,
Let me know your availability, Vogel. Bandwagon is back. The
We're
girth
good.
wagon is back.
So is this guy
We're
a
good.
starter? You think he's a starter?
I think. No,
You
I
think
would
that-
say right now he's going to compete because you
Okay.
think of if Austin Jackson, if Jackson beats out, for instance, Proctor moves inside the guard, or Proctor starts at right tackle, Campbell could compete with even Savannah. And again, I'm not somebody who's given up on Savannah.
Yeah.
Me
but
neither.
I'm all about making competition. Like Savannah wants to, he's going to go in his second year, but he has to compete for that job. That's going to make him
I
better.
agree.
And if he can't beat out Campbell, then he doesn't deserve the job. So I'm not giving up on him. I believe in Savannah. I saw a lot of things that I loved last year from him in regards of before he was drafted. He had some spots, but he struggled. He was not put in his natural position. I'd have him compete. And this is a good spot right here. Have him compete with DJ Campbell for a starting guard spot and see how it plays out.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and that's what you get. That's what you get with with the new regime and new coordinators and all that, right? It's everybody starts from the ground level, right? You start from square one, and there's just again, there's going to be very few positions on the Dolphins that are not wide open right now, right?
Up for
Again,
grab.
it's Malik Willis at quarterback, and really aside from that, it's again,
Achane.
I'm assuming
Achane.
Patrick, exactly, Achane, Patrick Paul, but I mean, you're again by and large, every position is up for grabs as it relates to the Dolphins and this new staff. I would imagine. So.
I agree with that.
You think we traded? Do you think he's done, or do you think we come back into the seventh? If we look back at the list of players,
we got
by the way,
238.
if you look at the list of teams that are left heading into this next round,
we got one more. We got one more pick.
Yeah, but who
more.
needs the quarterback? Who needs Nussmeier? Because how this guy is making it through 6 rounds is bananas to me. This is Quinn Ewers. This could be your Quinn Ewers.
I mean, at this point, it's bringing somebody in just to, as a developmental guy. There's nobody at the quarterback position that you're looking at and really
what is the
bringing
knock
in
on this poor kid?
It's wild. It's wild, man. To me, like
This is worse
it's
than McCoy.
crazy. It's absolutely crazy that he's lasted this long. I don't
This
get
is worse than McCoy.
I don't know, Q. I had him above Aller.
Bobby, see, Bobby, see, this is the most important thing. Hunter said it. When Constanza's optimistic, we're in the right direction.
Only for halfway through the season when he lost it. He goes, "Oh, but I've been optimistic all the time. It's all trash."
Did I keep my promise? Did I keep my promise
I know,
to you?
I know.
You see that? Jersey?
Every episode, point back there. Yeah, I know. I see.
So don't tell me I don't keep my promises.
I know.
The HN jersey was ordered the day they fired McDaniel. The day they fired him, I purchased that jersey.
All right. I want to look at something here. I wish I could.
No, we're not taking Manning in 2027. Not happening. He's overrated. He couldn't beat up Quinn Ewers for the job.
Yeah, I agree.
What are your thoughts? Since you brought Arch Manning, Q and Russ, what are your thoughts on Arch?
Don't be mad. Don't be mad, guys. But this could happen.
Not gonna happen.
This could happen. You
No.
never know. And Tansa, you're a hater, so we understand your position. But you never know, man. Like, this could be setting it up so by the time he's available, his guy's already ready for him. So I'm just saying.
Listen, the Arch Manning deal to me, I've always I've always been kind of intrigued by it just because just the hype was unreal, right? I mean, it was definitely, it was always going to be difficult to live up to that hype, right? Based on the coverage he got, coming out and the whole deal. So anything short of the guaranteed first pick overall, is essentially kind of a disappointment given the way he's been covered, from the time he was in high school, right? Listen, he started off kind of rough last year. I think he had a nice end to the year, and I think that's kind of what what got Texas to win the games. How he projects to the next level. I mean, I'm really interested to see. I've heard a bunch of people raving about him, and then I've heard other people say, they don't think he'll be a first, second, or third quarterback taken next year. If you look at the names of the quarterback class next year, it looks like it's going to be a hell of a class. I mean, you look at CJ Carr,
this year's draft.
Dante. Say again.
They said that about this year's draft.
And they did. They absolutely did. When me and Russ talked about that, last season is, how much they hyped Drew Ryler and Nussmeier and Klubnik and the whole deal. And look at what's happened, right? And so, you always kind of have to be careful, with those projections, right? And that's why I look at, not to change the subject, but if you look at what the Rams did, with Ty Simpson, a lot of people may disagree with it, but I think that's one of those cautionary tales, right?
That's a great pick for him.
If you got an old quarterback, you got to plan, for that guy to not be there in the very near future, right? And so rather than sit there and go, hey, listen, we'll wait till next year. There's nothing guaranteed next year, right? And so, for them, that was the right thing to do. Time will tell if that was the right pick or not. But I can see why they did it, right? And so again, you project to next year. Like to me, if you sit there and you look at that class and you go, listen, is he going to be better than CJ Carr? Is he going to be better than Dante Moore? Is he going to be better than Darian Mensah, Lenore Sellers, so on and so forth? Like I'm not totally sold on that. I'm not
the name
certain that he's going to be, the top pick overall next year. We'll see. We'll see what happens this year, but he's got it all. When you look at the coaching, when you look at the talent around him and the whole deal, he's got everything he needs to be successful. Right. And so,
and the name,
and the name, exactly, the pedigree. Right. So I expect him to be really good. I don't know that I expect him to be, first pick in the draft.
Don't forget.
No, I don't think he'll be the first pick at all, actually. I think he might go in the first. I just don't even think he might go top 10, honestly. I think he might go mid first round, possibly. The name might bump him up a little bit, but he's probably going to end up being in the first round anyways because he is a Manning, so you can't take that away. But for me, it's intriguing. And you know what? If we did what we did with Tua, don't deny me, okay, of having a name. So,
listen, I heard. I think it was Dan Orlovsky, somebody on ESPN that was saying if Arch Manning came out this year, he'd be the first pick in the draft.
100%.
Now, there again, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. Again, you think he gets taken before Fernando Mendoza this year? I don't think that highly of Fernando Mendoza. I don't think Mendoza's ever going to be, like a top, 7 or 8 quarterback in the NFL. For me personally, but there again is a really weak class. And if Arch Manning comes out this year, then who knows? He's maybe the first quarterback taken. So we'll see. Dan Orlovsky's a moron. I don't know that I call him a moron.
Hey, Dan Orlovsky is literally told you Sam Darnold is going to be a huge Sam Darnold guy. He ended up being right.
He believed in Tua. He believed in Tua.
Okay, everybody's got, Mel Kiper,
Exactly. Everybody has that one thing.
Trent Dilfer.
We spoke about the Arch Manning and length on College Blitz. It's the name, but he showed some serious progression last year. Had some weak games. Ohio State, didn't look good, but he started showing some progression. He has serious athletic ability, unlike his two uncles. He's got. He is lucky he's at Texas, where if he doesn't have the best receiver in college football, he has the second best receiver in college football in Cam Coleman. I could definitely. I could definitely see him going number 1. I think I'm a scout, right? I scouted baseball. He was going number 1, not because he's better than Fernando Mendoza right now. It's because scouts love potential. They see the potential of him. He would go number 1 overall just because of that. And they'll overanalyze it. But like you said, that next year's class, you got Dante Moore. You got CJ Carr, who looked very good at the end of last season. You've got Julian Sane. You've got another year of Lenore Sellers. You've got Darian Mensah, who probably nobody could have told you where Darian Mensah went to college before Duke. And we've spoken about this before. And now, he gets back in Miami.
By the way, do you know Sadu, Troy, you know what his nickname is? It's great. It's Zicko. Pretty cool. And by the way, he was in Pittsburgh. He was actually in Pittsburgh wearing the UK flag. He got to put on the hat and meet Roger Goodell. The guy actually went to Pittsburgh to be drafted. That's pretty awesome.
He was in the green room. They brought him out of the green room when he got drafted.
First player drafted from the NFL Academy.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. Proud of his heritage.
What is Brett's Archman? He has to show his true ability this year in order to be the top pick. I mean,
Wait, he was the
Dante
first player.
Moore-
What?
From the
Has
NFL
to show his
Academy
ability.
in London.
yeah, the NFL Academy.
What is that?
Nice.
I mean, I never heard of the NFL Academy. What?
They want that
What-
EuroLeague back, which is why they're doing all these academies all over the
It's,
world.
Oh,
it's
Academy's
an international. It's an international deal the NFL has going on
okay.
to identify players and all that stuff.
Gotcha.
Outside of the country.
Especially
way-
in the locations that we've played already. So like
Yeah.
London, you've
Spain,
I got
got
Brazil,
Spain, Germany,
Brazil.
Mexico,
Yep.
Brazil.
Mhm.
So that's why you keep
Okay.
seeing more and more places added
Wait.
to.
But
So-
Dante
Yeah.
Moore, let's talk about Dante Moore. Dante Moore, because Brett's talking about Dante Moore. Because the last memory of Dante Moore was getting completely destroyed by Texas Tech in Hard Rock. Like, that's why people have this thing about Dante Moore, because he looked good. He looked awful in the playoffs. So, and then he made the decision, I didn't look very good. My stock is going to drop. So I'm not going into this year's draft. Let me build up my credence. He could. That's why he's going back. But Brett, that's why he's going back to college, so he can bet more adapt, right?
My last
Yeah,
memory
I mean-
of Dante Moore is him throwing like, 2 picks and then a fumble against Indiana.
Indiana, yeah, they got smoked by Indiana, bro.
That was
They got
D'Angelo Hans
smoked.
with the pick 6, but then he picked 6, interception, and then a strip sack, all in like
Yeah.
3 consecutive possessions.
Yeah. They were out of that game before they were able to blink. They were out of that game. It was an avalanche of just mistakes, and they got buried. I mean, it just wasn't. They never had a chance in that game. So I don't know, man. Listen, I mean, the thing about Dante Moore, he's system based. I mean, listen, time will tell. I mean, we'll see what he does this year. I mean, he's a kid too. He was 20 years old when the season ended. I think he's a kid who's got ability, right? I don't know that I don't know that I would say that that I agree necessarily with everything, with Brett's takes. I mean, again, I think he's good. I think he's good. I just don't think he's great. We'll see how he develops this year. I think he needed that extra year in college to get better. Because again, I think this year with him having gone, let's say he comes out this year, he goes at number 2. It was more a product of just the lack of quarterbacks, lack of good quarterbacks in the draft, as opposed to what his value truly was, right? So I think him going back to college, I think was a good idea. We'll see how he develops. But again, no, am I super impressed by Dante Moore? No, I'm not. I think he's a good quarterback. I just don't think he's great. So,
Bobby, totally off topic. You're gonna make you laugh. So the head coach of the hockey team in Montreal, you know what his favorite thing to do when he disconnects after a game? To watch Seinfeld. And who's his favorite character? Costanza. How ironic. Good for him. Good for him.
I still watch it every day.
I love it. Oh,
Miss Fins, you're on mute.
every day.
I think she's been talking. She don't realize she's on mute.
Oh, I was.
You're on mute, or is she talking to her channel? Maybe she's on her
She might be
channel, too.
Yeah, maybe she's talking to someone.
Oh,
else.
okay.
But she's on a delay. She's on a delay. I've noticed she's on a delay.
Yeah, but even with the delay, we can't hear
She muted herself.
her. Okay.
I think she is cheating. I think she's cheating on us with her channel. She's on her
She
channel
could-
too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, girl. You see, I know how you. I know what
I'm
you're doing.
not cheating, but I've done this
She
before.
double
Come
dipped
on,
the
man.
chip.
I think-
Guys,
I think-
she
Come
double
on,
dipped the chip.
man.
You can't double dip the
Dip
chip.
it.
You double dipped
Okay,
the chip, Miss Fins.
You want to know what I was talking about? I gotta dip it. No, I was talking about DJ Campbell. I was just giving the fellas some info about him, and I was
You
just
want some
very
more facts on
excited
him?
with this pick. Honestly, no. Campbell does display some great power when he makes proper contact, which is a good thing. But sometimes he does need better hand placement, where he might actually go after a defender's shoulder instead of actually their chest. So if that's some of the fundamental stuff that he might need some assistance with, but overall, man,
No.
I'm really happy with that pick. I
I
know
was
we
gonna-
needed to double dip.
I was just
The
gonna
O-line.
tell Bobby, Bell is meeting with the media.
That's good.
Chris
We'll
Bell.
check on him
Yeah.
later. He just left. But by the way, just for DJ Campbell, the overall stats: 3-year starter, natural leverage, physical in the run game, Durability with 800 snaps played in the last 3 seasons. Seeks contact and pass protection, 77.6 pass block rate in 2025. But here's the issues. Difficulty with inside counters, lack ideal lateral agility, but here's the issue, and which Dolphins had experience with McDaniel. 25 career penalties, with this past season having over 10 of them. So he struggled in probably with holding and because of his lack of agility, but he wasn't projected 3rd or 4th round. To get him in the 6th is decent.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we've got 1,927 watching right now on all platforms.
Go eat supper. Oh, drink. Yeah, everyone has to drink because I said McDaniel. By the way, Sammy, I've said it at least 100 times since you left. Because it's Christmas for me. Perfect season. Dolphins will always be number 1, Steve. Always number 1. Always number 1.
Yeah, you got a question.
Always number 1.
We both know, Evan, this probably won't happen. But if the Expos come back, are the Dolphins over the Expos?
No. Dolphins are for life. I actually, you'll be shocked. Last night, the Habs, the Canadians, because the Panthers aren't in the playoffs, were out. The game was on, and I was doing the draft. I was double dipping, but I was focused on the draft. I always tell people, my license plate is Dolphins. It's not any other sport. It's Dolphins. I bleed it. It's orange and aqua for life. Orange. Hey, I was so nice that when I first met Miss Finns, I had to take her out for dinner.
Well, I agree about Proctor has to play OT and he better not be moved to guard, but
no, he can play inside. He can play inside.
I think he can play inside, and
the guy plays wide receiver.
Or you move Jackson inside, you play him at the right tackle spot, and he develops there.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Oh God.
I have no problem with him playing in the inside or the outside, though, to be honest.
Big ass guard.
Yeah, but he's got good bend from what I understand, from what they say. He's athletic enough.
I mean, he's got the athleticism and the feet for sure to play tackle, without a doubt. I mean, he doesn't lack for athleticism. Obviously, again, the guy in terms of the athleticism, you need to play tackle. I mean, he's got it. He needs some coaching. He needs to clean some things up. And I think the reason why they took him and Sullivan was saying they liked his versatility. Right now, I don't disagree with Brad. Is like, and listen, you spent the 12th overall pick on a guard. Like I would hope, that if I'm a Dolphins fan, I would hope that they spent that on a tackle, right? Because again, that's where you're going to get your money's worth right there. If he plays tackle, you're going to get more value for him if he's a tackle. But now, can he kick inside if need be or whatever? But yeah, if I'm a Dolphins fan, like I would hope that they spent the 12th pick in the draft and they passed on who they passed on for a starting tackle and not a starting guard.
So let me real quick.
Jackson,
Steve.
No, you're right. Jackson's probably end up going to get hurt this year again. He's always hurt every year.
Oh, don't be so negative.
Don't say
Steve.
that. But I'll tell you this.
Steve.
Wait.
I mean, I hate to say that, but
you're so negative, Malloy. You're so
history.
Sully did actually say that he could play all 4 positions. So he did say that.
Right.
However, I think he's still too big to be playing or kicked in to the guard position because you have to remember Willis is only 6 foot or maybe 6'1".
They said that about Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, he is small. Yeah, he's just short.
You don't want to put too much of a wall. So you want to keep him on the outside. He'll probably end up being a much better tackle than he would guard anyways. And Austin Jackson coming off of an injury, I think will be an easier transition, which he has played guard for us before. For him to play guard and get kicked inside and let Proctor take the outside. And then you'll have 2 bookend stud tackles in that O-line. Your left guard in Savannah still needs to develop. And you're gonna have a maybe injured AJ, but at the end of the day, if you can solidify those tackles, you got Brewer solidifying that center. You can play around with the guard position and still have a solid O line with the backers that we've been. So that's where I'm at.
100%.
You did say about spending 12 on a guard. The Cowboys did that a lot, and they had some Hall of Fame guards, and they were taking them early in the first round.
That is true.
When the Cowboys were cooking with their offensive line, they're taking guards from Notre Dame, and
they've definitely hit on the O line. I mean, they've drafted well, at the O line. Those guys were the thing was there was no guesswork involved in those guys, right? Kind of like they did with like Quentin Nelson with the Colts of Quentin Nelson and stuff like that. Like you knew, like like Ione, with Baltimore, like these guys are that. But there's no doubt they're a guard, and there's no doubt that they're going to be able to start them. You assume they're going to be able to put them in that same lineup, and you're going to forget about that position for 10 years, right? I mean, I think that's the expectation. Where I don't think that's the expectation with a guy like Caden Proctor, right? I think you assume he's going to be a tackle.
Those guys
right?
were guards, not drafted as a tackle. I mean, they're
right.
Exactly. Those guys were specialists, right? Like they knew they were guards.
Yeah,
right? I mean, like you said, Martin with the Cowboys, Nelson with the Colts, stuff like that. Like these guys came in from day one. They were dedicated guards, and Martin is going to be in the Hall of Fame. But Nelson, if he keeps on this trajectory, he's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame, right? Like those are the guys that you're drafting, that high at the guard position. It's not the norm. It's that you have to get, special people, at that position to draft that high in the draft, and that's what those guys have been. I don't see that with Caden Proctor. I think Caden Proctor is a guy who, again, you assume he's going to be a tackle. That's why you take him that high. I think the expectation is he's going to be more than likely a right tackle. You leave Paul at left tackle, and you slot Caden Proctor in at right tackle and see what happens. I would imagine that's the expectation.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve, I literally did not do this on purpose. I literally opened up my Twitter just for a second, and the first thing I see is that four-eyed twerp telling Brennan Thompson, who was picked in the round 4, to take off his shirt or he's dead. Like the guy literally has not changed one bit. Our former head coach. They let typically,
what?
Yeah, go watch the LA Chargers Twitter. Like the guy has not changed one bit, and I don't know why an OC is talking to a player. Honestly, like this.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I saw him talking to a player on the phone.
What a dweeb!
Yeah, somebody showed him that he, I don't know who the other guy was, but he put the phone in his face.
Oh my god,
he was
he's
talking
not
to
change
him.
that one. Oh
yeah,
yuck.
I agree.
Vomit.
Is it just me? Is OC Umenyiora? Is he sick or something? Because he looks so. When he came out for the Giants pick round 2, he's like. I mean, this guy's a defensive lineman.
Unless he did the surgery or he lost all the weight. I don't know.
I mean,
he just lost a ton of weight, dude. I mean, they showed, dude. I don't know if you've seen Joe Thomas here recently.
Yeah, but
he's lost a ton of weight, man. You would never have thought that guy was a Hall of Fame, left tackle. Like he's lost a ton of weight. So that's what happens with those guys, man. When they retire and they don't have to keep all that weight on, man. I mean, they drop it and they just look totally different. Man.
Same as Ponce. Ponce lost 100 pounds.
Who was the last pick in the draft? Wouldn't it be funny? Who was the last pick? Last pick is in the draft is who's Mr. Irrelevant? The Broncos. Could the Broncos take? That's fine now.
Wouldn't that be something?
Because Mr. Irrelevant.
Who they're?
Yeah. Then he turns out to be another Brock Purdy, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. They like who is it? They have their back is Stidham, Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah,
is their backup?
But how bad was he in the playoff? Oh my God.
Yeah.
By the way, Tua would have won them that football game. Take a drink.
In that weather, you think so?
That's how bad Jared Stidham was. After that first drive,
I don't know.
I would have found Ryan Tannehill. I would have gotten someone from the stands. Stidham was awful after that first drive.
Tua, and that look, Tua, he's allergic to that weather. So I don't know that he would have done much better than Jared Stidham.
I'm kidding. I'm just saying. No, but Jared Stidham is not a very good quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he definitely didn't show well in that game, without a doubt.
I mean, he's thrown in a tough situation.
But listen, he aside from that game, he did a decent job filling in for Knicks, in the time that he started. I mean, he had a couple nice games. He had a couple nice games.
San Francisco has the best backup in football.
Yeah.
It would appear that way. Yeah. It would definitely appear that way.
And you guys aren't trading him. You guys are not trading.
No, you can't. Like, why would you trade him? You're paying that guy $2 million. There's no reason to trade him.
And Purdy has a good chance to get injured.
He has been hurt. Yeah.
He's very likely to get injured.
He has been hurt. So when you're paying that guy $2 million, there's zero incentive to trade him. Like you've seen what he's done when he's played.
Yeah.
And obviously, Purdy isn't the biggest dude, and he's been hurt. So I think for both reasons, you keep him, right? Like I said,
Mac Jones is a future Malik Willis. Like I think maybe in a year, maybe two, he'll get his shot again as a starter.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Niners only have Mac for the rest of the season, right? They signed him. Yeah. It was 2 years, $4 million they signed him for. This is year 2 of the deal, and I would imagine after this year he's going to want to go out and look for a starting job. So, so we'll see.
Do you know that two of the 5 top Mel Kiper left in the draft are punters? What kind of moron is this guy?
Also,
yes, punters as two of his 5 best available.
I wouldn't guess Nussmeier and Harold Perkins Jr. on the board still.
That's crazy that those two guys are still on the board at this point.
VJ Payne. I thought VJ Payne was going to go in the 3rd.
You deal with if he has off the field issues. It's the 6th round. You deal with it. You go up.
There's so little risk.
No, we will not. We will not.
And the money you're getting.
We're not trading for Brian Thomas. We are not.
Yeah, I doubt that.
They were thinking about giving up a draft pick for him. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I like the player. That dude. I mean, that dude's a good receiver.
But I don't think he's worth it. I don't think he's the right. Maybe in a year. I don't want to trade for a potential premium receiver. I don't want to do that this year.
Yeah. Well, and listen, you know what happens if you trade for him. Now you got to start planning on that extension. Right?
Exactly. You don't want to pay anybody.
And the Dolphins right now are not in that position. So
they have 3 people to worry about right now in extensions. That's Achane, Brewer, and Brooks. That's enough.
Yep.
And I think now Brooks, but Steve, I don't know if you agree. The whole Red Raider thing with Brooks, I think it's Dotson. It's before Brooks. They're gonna keep Brooks.
Yeah. I mean, they have options there.
Traded. I don't see Brooks ever getting traded. I think Brooks and Rodriguez being a partnership for a while. I think Dotson being the odd man out before Rodriguez.
I could see for sure. Dotson, I could see him the odd man out, but you never know.
Tackle machines.
Yeah.
I was watching his tape last night, Rodriguez. That guy punches balls out. Like, I don't know how he's so active.
I wasn't sold on Miami's first couple picks, and then they took Jacob Rodriguez. I'm like, all right, you redeemed yourself right there a little bit because I like Jacob Rodriguez a lot.
But people by the way, it's so funny because you could tell people have this like they think he's a badass, but then they see what his wife does, and you go like, no, she's the badass.
Definitely.
She's definitely a bigger badass without a doubt.
Like how hard is it to be an Army helicopter?
You're an Apache pilot. You're in the very top % of badasses on the planet, without a doubt. So. Hey, DSG, I'm looking back at some of these comments, and I would definitely agree. Niners are in a make or break year, and I don't disagree that it may be too late for them. Time will tell, but yeah, we talked about it earlier in the show, and I don't know if you were around for that one. I said their window is now. With the age of their stars, it's do or die. They have to go out this year and maximize those guys because all of them are on the older side. On offense, you got McCaffrey, you got Trent Williams, you got Kittle. Then on defense with Bosa and his injuries, and then Fred Warner. Like none of those guys are second or third year guys. So I 100% agree with you. They have to go out this year and make something happen.
Talking about Trent Williams, that man just fights Father Time. gets another 2-year contract. What is he,
Yeah.
39?
He's 30. I think he's 38. I believe.
Who's this?
Yeah, still a bad dude though, bro. That dude's
Oh.
still a top 3 left tackle in the league, by all accounts. So
Not a guy I'd like to see in the dark alley.
Former Air Force mechanic pilot.
big old dude, bro.
I'd be sprinting the other way.
Yeah.
Who are we talking about?
Trent Williams.
Trent
Oh,
Williams.
Trent Williams. Yeah, he's mean.
Yeah, Brett, I don't disagree.
Kind of
I'm glad he's back, but yeah, the contract talks every year have gotten old for sure. Like I said, I love the guy in terms of the player and everything, but yeah, it's every year, bro. Every year, it's okay. Here we go, Trent, with the contract, demands and the negotiations and all that. So I'm really over it. But then again, he's got him in a bad spot because they don't have his replacement. And what are you going to do? Like not pay him and go into the season without him? You can't. There's no replacement on the roster. So.
Yeah, someone put something really funny online. We're no longer, Steve Malloy left, but we're no longer known as the Green Bay Dolphins. We're now known as the Texas Green Bay Dolphins. Like we're just like we focus in one place, and that's where the Dolphins go. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how to focus on one school that way. Well, the first punter went off the board.
And Costanza,
Yeah.
your Canadians they're playing the Lightning right now, right?
Yeah, we were up 2-1 in the series. Yeah. But the first round, by the way, usually the first round of the hockey playoffs is phenomenal. Very, very disappointed the way they've gone. There's a lot of series that are 3-1, 3-0.
You'll like this. I was teaching. I had to teach PE the other day, and I'm teaching hockey. And I always thought I was right-handed, but I do both. I'm ambidextrous, and it's like make sure dominant hand on the bottom. And then I put I'm like, this is so what? Why is it? I'm like, oh, I'm left-handed for hockey.
Yeah, it's very different, right? Even for hockey, for me, I do one thing. Baseball, I do another thing. I'm very weird.
But hey, all the great hockey players are left-handed, so
No, not necessarily. There's some good righties. There's some good righties.
maybe I missed my calling.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah. No, I'm very sad that we couldn't repeat this year, man. Or at least an opportunity. We just needed to get in. It's frustrating for the Panthers, but hey,
Well, you
happens.
lost Barkov. You lost Barkov at the beginning of the season. You were done.
Oh, and Chucky too. Literally,
but you lost Barkov.
within the first few weeks.
You lost
So-
Barkov. Barkov's your Barkov.
Yeah, not having Barkov the whole year,
Barkov.
definitely hurt. Obviously, Kachuk was hurt, and just not things just didn't line up, man.
But the Canadians built the Dolphins. But the Canadians did a Dolphin type of thing. We did a massive rebuild, and we started from the ground, and now we're firing. We're firing almost. We're not even there
What
yet.
team?
We're firing.
What team?
My Habs, the Canadians.
Oh,
I'm a Montreal.
don't worry, you guys won't go nowhere. So, the country of Canada
Ouch.
is gonna be
Ouch.
winless this year again. Don't even worry about it. It don't even matter which team. It'll be a USA team.
I don't
wins
think they're going to
Stanley
win
Cup.
this year. I don't think they're going to win this year. They're not ready to win this year, but they're doing well.
Oh, it don't matter. Oilers, the Canucks,
The Canucks didn't make the playoffs. So the worst
the
team in the league.
Canadians, the Senators. Get the out of here. None of you guys are winning because guess what? Since the inception of my very beautiful 2-time back-to-back Stanley Cup winning championship winning Florida Panthers back in 1993, since our inception, no Canada team has won a championship in any of the 4 major sports, with the only exception of 2019 being
The Raptors.
the Raptors.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that
Which
was-
is why you guys cried so much about it.
The run.
Please.
USA hockey women's hockey beats Canada, men hockey beats Canada, USA World Baseball Classic beats Canada, and then to add it off, I'll get real thick. USA beat Canada in the Paralympics in hockey too.
Oh, it's beautiful. Like, look, we own you in your own sport, man. It's beautiful. And I love it.
Lord.
And I will never
wait.
apologize. Team
By the way,
USA
you
all
do
day.
realize a Canadian
Aggressive.
founded the NBA, eh? You know he created the sport, eh? Just FYI.
You know what? I'm glad that he founded the NBA. I'm pretty sure there were a couple leaks before then, but hey, whatever. We'll leave that. We'll leave that.
By the way,
there
I'm a
for
Dolphin.
the
By the
history
way,
books.
you're coming after the token Canadian on FTSN who lives and breathes aqua and orange and took you out for dinner the first time we met.
You
and
know
this is how
I
you treat
love
me.
you.
Ouch!
Come on, Evan. You know
I
I love you, but
I'm
dude,
kidding
you
with
started
you.
talking hockey, and I'm never gonna
If
apologize.
you guys
That
can find
rivalry
a
will
way
be
to
there.
get me to the States, I'd move tomorrow. A buddy of mine had to try to move to Dallas. It took him, he got married. He thought that was his way in. It took him 4 years to be with his wife. 4 years.
Wow.
It's so Trump has made it a policy. Biden, like the rules right now with the whole immigration policy, he couldn't get to the States. He was married. He couldn't get to the States.
Damn.
Listen, no offense when I say this, but that's you guys' business. I'm not gonna touch that. But at the end of the day, nah, man.
He's like, Canada's the 51st state. What are we arguing?
Yeah,
about?
it's gonna be Team USA every day, man.
Yeah,
I still love you, Evan.
But DSG loves me. DSG and me are brothers. All good.
He said we're the 51st state, bro.
Always pleasure. Always a pleasure. If you guys want to adopt me, I'm happy to be adopted. All good.
Things rough up there. Things rough up there in Canada, Fistanza. What's going on up there, bro?
The taxes, the weather. There's nothing. The language. There's nothing exciting about Canada.
But you got free health care.
I'm young. What do I need the free healthcare for?
Yeah, well, it's free, but they tax the hell out of you for So again, I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's also free. You can. It's free. So like, hey, I broke my arm, but I'm waiting for this person for 6 hours because they got.
Yeah, dude, I've heard Canadian healthcare is rough, man.
No.
Oh yeah, you gotta wait 6 months just to see your PCP. Like what?
Yeah, my grandfather. My late grandfather broke his hip and he was in Florida and had insurance, and they did the surgery that day.
Yeah.
In Florida?
In Florida. Back in the 90s, he had insurance and they
Florida,
broke his
baby.
hip, and they did it. I've got I love when you drive in Florida and you look up at the billboard sign, wait in ER 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, we are the best state in the union, so you can't expect any less. So, yes, if you're asking,
hey, Harold Perkins off the board to the
Finally.
I want to ask a question to everyone. Maybe Miss Finns, you can answer it. Maybe Q. Why do you think that you have the Hurricanes, who obviously are national championship runner-up, in your backyard? You were at the games. Like the day that Jeff Hafley was fired, they were literally at the playoff game that night. Why is it, do you think, that they did not draft? There's 9 that were drafted. Not one ended up a Dolphin. Not one. And they're all. And all those positions were needs for the Dolphins.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Real quick. I actually think that if you take a look at traditionally, the Miami Dolphins, being that we're the southernmost team in the league, we have a huge hard time playing in the winter, in December and January. And when you have players that are accustomed to this heat, is great, for half the season, but typically the postseason is played in cold weather. So I think that they're looking for guys that are able to adjust to those type of climates and able to be versatile as well, because Hafley did say in one of his press conferences he was looking for guys that are versatile, that we can place in more positions. This is going to help with the depth. This is going to help with injuries. So I think that's one of the main reasons why that flexibility is what they're looking for, versus just a subject matter expert in their one position. And that's probably why they focused on other players besides the UN players. And then obviously that weather factor is huge, because they're coming from Green Bay. They know how to play in the cold weather. Now they want players that could also play in cold weather too, even though we got a lot of Texans, but they get cold too. So yeah.
You get snow, right, Steve? Steve, you get snow.
Yeah, we get snow.
They do.
They get more
Texas,
snow up
Texas,
north
Texas gets snow. Yeah, North Texas gets snow.
Down here in Houston, we get snow every every couple of years we'll get 2-3 inches or 4.
I don't.
But it goes
I mean,
away right away.
to answer your question, man, I don't know. I know there's one specific reason why there hasn't been, more players, from the University of Miami land, with the Dolphins. It's just, I think it's more than anything. I think it's just organic, right? In the same way you're looking at, the Dolphins board, this year, and why is damn near every player from Texas? I don't know that they set out to do that. I just think, it's the way their board played out, right? I don't think they set out to avoid, to players from Miami. I don't know if they set out to intentionally target them. They had their chances, to draft some players from Miami, and for one reason or another, the board just didn't play out that way. So, again, listen, I live in the Metro Atlanta area. The Falcons fans that are also Georgia fans have complained for years about how the Falcons, never draft anybody from Georgia. I mean, that's been a huge point of contention with Falcons fans. Like, why are you not drafting Georgia players, right? And it seems like they all go to Philly and they all go to Philly and become really good, right? And so, again, I don't think, it's something that, that isn't organic. It just kind of plays out that way, and it is what it is. I don't think there's players from a certain school that because of their weather, one way or the other, make them a natural fit in one climate or the other. I just listen, I think there's very few GMs that look at them, okay, where did they play? Can they succeed in the cold? You look around, man, all these players, you go, listen, Green Bay has some of the shittiest weather, around. And again, Brett Favre, look, where did he grow up? Where did Brett Favre grow up?
Mississippi.
Exactly. Right. And he went to Green Bay and was just fine. Right. He got drafted by Atlanta, got traded to Green Bay. He was just fine. Right. Aaron Rodgers is from California. Right. Went to Green Bay, was just fine. So
went to Cal, right?
Yeah. But there again, I say that to say I don't think there's a natural, like, hey, this school, it plays in this type of weather, so they're going to be better. The players from there are going to be better, in this type of climate or in this division or in this team. I just think it is what it is, man. Like DSG says, bro, cold is 100% a mindset. To be a top player, you can't worry about the weather. You can't worry about it being hot. You can't worry about it being cold. The weather is the weather, and everybody plays under the same conditions, man.
Cold is in a mindset for me. I hate it.
No, exactly, 100% right. But we're not getting paid. We're not getting paid.
I'm only kidding.
Yeah, exactly, right. Those guys get paid to play in any condition.
Yeah,
right?
it'd be a different story if I was making as much millions as they
exactly. Yeah, if they're paying you hundreds of millions of dollars to play a sport, you play it in whatever weather, right? And so
100%.
again, I think it's like you said, it's a mindset. I think you're
It is.
You no matter what the weather is, you're paid to go out there and perform. And
Can I add to what you just said real quick? Because you're saying it's a mindset.
Of course.
I totally get it, but it's also a culture set too. Because, I mean, Tyreek Hill, he came from Kansas City. They get super cool games. Came down here, he was still a great player, right? Even in the cold games. Mm-hmm. But you had other players generally that came from cold weather places, played down here, and still weren't able to adjust to our heat or even play over there in the cold. So I think it's also a mindset, not just on individual players, but also the team too, because we never played well in the cold. And to me, that was highly frustrating. So I get what you're saying with it being mostly mental, which it is, but maybe they're trying to find something else. I just threw it as a caveat there, trying to find, another reason perhaps, but I just
I get you. Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get what you're saying. More than anything, I was just touching on the question, as it relates to, the players from a certain school, right. If you played at this school, then you're going to be, better off in the cold, or if you played at that school, then you're going to be better off in the heat. I just think, to me, it's relative, right? I don't think when GMs are making, are drafting players, I just don't think that's a consideration. They're drafting, the best player they can, regardless of of where they played or what the climate was like. So.
By the way, Miss Finch, you'll appreciate this. This is back in 2025 in November.
Mhm.
This is coming from Arch Manning. Michael Taft was a hell of a host. I'll tell you that. Just having him as my friend and my teammate, he's the biggest leader I've ever been around. He was a walk-on, moved up his way to the depth chart, got on scholarship, became an All-American. Someone should write a movie about this guy. So Arch Manning is a big fan of Michael Taft. Just that
Mhm.
Hey, I told you, man. I watched that guy play. I watched
Man, that's
a
a
bunch
great
of
thing.
Texas football. I watched a bunch of Texas games last year, and that kid can play. I
And
mean,
Quinn Ewers probably had a say too. Quinn Ewers probably knew a little bit.
He
about
did. I saw he's on Twitter too.
Probably.
No, he was on Instagram talking about his Texas players.
And Fizz hands up. I'm gonna head out. Miss Vince, Steve, nice to meet you. Q,
Nice
Well,
meeting you,
absolutely.
Russ.
Nice meeting you
let's get
too.
together to get College Blitz that going. And
yes, sir.
Evan, you know the invitation is always open to come back
Yeah.
on
it.
deck.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Just let me know. Just to wrap it up, go Jets.
Oh, you had to throw that in.
You are Justin. Where are we getting infiltrated by these fake fans? Man, I can't. No wonder. See, you know what? You did good by hiding that part because all I saw was the lid. Because I would have trolled you the entire time, sir. I'm
Who are
just
you
being
trolling? Your team sucks
What?
too.
No, you're what? Listen,
Your team
listen.
sucks too.
Perfection. That's all I can
Perfection
say.
on what? You haven't won a playoff game in 25 years.
It don't matter. It
That's
does
the
not
best
matter.
quarterback you developed as a
Listen,
New York Jet.
you're not even the best New York team. That would
That's
right
the best
now be the
quarterback
Bills.
That is a New York Jet
Okay.
and Chad Pennington in the last 25 years.
Please. The Jets, you know what? Congratulations on your 4th and 13 record this year. Maybe 5 and 12. Because guess what? No matter what you guys do, no matter who you draft, you'll still be the Jets. And you'll still be 4th in the division.
I mean, your team, the Dolphins suck too. Your team,
No.
your team ain't much better.
No,
Yeah.
listen. Nobody wants to play for the Jets. Let's be honest. Like
Your team
we-
ain't much better.
we have what's there? You're not even in New York. You're in Jersey. You should be the New Jersey Jets.
Why?
So,
Can you tell
come
me
on,
why
man.
they're the New York Jets?
You should again be the New Jersey Jets. You're
You
not
know
even in New
why
York.
they're the New York Jets. They played in Shea Stadium. That's where it started.
Oh, that's great. Well, first of all, congrats on knowing your history. That's awesome. You're still the Jets. You're still gonna be 4th in the division, man.
Okay.
But listen, you guys are used to the basement. Just let us know how it is this year. I think you guys have had a great draft. You did last year too, but remind me again, how many games did you win? I don't know.
I mean, you make the playoffs. Did you make?
And you had you guys won the draft last year. I was raving on my channel about the Jets. Man, I'm so pissed. It just had such a great draft, only to realize that again, it's the Jets. You guys will jet it up. It's okay. Though,
We didn't win
it's
much.
okay.
Did we make the playoffs? No. Did you make the playoffs? That's
No,
all
we
that
didn't.
matters. No.
We didn't.
I
But
mean-
you know what? Okay. I love your fandom. And I'm going to love your fandom. You still the Jets, bro. Win another ring, and then maybe you can get to our level. We still got 2, and we're the perfect team. Like, I don't know. You can't.
Hey, all I
Laying
gotta
the
say is,
smackdown.
last
You
25 years, the best quarterback you've had is a New York Jet, and that's Chad Pennington.
Absolutely not. Not even by the numbers.
Yes, it
Not
is.
even by the
Why is it that
numbers.
every
Pennington.
Jets quarterback that leaves New York and goes somewhere else has success?
Hey, Chad Pennington
That
has
is true.
success in New York.
You guys are quarterback. I mean, you literally draft quarterbacks.
You guys draft quarterbacks
improve
that
the
have
minute they
success
leave.
everywhere else
I
except
mean,
New
Chad
York.
Pennington had success in New York.
He was decent. He was
He
decent.
was
in New York.
decent. He was better in Miami in 2008. It was his best year of his career.
Literally.
On the
Literally.
note, this won't happen this year, but the last time the Mets, and Evan might know this, the last time the Mets lost 12 games in a season in a row, the Jets won the AFC East. I
know. But by the
everybody-
way, how are the Mets that bad?
Oh,
with
they're-
that roster. It's all Bo Bichette's fault.
they're terrible, but the Phillies too. Well, Bo Bichette, I think sucks defensively, and him playing third base makes it even worse. But
Juan Soto, unbelievable.
I'm always I said it.
DSG says poor Russell just trying to get to his dinner.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've said it before. I'm from Southern California. I hate every team in Southern California with a passion. I'm on this network as a Jets fan. I do not care. If you like my team or not, I've been hearing it all life. I'm a New York Yankees fan. You hate the Yankees, you love the Yankees.
Okay.
I don't
love
care.
The Yankees.
I don't
here, man.
I mean, your fandom's weird as hell then too.
Not at all.
I don't care. I really don't care. Like, hey, Bobby's a Dolphin. I hate the Dolphins with a passion. But
Like we do the Jets.
I can. That's fine. I can put it aside. Bobby's a good guy. You know, at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. It's just sports.
Of course. It's just
Good
sports. You
guy.
seem
So,
like an
like,
awesome guy.
I don't
Good guy.
care. I don't care if you like my team or not. Every one of my fans hates the Yankees or hates the Celtics or I don't care. But
Wait a minute. I'm a Boston Celtics fan.
I'm a diehard
Oh,
Celtics.
I love my dad. Oh, stop, please.
I'm
Listen.
gonna go. I got to go to dinner.
That ugly green, that ugly vomit green,
Dude,
unbelievable.
they had no team when I grew up. Boston Celtics was the team I liked growing up. They didn't have no Miami Heat when I was growing up.
Yeah.
They didn't have a baseball team.
Speak
My
of that,
favorite
it's time for
baseball
them-
team is the Baltimore Orioles.
I love the
So-
Heat, but it's time for them to move on from. There's time to expose the grass, but time to fix up. I think it's time for Riley to retire.
See you, Ross. Nice to meet you. It's nothing. It's not you. It's your team. No,
I don't get paid.
It's
That's fine. I don't care. It was fun. at
friendly
the end.
banter. See ya.
We all have fun here. Should I
Take
start
care,
telling
Ross.
Lamar? Should I start telling Miss Finn? Should we start from last year? Should I tell you that Lamar Jackson's never going to win a Super Bowl?
Oh
Should I
man.
start that again this year? I'm just
No,
teasing you.
I think he still has the opportunity to win a Super Bowl,
I'm just
dude.
teasing you. By the way, at least now the Dolphins have the second most mobile quarterback in the NFL. We didn't
Oh,
get
that's
Lamar
a
many
fact.
years ago, but at least they have the second most. I'm so. By the way, I don't know. I never asked you, Miss Fins. We haven't spoken in a while, and also Steve, might as well talk about it. Like,
Mhm.
I am so excited to actually have a mobile quarterback that can throw.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah. It's
Like-
going to be interesting. I think he's going to I agree with Miss Fins. I'm not saying we're going to win more games, but
No.
I think we're going to see what a quarterback, a real quarterback can do back there.
We haven't
You know,
had one in forever.
mobile, can make all the throws,
Can see over the
So-
line.
can
We
see
had
well,
13
he's
years,
about
guys.
the same size as Tua.
Guys, we had 13 years of a
And
quarterback.
yet somehow you can still see over the line.
Yeah, but by the way, we had
Yeah.
our last quarterback for
That's
6 years had a degenerative hip, and the previous quarterback was a wide receiver turned quarterback. We had 13 years of not a real quarterback.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's why-
you got to wait and see. I mean, what you have in Malik Willis, man. I mean, Malik Willis it's a very small sample size, man. It's a very
Yeah,
small
it is.
sample size,
Six
right?
But
James
it was a very
is
small
very
sample
small.
size for Brock Purdy, and look what he did.
No,
Right?
no, but yeah, I
Developed
get
quickly.
what
He developed
I get what you're
quickly.
saying, but Brock Purdy stepped on the field at Iowa State literally his first day and was a starter for 4 years, right? So
Yeah.
that matters.
But Malik-
I get it's college, but Brock Purdy was a starter from day one at Iowa State, won big games, won Big 12, and so I think it's a little bit different, right? I don't think Malik Willis has played the amount of football that.
But
that
yeah,
Brock Purdy has.
but he's developed, right? He got to redevelop himself
Exactly.
in an amazing place.
I don't disagree with you. Yeah, just a little bit different in terms of how much football one has played versus the other. I think Malik Willis
true.
has the
tools.
he's got the measurables and he's got the traits to be a good quarterback. Now we have to see if they can coach him to be a good quarterback. Again, I just think the sample size is small, and we'll see what he turns into. But again, I think he's got a good enough arm. He's mobile, so on and so forth. So I think he's got the traits to be a good quarterback. Hopefully for the Dolphins, he works out. But
He's coming into a great situation, though. He's coming into a great situation.
Yeah,
him.
he's got a great opportunity for him. Yeah, for sure.
And weapons now. You got weapons now.
Yeah.
you'd imagine again he's going to be the starter, coming in, and I don't think there's going to be much in the way of competition there. We'll see what they can put around him, and we'll see what kind of offense they're going to have with him. But again, I think the traits are there, and it definitely helps that he's mobile. I think you can do a lot more with a guy who's mobile. But we'll see. Again,
Bobby,
sample size is limited though.
Bobby, did
Yeah,
you hear
sure.
Miss Finn's? You should have heard her. You have to go re-record this.
Oh,
The
Jesus.
smackdown that she laid on. She had no idea that Russ was a Jets fan, and there was about a 3 or 4 minute rant ripping the Jets by Miss Finn's. It was awesome.
I was not there. I was doing some other things, but I was made aware. My mother actually messaged me and said, "Are you seeing what
Phenomenal.
Miss Finns is doing?" And I said, "No." So I'm aware. But I
Your
just
mother-
Poor,
Smackdown on him. Oh boy,
poor Russ.
poor Russ.
we are a
I'm sure-
welcoming group here at FTSN.
I'm sure it's not the first time he's heard that.
It
He'll be
had it
all
been
right.
anybody
Absolutely.
else. I mean, honestly, Q, Niners fan, I get it. I'm not even gonna touch your race. And you got Purdy, which was an excellent pick. So I don't know. It's just not really much. I actually like the Niners.
Not-
So you
Not
got
much
CMC.
not
one of
much
my
to say
favorite-
there. Not much to say
and
there.
You got one of my favorite players of all time, which is CMC. So for me, I can't really go too hard. I will never like the Jets. I don't care who. My brother could be drafted to the Jets, and I will only have his jersey because it's him, and I will still root for any other team beating the Jets than my brother. Like that's.
Oh, well, listen,
not
I'm
gonna
I'm
happen.
right I'm right there with you as it relates to the teams in the NFC West, right? Like my favorite team is the Niners, and my second favorite team is who's ever playing Seattle. So, I mean that's just kind of how it goes, right? I'm a huge Canes fan, and that's my favorite team of any team that I root for, and my second favorite team who's ever playing Florida State. So that's that's how it is. And Q,
Yeah,
yes sir, yeah, I am.
that's
He is- he
yeah.
is
The
right.
Canes are the Canes.
I am a
Come on.
firefighter.
I'm surprised you're not a Bulldogs fan, being from Georgia.
Absolute no, ma'am. I was born and raised in Miami. I am a. In case you got any doubt who I root for, all right? I am a Canes fan
Never.
through and through.
Okay.
Yeah. I was born and raised in Miami. I was born at Hialeah Hospital, and I am a.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah. I'm a Canes fan, Heat fan, Marlins fan, Panthers fan. I just happen to be a Niners fan.
Okay, so we just lost you for one. That's fine. I mean,
yeah.
it's
I just-
acceptable.
They were when I was a kid. They were always on TV. They were always good, and always,
Yeah,
just always,
it's true.
always were a fan.
Q, if you
So-
think about it, that's one of the major reasons why the Dolphins have so many fans internationally is because of the 80s and 90s. Dan Marino literally brought generations. Well, forget about the 70s because that's like, it was like our parents and grandparents' time. Like you had Shula dominating football
hey.
during that time. But
What's wrong with the 70s, man?
no, I'm saying that
He
Shula
said,
was dominating.
whoa.
Hi,
So you
Dad.
get a bump.
Hi,
Whoa,
Dad.
whoa, that's my
Nothing
era.
wrong with the 70s, dude. What I'm saying is that Shula, handled the 70s, but when it
Yeah, he
came to
did.
like the 80s and 90s with Marino, he just blew up the NFL with his athleticism and that big arm that internationally everybody was watching the Dolphins. We may not have gone to the Super Bowl multiple times with him, which is a disservice to him in his career and not winning in either. But the Dolphins in that era in the 80s and 90s, all the way up to literally 2000, it was worldwide, which is why you have so many Dolphin fans in other countries where you're like, holy smokes, we got fans here. Like, how do they even know about the Dolphins? But that's the reason why. And then
and I
that
would-
goes to Dan Marino.
And I would back on one thing. He definitely did it with his arm, not with his athleticism.
Well, for me, to me, the arm is the athleticism, but maybe we see it differently. But to me, the
Yeah.
arm is the
The
athleticism.
arm, yes.
Part
that
of
guy,
it, part
that guy
of it.
was a statue. That guy was an absolute
Yeah.
statue.
He was. He had like 12 knee operations.
Yeah,
He had like a knee
Achilles.
operation every
He,
year.
he had an Achilles injury. I mean, I mean, which obviously
I'm sur-
already a statue, and then you're gonna have some lower body injuries, like some lower
I'm
extremity
surprised he
stuff.
can.
Yeah.
I'm
mean-
surprised he can even walk now.
Dude, you remember that boot, that famous boot that Nike built for him? You know, like to
Yeah.
play in. It had that big old brace. Like, I mean, it was
Yeah.
it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
the
his,
dude
leg,
was-
his knee was like 3 times the size.
Well, but this is when he tore his Achilles though. When he tore his Achilles.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Nike
Right.
made that thing, that big old
Yeah.
boot with a brace,
I
thing on
I
it.
remember that. Yeah,
It was incredible, dude. That guy again, hell of an arm, one of the greatest arms ever. But mobility, I mean, less than zero.
yeah. He did make one touchdown that I remember. I saw him make one touch, ran in a touchdown. I was like,
It's
oh
easy-
my god, it's a miracle!
It's easy to remember, right? Because it just
Yeah,
didn't happen.
It's
never
the only
happened.
one.
Yeah. So yeah, dude. I mean, again, a gifted arm, not gifted in terms of athleticism, in terms of being able to
No.
move around.
No,
Not
at all.
blessed with great legs, without a doubt.
Mm-mm.
What grade would you give the Dolphins draft this year?
What position are we thinking at 7? Huh?
Guys, it's an A+ every single time. It didn't matter who they pick. It's who picked them, not what they picked or who they picked. It's who picked them, and it's not who it used to be. So it's an A+ for me every day, all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't push back on that a whole bunch, man. I think, to me, like I mentioned with the guys who aren't there anymore, addition by subtraction, right? And I think, you have to be happy with the reset. You got to be happy with, there's a new direction, right? You got to be happy with Chris Greer not in the building and somebody else making the decisions. Again, you hate to be cliche about it, but with the drafts, man, time will tell. I just think, again, if you're a Dolphins fan, you just have to be happy that the reset is in place. There's a new regime, and again, all you can be is optimistic moving forward. I think when all this dead money comes off the books, I think you'll have a better chance of being competitive in terms of being able to have a chance at free agents, and the whole deal. I think now you have no choice but to build through the draft and in free agency, you're going to have to be super, super selective. You're going to be shopping out of the bargain bin in free agency. So I think for 2 years, you're just going to have to grin and bear it, and hope for the best in terms of who they draft. But again, like going back to the original point, the old regime is gone. You have to be excited about that.
Yeah, it's great to not have any expectations, and just be excited about, watching how this unfolds,
How is Nussmeier still sitting there?
That is so
People thought he was going to be
wild.
the third quarterback picked in this.
That is so crazy to me that I got still on the board.
He might be the last player pick, Evan.
Yeah, and BK Payne, I cannot get over. I had him in my mock in the 3rd or the 4th so many times in that area. How he is there in the 7th and no one just takes that safety is bananas.
Denver has 2 picks in the 7th round.
Yeah, they got lots of. I wonder why they got compensatory.
Back to back.
Yeah, dude. He's at this point, man. Like somebody has to take that kid, man. Somebody has to take him.
Actually,
Which
they
one?
have 3.
Nussmeier.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking.
Dude,
about
I could
that.
see,
Man, he's
like
still
I'm
there.
looking at this. I'm looking at this list of teams, coming up. Like, like why would Cincinnati not take him to back up Joe Burrow? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Facts.
You're looking after that, Carolina. I'm not sure who they're.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Oh,
Jets
they got
just a Klubnik though.
the Jets. Who?
The Jets have Klubnik. The Panthers
Yeah, Jets have Klubnik.
Dalton.
Yeah. Panthers have
Dalton.
have the Red Rifle.
Yeah.
The
Raiders, you have Mendoza.
and Cousins.
Raiders have Mendoza. Cousins.
Pittsburgh has
Steelers.
Rudolph.
They already
They're
got
gonna get
Aller.
Rodgers,
They
they
drafted
have Aller.
Aller. Yeah, Steelers
Could be
drafted
Atlanta.
Aller.
Could be Atlanta.
No, they have no. They would have taken only Cole Payton.
No, because
don't
they
want to
still
take
got
left
the
handers.
reason. Yeah,
Oh,
they,
did they
the
take
reason why
Cole Payton?
Atlanta.
No, they didn't, but they would only take Cole Payton because he's a left-hander.
Oh,
Exactly.
They
They
only
got
take
Michael
left-handed
Penix.
quarterbacks in
They
the
got
line tonight.
Tua.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
got
I
Penix and Tua. They got Penix and Tua. I mean, I don't think that necessarily precludes them from taking Nussmeier. I mean,
Yeah.
I
True,
think he would
but
fit there. The Rams wouldn't. Jacksonville,
because you got in Atlanta, you got injury concerns with the two quarterbacks.
well, absolutely,
So-
absolutely.
Mhm.
So I don't see why you wouldn't take them. The Rams obviously would not. I can't imagine they would.
Patriots,
No, they don't need him.
The Patriots,
Jags,
the Vikings won't. The Seahawks, maybe. Maybe the
No,
Seahawks.
they feel good about Sam.
I'm
Backing them
just
up.
going to say, and at this point in time, with the quarterback, with Nussmeier, there's no really debating on which team would take him and why they wouldn't take him. This is round 7. This is when you get a
Just
guy
take
to
him.
get a guy. Like, you just take him, and then you stash him. Like, this is not like
I think.
You know what I mean? Like,
Tell to us, do we take him? Should we?
I think that would be smart. I wouldn't sleep on Miami taking him. I think that would, again, you go, oh, but you have Malik Willis, you got Quinn Ewers last year. Well, this is just another stash pick. You put him back there.
They
Let
have
him
Cam
compete in the
Miller, too.
preseason.
Don't forget about Cam Miller.
Denver has 3 more
Yeah,
picks in
man.
this round. I could definitely see Denver pulling
Yeah.
the trigger on that.
Barely,
back up
DSG,
Bo?
barely
Absolutely.
gonna make it. Barely gonna make
Yeah.
it. Got
You know,
one
you
more
know-
run in me.
Now,
Seattle
Brady-
has 2 as well.
Brady, he had some good things to say about Cam Miller, even though they got rid of him.
Brady had good things to say about who?
Cam Miller,
Cam Miller.
the
Cam Miller was
quarterback
the
we got.
draft pick from the Raiders that we picked up. He was a
Yeah.
Kind of highlight very quick, and appreciate everybody watching right now. We got almost 2,000 people watching. We got 1,900,
Mm-hmm.
1,950 people to be exact, watching on all platforms, close to 2,000. So we appreciate everybody watching, continuing to watch with us, and enjoy this throughout the this draft Thursday, Friday, Saturday coverage on FTC and Miami Dolphins Draft Live coverage, sponsored by Caneswear. I'm Bobby Finstock. We got Steve Malloy of Real Talk Finstock, Finstanza, Q of the I Hate Football podcast, and Miss Fins of the Miss Fins Show on the Miss Fins channel. We appreciate all you guys joining us and everybody who's been with us throughout this draft coverage.
Yeah.
We are finally in round 7, closing in Miami's final pick at 238, but we'll see. Still a lot of good names on the board, but it has not mattered. Doesn't matter who's on the board. We don't know who's going to be the pick. You go, oh my gosh, this guy's still there. He goes somewhere else. So I excited to see kind of how this is going to play out for Miami. So far right now, what Miami has done, just kind of recap what Miami has done as a whole. Again, in the first round, trading down 1 pick to Dallas, getting Caden Proctor, getting ahead of the tackle run after Malinois and Fano came off the board. Miami got Proctor, and it's, again, you can say whatever you want in regards of, oh, they passed this guy. The fact is, I think if any of those guys were still on the board, I think they would have went Proctor. I mean, by passing on the guys they did and getting the guy they did get, they were dead set on Proctor, and you know what? I could respect that. Then they go and they trade up a couple picks, 27, get Chris Johnson, the corner out of San Diego State. 43, Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech inside linebacker. 75, stay in Texas Tech, get Caleb Douglas, wide receiver. Then 87, go to Ohio State and get tight end Will Kasmerick, maybe the best blocking tight end in the draft. Then my favorite player, or my draft crush, if you want to call it that way, Chris Bell, wide receiver out of Louisville. And 130, finally go edge, get Trey Moore, edge, off-ball linebacker, but still. And then you go, another possible steal in this draft with linebacker Kyle Lewis. Finally, they go safety at 158, taking Michael Taff out of Texas. And then wide receiver again, 177 to the third wide receiver off the board for Miami, Kevin Coleman out of Missouri. Another tight end at 180, Seydou Traore. I'm going to butchering that. Q, you probably could save it from there.
Traore.
Thank you, Q.
Call him Zico. His nickname is Zico.
Zico, easy. Tight end out of Mississippi State. And then, of course, guard out of Texas, DJ Campbell. And then we wait for our final pick. Josh Wingate is an instigator and a troublemaker. Maybe Evan will stay on post-draft and get the link, and he can invite people on and get their takes on everybody. Maybe not. I'm just saying, throw that out there. Not for sure. Not me today. I can't. After this, I'm going to wrap. I'm going to diffuse.
It's a good point. Good point by Dolphin Thirsty there. We got 86 after the draft. We can only have 90, of course. So that's going to be a limited number of UFDAs.
Yeah.
So we can only pick 4 animals this year. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Only 4 people. So maybe we won't get someone with a weather pattern or an animal name. You never know.
Maybe not.
Well, again, I mean, there's so many good options as on UDFA if Miami was to do that, if they had to cut a couple people out. But I mean, again, the way they've attacked this draft, the guys that they're going to be grabbing are guys kind of were like, I didn't hear of this guy, you know. So, I mean, there's still guys on this board that I'd love to grab with our final pick, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the 6-1 money that comes off the book is going to be used to maybe fill small holes, Brett, and then outside of that, it's going to be used to sign your free agent class, your draft class.
Draft class. Yeah, they don't have much. They don't,
No.
you know.
And again, just this point here,
There's
they
13
had
players
that.
already.
Well, I was going to say, again, Jaron Eric Sullivan has already said when they brought up June 1st, don't
Right.
expect Miami to go crazy with the money on June 1st. I mean, they're gonna look for players, and maybe if there's somebody absolutely there, but they're planning on trying to hold on to that money. Obviously, you got to sign your free agents and other things, your draft picks. But I'm not expecting them to do anything really too much with that money. I'm not.
Mm-mm.
Oh, we got another Miami guy coming off here. Linebacker, Jackson Courage.
Oh wow.
How many Hurricanes is that now, Q? 10 Canes.
10
Hold on.
Canes. Wow.
I think it was 10. We had 9 before.
Who?
The Carolina Panthers line. Oh no, that's Miami, Ohio.
Yeah, I was
They
gonna
messed
say
it up. They messed that up.
that's
I know.
not
Yeah,
it.
I'm sorry.
That-
I didn't realize that.
That
name. I
one
see the
always
logo.
fools me.
Yeah, you.
No, but
as soon as you said
on
the
the board
name,
I'm
I went,
watching, the board I'm watching has the Miami
It said
Hurricanes
Miami.
logo. The Miami
Oh,
Hurricanes
no.
logo's on this one here, so that's why I'm like, I don't realize that name, but he might be some backup guy that I didn't hear
Oh,
of.
man.
VJ Payne off the
I don't
board
know
for
that
the
name.
raid.
That's
Jets
Jets.
taking VJ Payne.
Freaking Jets.
Russ Morgan smiling ear to ear right now.
Why? He's a Jets fan.
That's who New York Jets got.
I know, but
I gotta
If
go
I'm a
check
Jet-
out the Miss Finn's channel because I want to make sure.
it's unbelievable. The Jets are picking players, but they've had a good draft.
Yeah, they
Much as I
have.
hate to say it.
Too bad they're going to a terrible organization now.
I just think Aaron Glenn is he's not it, man.
No.
Mm-mm.
That dude is not it. I think he's one of those guys, like a DC, sure, but head coach, I just think that dude looks.
He'd be like
he just
North Turner.
He looks lost, man. Lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, North
That
Turner.
looks. It's like McDaniel. He looked lost
Yeah.
as a
Yeah,
head
yeah.
coach.
100%.
He's,
Yeah, some guys. I think North Turner is just one of those classic examples, right? Always good as
Yeah.
an OC, just never
Yeah.
could cut it as a head coach. Man.
yeah.
Yeah, Bobby, watch the real board. Watch the real board, bro.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
What Britt says we needed to address the running back position. I don't get
No,
it.
we don't.
I don't get it.
We don't need to.
Why? Achan's a superstar.
He thinks because he and Bobby both think that Achan is mid.
Bobby thinks Achan is
I'm
mid.
joking. I'm joking.
Oh,
Bobby, they tried to suck me in. Don't worry. I bought the jersey and I'm sucked right back up. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Greg and Brett did that to me. I trolled you all season. It was a pleasure.
I'm not even wasting my breath on that conversation anymore. Not with you, but just in general. People keep talking about the running back. Like, I still think they should get a running back because to pair with everybody, but it has nothing to do with, we don't have a running back.
Here.
Like, makes me question people's football knowledge when they keep him in that home with Miami, but whatever.
Let me ask you, Bobby, because the big talk was it was important for him to get. Do you think they signed him before June 1st? Because they thought people were saying that he should sign before because he has more leverage. Now the Dolphins have a little more leverage, or you think they're going to put? Because I don't think they're going to let him play on this year without an enfranchise tag, and they have to sign him.
well, they said that the contract talks were going good. That's what That's what Sully said. So we'll
and
see.
he was in the
Or
building
going-
last week. He was
going
he did go to
going
the
in the
building
right
last week.
direction. Yeah,
And he was in the
yeah,
building last week. They did say
yeah.
he was
How
in the
much you
building
think
last week.
How much you think they're going to he's going to demand?
12.
12?
12. Yeah.
That's good.
I
That's
would
good.
do I
That's
would do
good.
a 4-year.
Good number.
I would actually do 4 years, 50 million with 30 guaranteed, 30 to 35 million guaranteed.
Honestly, if you look at Barkley and you
Oh,
look
there's
at,
Eli. Eli Heidenreich off the board from Navy.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh
you,
picked
you
him
look
up.
you look at Shaquan Barkley, what he's making, 20 million, and then you compare that to what Walker just got paid or is getting paid, which is what, like 14, 15. I think Achane is somewhere in between, to be honest with you. I think 17, 18.
They're not giving
That's
him.
what I think. They're
I mean-
not, but that's what he's gonna want.
That dude's not touching that much money, bro.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think he's better than Walker?
I think he is, but I don't think he's getting it.
You don't think he's better than Shaquan Barkley?
I mean,
As
is he
a
better?
pass
Than,
receiver?
is he better?
H-
Is he better than
Achane.
Saquon right this minute?
At this minute, yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, listen, given the kind of year that Saquon had last year, I mean,
Okay.
I don't think it's a stretch right now to say you know, the Achane is better. I mean, you know, again, given you know,
I'm
and-
just
and I
asking the
figured somebody
questions.
was
I'm
gonna
not
push
saying
back
it
on
is.
it. Like, yeah, listen,
Yeah.
Brett, what I'm talking about is, again, you have to look at the year he just had and look at the year that Achane had, right? And so I think
Mhm.
it's not close to Barkley. I would 1000% push back on that. I don't think that's an asinine conversation to have. I get what
Yeah.
Barkley has been, but
Oh wow.
it's about right now. It's about right now. You know, and to me, right now, when you look at the year that Barkley just had compared to the year that Achane just had, I don't think it's a stretch to wonder who the better running back is. You know, and even Kenneth Walker, like Kenneth Walker to me, yeah, he had a good year, but I don't think Kenneth Walker is like a top 5 running back in the NFL. At least
Yeah, but
not-
look at the
at least not
system.
for-
Look at
not
this.
for me.
Look
Not for
look
me.
at the system he was playing in, right?
Yeah,
He was playing with
yeah.
Seattle,
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
and he's getting 14, 15. So you don't think Achane will demand
I
17,
think
18?
the Kenneth Walker number had a lot to do with how he performed in the playoffs, right? I think he had a really good run in the playoffs, and I think that kind of spiked his number a little bit, in my opinion. And you know, I think that helped him out. That helped him out to land the figure that he did. I don't know how many people were lining up to give Kenneth Walker that type of money.
Mhm.
Me personally.
Right.
Well,
Well, you know what Tua said, the market's the market.
No, yeah,
And look what he got.
and listen, it's up to whatever team, you know, to decide whether that is, you know, the market that they want to, you know, they want to shop in, right? They have to decide, okay, is this feasible? Is it worth giving him that much money? And if not, then they got to look to trade him, because I guarantee you, there's a couple teams out there that I'm sure would value him at whatever number that is.
So
I agree.
I want to say that very quick. What you just said, because I don't know. Anyway, what you just said is on the money, right? You know, there could be this little debate amongst a small group of people who want to stay stuck on their views that Achane's not a good back or great back, whatever you want to call it. But you know, you better damn believe that there are teams in this league that would be running to the table to go get him.
Absolutely.
And you know,
I agree.
So, you know, and he, you know, body of work or whatever you want to call it and everything else. And he is the most consistent player on Miami's offense 2 years running.
That's what I was going to mention.
A running back and a receiver. A running back and a receiver.
And Bobby, his rookie year, he missed 6 games. And
Exactly.
look at his
and look
numbers.
what he did. What did he do when he came back out of 6 games? I mean, you want to talk about consistency and body of work? Then go back and watch the film. Go look back at your. It's not you know, respectfully. You say that, but it's obviously you're not really paying attention, because if you're looking at the body of work, you see a guy who consistently comes in every season, the season he's been drafted, and has busted his ass and is one of the best backs in the league.
100%.
He's right there with those guys.
Yeah.
You can keep throwing a bunch of random names out there and hope on their resume, but if you're going on current they've done, Achane's right there.
And he
100%.
led
That's
in,
what-
and
that's-
he led in breaking tackles last year, and he had over 10 runs over 40 yards. Come
Yeah,
on,
the-
that's all-star
the-
running back.
Yeah, this notion, the notion of and again, I think Brett was saying it, and let me get so I get the quote right. What did he say? So it's about body of work and consistency. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to pay if I'm looking to extend whoever the player is, I can't extend you
100%.
based on body of work, right? Because it's about what you did. It's about what you're going to do for me. If I'm paying you new money, it's about what you're going to do for me in the future, right? Some guys and some teams believe in paying, and paying guys for what they've done, and that's fine. But the good teams in this league don't do that, right? The good teams in this league forecast what it is that you're going to be, and that's what they're going to pay you. What you are today and what you're going to be, right? That's why, for example, Cincinnati didn't want to give Trey Hendrickson, a ton of money. His age, what they thought he was going to turn into in the whole deal, and they didn't want to pay him, right? And so he's been productive, but he's older, and so they didn't want to pay him money. Again, for example.
Yeah. No,
So
true.
for me, Barkley, yes, he's a great back, right? But it's worrisome when you look at the running back position and you look at the year he had last year, and what a huge drop he had from one year to the next, right? And so you can sit there and compare bodies of work. You can sit there and compare resumes. It's about what you're going to do in the future, right? And if you're looking at those two players right now and what the future holds for them, I don't think it's a stretch to say that you'd rather have Achane than Barkley at this point. I don't know. I don't know. To me, Brett, like, what are you saying that Barkley can do that Achane can't? That's what I want to know. Like, it's because I don't know that I see
think
anything
Achane has
necessarily.
done more with less. Achane has done more with less.
Absolutely.
You go in the team, you put, well, look what he did with the Eagles. I'm not taking, nobody's saying everybody would run to the table for Saquon Barkley, but with the Eagles, with their offensive line and what they were able to do, he had a pretty good run in there. He looked really good. But that was, you go with Barkley from the Giants to the Eagles. Eagles look a lot better in that scenario. But you put Achane, put Achane on the Eagles and see what happens.
Absolutely.
He did a lot more, a lot less. DSG put there about mental toughness. Achane did carry the team on his back. It wasn't Tyreek Hill, it wasn't Jalen Waddle, it wasn't Tua Tagovailoa. It was Devon Achane.
He was their MVP
2 years in a row, the best player on the offense.
He was their MVP,
with the 28th ranked line in the NFL.
Yeah. Listen, if Achane was running behind, the Eagles line, you imagine the numbers he put up, and with receivers, obviously, like you had with just the whole deal. But you look at that line, which by and large, most people consider the best line in the NFL over the course of, probably the last 4 or 5 years. With running behind that line, there's a lot of running backs that would look really good behind that line. So yeah, you want mental toughness. Yeah, Achane carried the whole team on his back. Yeah,
so
the guy's been a stud. The guy's been a stud.
Yeah. So the bottom line is how much are you willing to pay him, right? He's got stuff. He's got a lot going for him. He's still young, right? He's only, he still has some, he's still going to be around for another 3 or 4 years. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, this was year 3? This was year 3 of
it's year
Achane?
3.
Year 3. But
he's not even in his prime.
Yeah, he's not even
in
to
his
year
prime.
4 now with him. He didn't play the first 6 games, came back, looked really good. The last 2 years, the most consistent player on Miami's offense.
100%.
Receiving and running the ball. And let me just bring this out too, because he's not elite. How many elite running backs are there in the league? Just throw that around. He's a great running back. He's a fringe elite, right? Because you got Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, McCaffrey, Henry, who's falling off a cliff, who's not going to be the same guy. And I love Derrick Henry. But
he's
then you
getting
got
older.
Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, Cook out of Buffalo. Like, what are we like? If we're gonna go, he's not elite. What equates elite?
Exactly.
Guys who can run through tackles. Not every running back is the same. But if you go Christian McCaffrey's elite, well, guess what? Devon Achane's similar in that fashion. He could catch, he could run, he could make plays outside the tackle. Oh, but he can't do that one thing. He can't escape that certain tackle.
Yeah.
Put him in San Francisco. Put him in Philadelphia, and let's see what he can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I think
agree.
it's just
I agree.
You know,
there's
come on.
I agree.
there's a ton of teams. There's a ton of teams that would take HM tomorrow. I mean, absolutely. I mean, listen, the guy's a stud. I think. Listen, the comp in terms of like playing style, size, like the whole deal. I mean, again, look at Jahmyr Gibbs, right? I mean, you know, I think they compare favorably, you know, to each other. You know, and listen, right now, I mean, which one of those guys would you take, right? I mean, you know, again, are we saying Jahmyr Gibbs is elite? You know, are we said again? I think elite is just one of those words, man. People throw around and they have to be elite. Listen, like Bobby said, dude is one of the best running backs in the league. However, whatever word, whatever adjective you want to use to describe him, he's one of the top backs in the league. It's super simple. So, you know, again, he's gonna want to get paid like one. It's just a matter of whether the Dolphins want to pay it or not.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to. And then you got to think too, you know, we got to pay Brewer yet. You got to pay Brooks. So hopefully, you know, they can work that
No, but
out.
can you just imagine, by the way, I love stirring the pot. Talk about Achan. Can you imagine Brewer, Tyler Lindenbaum reset the center market? Like they get $24 million as a center.
There you go.
Same way Rob Hunt got $20 million as a guard. Like these guys reset the market, and you're going, if you're the Dolphins, you're not doing. If that's what they're asking for, you can't sign them for that. You can't. You just can't.
Yeah. And I mean, I think you hit it on the head, right? It's like I said before, it is, you have to decide what number you're comfortable bringing him back at. And if he's asking for something that you're not comfortable giving him, then now you have to decide, okay, are we going to trade him or not?
That's exactly.
It's one or the other. It's you, because again, we know what the Dolphins cap situation is, and you have to be really careful on where it is that this money goes, right? So, okay, are we comfortable, you know, with that number, with a guard, with a position like running back, which we all know a lot of teams don't necessarily value the running back like that, right?
Yeah.
So, are we going to go with, okay, we're going to pay, you know, a running back who's one of the best running backs in the league? Are we going to pay him 12, 13, 14 million bucks, or are we not going to pay him that and we're going to trade him? That's what you have to decide, you know. So.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that
in
goes.
regards of paying
right.
him, what that timeline should be. I will say, as we get closer now to Miami's pick at 238, I would be. I know Evan was talking about should we get paid before June, a certain date of June. Again, all by what we've heard and seen is that they're closer to getting that deal done. That it signs point in the right direction.
Bobby.
What? Yeah. But
you know you're gonna get that call, right?
100%. But I will say, for me, you got up until the end, the trade deadline, because you don't want to lose them for nothing. Teams are going to run to that table. So if you have to get to the trade deadline and move that, then you can do that at that point in time.
Yeah.
Hope it doesn't get to that time, but
yeah,
that's when I would do it. That's when I would want to get that deal done.
Yep. I'm really curious to see where that goes with those negotiations. Really, really curious to see how that.
Can you believe, guys, what they're doing? Eli Heidenreich literally is getting, because he also got drafted by Pittsburgh. Now he's on ESPN. He got to go through the green room. They got to do this whole thing on stage, and he went out to the crowd, did like selfies with the extended camera. Like he's getting his real flowers for a 7th rounder. Pretty amazing.
Who did that?
Eli Heidenreich was in the green room.
Good.
So they let him put on the hat. They did a whole thing on stage. They let him go out to the fans. He was taking selfies and things with the fans. Now he's on ESPN live. Pretty cool.
Don't know. I will say though, we had another.
What did I do to you, man?
We had another quarterback come off the board, not named Garrett Nussmeier, Gavin Gerhardt. No, I'm sorry.
He's a center.
Baron Morton from Texas Tech went to the New England Patriots. So Nussmeier continues to fall.
Is there something wrong with Nussmeier? Is that what it is?
Something. I smell a rat.
Is he getting Bo Callahan? We've seen that movie before.
Yeah. No, but this is worse than Quinn Ewers. Like this guy, Quinn Ewers chose like this is insane. Like this guy had a good year. Like I know he regressed, but like Bobby, do you think that unlike what we've talked about throughout the last 3 days, that because he didn't have such a great year this year, that people are forgetting that he was a good quarterback in 2024?
I don't know.
Maybe.
There must be something
Recency bias?
that we don't know, behind the scenes. I would have to assume.
Is it the medical? Because I didn't hear anything about
I didn't hear
his
anything on medical with him before
Yeah.
the draft.
Excuse me.
Again, God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Would you be
from-
okay
again,
with getting him?
100%.
'Cause I-
At this
I
point in time,
would.
there's some guys on the board that I like, but if you grab him here, how can you hate that? How can you be against
DSG will. DSG will.
quarterback?
DSG will lose his mind.
Oh, this.
Well, that's
Lose
and
his
here's the thing.
mind.
That's what Brett just said here. I had to look at my phone for a second, but Brett talking about rated 6. Nussmeier was rated 6 to Lance Storyline, and the media will pump up. Now I know Brett is hot. Not Brett. Josh Wingate is very high, and what he thought about Nussmeier. But again, Nussmeier I thought would be gone second, third round, whatever. But to be this
Same.
low, but again, it usually happens when the media is high on someone outside of us, whatever, but teams are not as high on someone. So I would love to know why he's at this point, no matter
It's
where
gonna
he's
come out. It's gonna come out.
Here's
for
a
sure.
here's a theory. He's not your prototypical height and weight.
No,
He's decent size.
Yeah, but I
He's a
don't
small
think
quarterback.
no, I mean I don't think he's excessively small. I have to look it up, but I mean I don't think Nussmeier is.
No,
a
he's
guy-
what is
he's
he?
not like Diego
6'2".
Pavia or something like
Yeah,
that.
he's 6'2", 203.
yeah.
He's not bad. Not a bad
Yeah,
height.
he's that the measurables aren't the problem. Measurables aren't
Okay.
the problem. So
I just throwing
He
it
did
out there.
throw 12 interceptions in 2024, but still, I mean,
Mhm.
even with his drop off, I did not see him going into the 7th at all. But again, to your point, Steve, nobody saw yours going in the 7th either. So it's sometimes it does happen. Now I was listening and paying attention to the whole A-Chain conversation. Thank you very much. And this will be very interesting because if I'm A-Chain personally, you're looking at what the team is building. They're putting up a wall in front of me with guys that can move and that can really open up some holes for me. Look at what I was able to do with the questionable multiple O-lines I had to deal with. Now I'm going to have a solidified O-line. Maybe I might not want to, maybe I want to take a flyer on myself. Maybe I might just do a 1 year, you know what I mean? And give them like 2-3 years for them to like move the money down the road and whatever.
I just think
Because if you
I hear what you're saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you. The problem is, man, as a running back, you have to get paid. Like you have to go, especially going into when it comes time for that second contract. Like you have to go. Like running backs who are top of the market, like he is. You can't. There's other positions that you'd be like, okay, I'll sign a 1 year deal, kind of bet on myself, type thing. As a running back. You have to get that.
I like that pick. I like that pick. That is a solid pick. This guy could have been gone way ahead of time. This is like a fourth, fifth round, whatever, third round guy. This edge rusher out of Iowa.
Edge.
I've talked about him a lot. I like him. Kind of a late bloomer, but again, 6'6", 258. Last year had 25 total tackles, 6 sacks, 5.5 sacks the year before, 3 sacks the year before. I love that. You building your
what a pick.
I like that pick for the Miami Dolphins. I really do.
Boy, more competition for Chop.
Pork chop.
Yep.
No, but that's what it is. This is again, and even then, hey, you know what? You're not going to be the starter. You're going to be rotating back and forth.
Yeah.
In and out, in and out.
Yes, Steve got his wish.
I like that pick.
Hey, and real quick, Miss Finch,
Go
I
ahead.
know because you were talking about the Devon A-Chain deal. Let me just real quick because I think DSG is still he's still on here. So in terms of the numbers last year, when you're comparing him to Saquon Barkley, okay, and I have to look up Saquon numbers, but you're looking at again 1,350 yards rushing last year in 16 games, right? 5.7 yards per carry, all right? Fumbled 1 time, okay? 67 receptions, all right? 488 yards. Okay, so everything you're looking at, right? Then you say, okay, well, what kind of runner is he in terms of, listen, 49 total missed tackles. You got a broken tackle rate of 16.8%, 4.1 yards average after contact, right? And so again, if you're looking at these numbers as it relates to HN, and you're telling me, okay, he's not Barkley. Okay, what is it that Barkley does today that HN does not do? That's what I want to hear. And again, if I'm his representation and I'm coming to the table to ask for money, to ask for a new deal, these are the numbers that I'm putting up in front of the Dolphins front office staff, and I'm going, tell me what it is that my guy does. All right, tell me what it is that my guy can't do that other top running backs do, because everything I'm seeing right there tells me that he's one of the best running backs in the league. Call him whatever you want, great, elite, you define that however, but when you put those numbers up against anybody else's numbers, they compare favorably. So he's within his right to ask for a ton of money. Now, whether they give it to him, different story. But those numbers, those numbers stack up against any running back in the league right now.
Barkley's
100%.
numbers last year were 280 attempts, 1,140 yards, 7 TDs. He had 4.1 yards average. And his receiving, he had 47. No, excuse me. My bad. Where am I? He had 37 receptions for 273 yards, 7.4 yard average, and only 2 TDs.
Yeah, well, our offense wasn't that great. That's all I can say. But when I said that, and I didn't get a chance to finish my point, but I understand, wanting to get paid typically for running backs if you're one of those top end ones. This is going to be your big bag, your second contract. That's the one that, that you can retire on. But the reason why I said that is if I'm him and I'm looking at what the Dolphins are doing, I'm really liking what they're doing. So maybe I might just take a flyer on myself. It doesn't mean that he will. I don't think so. And if I'm his agent, I wouldn't tell him to do it either. But I'm still going to be intrigued based on what I'm looking at the Dolphins putting in front of me. Because if he does take that 1 year, obviously you're risking injury. But if he comes out here and blows it up, he's going to reset the market the next year. So you have to think about this past year being a down year. Not to say that his overall numbers haven't been great. To me, he's a top 5 running back in the league already. So he should be getting paid, period. But I was just saying, if I'm him, I'm going to consider that because I think that's something that's very interesting. It's not the same old, well, figure it out running back of how Greer had it with our O-line, literally changing left every single week. Here, they're putting solidified pieces in front of him that he can say, if I can do what I did with those guys, imagine what I can do with a legit O-line that I don't have to stress about. And to me, that's why I was talking about that. But yeah, he should absolutely get paid. Will he get paid by Miami? More than likely, no. If you're really thinking about it, because we just don't have the money. And that's unfortunate. Obviously, it sucks, but that is just the situation that we're in, which is why I was so confused why we didn't draft a running back. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, I was still expecting us to draft. Maybe we'll get somebody as a UDFA. We don't know. But them not drafting a running back and them putting so much in the O-line comes to me, and it makes me feel like they probably have talks already, and they're looking to analyze a deal.
The talks are there. That he's entering the last year of his deal, right? He's on his rookie deal. He's entering the last year of it, right?
He wants that extension, that big extension.
Yeah,
which I understand why he deserves it.
Yeah, well, no, 100%.
And he's young, so that's also a plus for him.
He's entering year 4. It's the last year of his rookie deal. So again, the talks are there. Again, like we talked about, it's just a matter of, are they going to want to pay him that money or not? I think listen, Sullivan just came from a team, that had a nice running back, at their disposal, right? And so, I think he sees the value in that. The problem is you have to look at that cap situation for Miami, and can you afford to pay a running back top of the market money? As it stands now, right? With your dead cap situation, with just the amount of money you don't have, is that a luxury you can afford, right? That's the decision that's going to have to be made by Sullivan.
Yeah, but they
Can we
could
pay
always
this guy or can we not?
they could always manipulate that contract. And when you're signing a player like that and you push it down the road, I mean, you're gonna give him the peace of mind of, hey, you're getting paid. But he's also gonna have to help us with the cap. So maybe we might do like a Deshaun Watson. I'm not saying fully guaranteed, but I mean like how they had him only cost them $1 million because they didn't have any money that year, and they put everything in the back end of his contract. We could
Maybe
do something
void
like that and
years?
give him league minimum.
Yeah,
with
listen,
several void years.
you're
That's
gonna
one
have
of
to
the
be.
easiest
you're
way
gonna
to
have-
do it.
Yeah, I mean, listen. That is certainly an option. That is certainly an option. You're just there again, right? Is that something they're going to want to do?
If it's still open.
We
Yeah.
shall see.
That's what
we
it-
shall see. Because
what it-
again, that dead cap money is real, and that's no joke. You got $100 million of dead cap money. You got like 43 players playing on the minimum. So, again, there's not a lot of money there. And I get re-upping him. You can kind of extend that money out and the whole deal. So have it kick in after, the big part of that, after, a couple years. Is that something that his representation is going to be okay with? That's just
I
what
get
you have
that,
to
Q.
what you have to ask yourself.
But we've
Yeah.
seen teams deal with it. You got the Saints that literally for 3 years straight, they were over, what was it, like almost $80 million over the cap.
Denver
Major
just did it.
insanity. Denver too, with Russ's contract that they just ate it all up and they still had to deal with it, which is why they drafted Bo Nix when they did, to be able to, if we're gonna pay him, we gotta get somebody rookie to kind of offset that. So the opportunity's there. We just have to find a way, but that's for the contract guys to deal with. That's more for Brandon Shore to deal with, being he's our contracts guy. Let him work that out as long as they can find the right number. And guess what? Our owner, Steve Ross, has shown that he doesn't mind paying players. So that hefty sign-on bonus, it's gonna be there for him.
Yeah.
He's gonna get that money.
There's
So,
absolutely ways
I don't
around
think
it.
he has to work. Yeah.
There's absolutely ways around it. It's just, again, the Dolphins have to decide if what he's asking for, they're willing to meet. But if they're willing to, there's absolutely a way to make it happen. They just have to decide that.
They should do
Yeah.
it though, because this will be a
absolutely.
sick-
I mean, he's their
sick running
best
game.
player. He's their best player. But
It'd be a sick running game. That's all I'm saying. But I know somebody asked over there, what do we think about Max Llewellyn? Who?
I love it. I love it. I just talked about it. The edge rusher out of Iowa. This is a solid pick. This is a guy who could have gone a lot earlier. I like Trey Moore, but I like this way more than Trey Moore. 6'6", 2. I'm trying to pull that back up, but I had my notes on. I just
253.
thank you. Again, he fits the size, fits the criteria. You're adding depth to that room, a rotational edge rushing room. Last year, again, 6 sacks.
258.
Yeah, I mean, I like the potential of this kid. I like none of these guys really jump out at you right now, but if you put them all together and you're having a rotating lineup here at edge rushers, I like this. I like the potential of this pick this late in the draft. So I
Because
like
they
this
doubled
move.
up. Because they doubled up in the guard and edge positions, this was not a wasted third day, in my opinion. So to me, good on you, sirs. Good on you, doubling up on O-line and edge. And I think overall, this is a great draft. I mean, what are we grading it? Did you already start doing your grades and stuff, or no?
Well, maybe a little early, but we could do that. We could look at that.
I don't know. I'm not. This is your show. I'm just a guest. I'm here to look good.
What did I say on the second day, Evan?
I can't say that, Miss Vince.
B minus.
I'm not here to look good.
I'd say this is a solid B draft for me. The beginning of the third day kind of hurt me, but honestly, it's just
Guys, we gotta wait for Sammy. Wait for
The
Sammy.
wide receivers. I just can't. Wide receiver, tight end, wide receiver.
Why? What happened with Sammy? Is he
No,
coming?
he wants us to wait for him.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, Sammy, you didn't hear anything. This is not the grade
Yes,
you're
don't worry.
looking
Don't
for.
worry. We're waiting. We are waiting. We will wait. I'm working on something here. I'm gonna put my microphone here. Do this now because after I'm done for a day, at least for a little while.
Yeah, when we're done, we're done. I think Bob.
How many hours total?
Oh,
have we been?
what are you at? We're at 6 now. We're probably gonna get to 7 hours today. It was
So
over
6 and
4
a half.
hours yesterday. 4 hours the day before. What are we at? 15 hours.
There you go.
You've been on
We're
too
at
long.
15 hours. We're gonna be at 15 hours by the time we're done. Isn't that crazy?
That's nuts, man.
So I've been here since 3. That's 7, 4, 8. That's almost 11 hours. It's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's over almost 12 hours of podcasting. That's insanity. That's phenomenal. I love it. Come
Guys,
on,
with that being the case, you said Sammy's gonna jump back on with you guys, right?
He might jump back on to give his grade and all that. Yeah.
All right, man. Listen, I'm gonna leave it to y'all to do the
Q,
grades, man.
appreciate you, brother.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
jump
brother.
off here, man. But it was definitely a pleasure. Appreciate y'all having me. Hopefully, you know, here in the very near future, man, we get to do it again soon, man.
Yes,
Miss
sir.
Vince,
All right, Q.
good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you, Q.
Yeah, brother, good to see you, man. We'll
Good
like I
to
said,
see you, Q.
let's do it again
We'll
soon,
have
man.
to do it again
Absolutely.
sometime.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Appreciate y'all having me. Hope
Yeah,
hope
man.
y'all have a great
Thank-
night. And,
Thanks for hanging in there.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Hunter, later Q, like Niners fans, cool people. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, there's some cool Niners fans out there, man. There's definitely the Niners fans and the faithful from everywhere I've been to watch them play, man. It's always been a good time. So appreciate y'all having me. Appreciate everybody who participated in the comments, man. And we'll do it again soon. Y'all have a good night, all right?
All right,
Appreciate
man.
you.
Take care.
We'll talk soon, brother.
Absolutely, bro.
See ya.
Bye.
Later.
Evan got his
Wow,
keyboard
they're
back.
eating
Oh,
pie.
I forgot to mute. Sorry. Sorry. I just want to tell you something. I think
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm just putting it in the chat. You'll understand. Like,
Yeah. I got
You
a
agree?
text message. I got a couple text messages about it. Yeah.
since the beginning.
Yes, 100%.
Remember the time, Steve, where I was in the comments, I joined, and I go, one day Steve Malloy is gonna. I need Steve Malloy on FTSN,
Yeah.
and I go,
Right.
can
Yeah.
you believe, like, doesn't it feel like years ago? Like, doesn't it feel how long it's been, Bobby? Like,
It has
It
been
does.
years ago. It's been years.
it's been
It's
years.
been 4 years. At least
It's
4 years, right?
crazy, eh? How time flies.
Goes fast. Goes fast.
And imagine, by the way, can you just imagine where our fandom would? Let's just talk all 4 of us. Where our fandom would be, or what we'd be doing if we didn't have this.
Mm.
Like, we'd be like in our own. I think
Yeah.
we'd all like the Dolphins would have all given us a coronary by now, eh?
Yeah, I think so.
Bobby, could you just imagine if I didn't have the time to vent after every post game show, and McDaniel was our coach? Can you imagine me? Can you just imagine the amount of serenity now inside of my body?
Serenity now.
Unbelievable. We didn't have this platform to vent. Steve, if Tua would have given you a coronary.
Yeah, I think I've had a few strokes with him.
Nah, you were last year spending all last season telling me how positive I should be. It's all going to work out.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was trying to keep my sanity.
I know, it was pretty. But that's the thing, right? This is what the Dolphins did today. Like, we all can question a lot of what they've done, but what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again. And by the way, Bobby, this has been a
Absolutely.
very Green Bay draft.
Yeah.
It's a very different
It has
mindset. And
Has
it's great,
been,
right?
yeah.
It's great. Because think about it. Even if they develop the players this year with 150 million plus of cap space, and the cap's going to go up, they're probably going to have like close to 160, 170 next year. They're going to have so much to do next year. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have a lot of money next year to use.
Yeah, sanity later. It's going to be crazy. I can't wait for this season. It's going to be so much fun. Like, this is going to be fun. This is not like Brian Flores, who had like no pizzazz and couldn't speak, or neither could Chris Greer. These two gentlemen can speak, and I like the fact that they're bringing out the director of college scouting, Bobby. I like the fact that Carl
Mhm.
Davidson come out. They're letting people introduce him. He's the one who's also been talking about some of the draft picks. I think it's really nice that they're showing off other people.
And
on the team.
Kyle Smith, is it Kyle Smith?
Kyle Smith. I meant Kyle Smith. I meant Kyle Smith. Not
Yeah, the
Kyle.
assistant.
Yeah. And the director
GM.
of scouting was there too. Like it's
Yeah. Well, they had another executive speaking at the podium too today. I don't know who it was.
Bobby, do you follow Raz Football?
John
It
Roberts.
was you actually that posted it. Raz Football had Llewellyn drafted 405 out of 227. Now, from 1928 to 26, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That's over 30. That's almost 30 years. That's 30 years. He's the 400th rank out of 30 years. That's pretty good. Not pronounce his name a few times. Say Llewellyn over a couple hundred times, a few times in a row.
Listen, Evan, you're
What did I
making some
say?
good points.
Oh, God.
No, I'm trying to say you're making some good points,
That's
dude.
great. Thank
Jeez, I
God.
can't hype you up. Come on, man.
No, you've been knocking me my Canadianness all night. It's all
Oh,
good.
listen, I love everybody. Look, my little sister, my sorority, she's Canadian. I love her, her mom, her dad, her whole family. So I have a special place in my heart. Plus Celine Dion, and unfortunately Shania Twain, because she will always be American to me, even though she is now. But still, you know, she's got a little maple in her. I love Canada, you know, but USA will always be number one. I'm never taking that. I will
But
never.
always remember, even though he is not Canadian, the guy who one of the best edge rushers we got to experience in our last 25 years, where did he get his start? Canada. So we gave my country gave us Cameron Wake. So that makes
Was
me happy.
Cameron Wake from Canada?
No, but he grinded his teeth in the
He
beginning of
studied in
football.
his
He was a
NFL.
star. He was a
Yeah,
star.
I know he played there, but
Yeah,
I
like
thought I didn't.
Him and Doug outside of Doug Flutie, Warren Moon, because they're quarterbacks. Outside of those two,
Mhm.
I would even say he's better. Like outside of Warren Moon, he's the best player to ever play in Canada that made it to the NFL.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, Warren Moon. Yeah, he was a hell
Warren
of a
Moon was huge
quarterback.
here. Yeah, huge here.
Mhm.
By the way, Bobby, can you believe how many quarterbacks I can't get over? If you're Shador, like how many quarterbacks is one?
Isn't he relegated to the sixth quarterback now? This
I
is
think so.
insane. This is insane.
Sean, Shador, Gabriel. Is Flacco going to sign there again for the 50,000th time? It's crazy.
It's funny, is what it is. It's funny.
Yeah.
It is nuts.
I don't understand why they have so many quarterbacks. I don't get it.
know.
Because they
And
suck
by the
at
way-
picking quarterbacks, so they have to
Yeah, I
continue to
guess.
pick them.
And they got the last. Basically, they got the scraps. Like Todd Monken might be decent, but they got the scraps. Like they had nobody left to choose from as a head coach. Like they didn't have much of a choice when they tried it.
Saying something good about Evan is creating a gremlin. Don't do that, Miss.
I guess we're gonna have to.
It's
You're
like,
gonna
We're
what?
gonna have to wait and see, man.
Taking that for granted?
Yeah. No,
Is he gone?
if you
They got Nussmeier. Oh man, my dad's gonna have that. Quintavious Hutchins to Boston College edge to New England. My dad's gonna like that a lot.
Bobby, Sammy, what were you trying to say? I apologize.
No, I was running right coming here. I hear Miss Vincent basically, you know, saying nice things about you. I said, don't do that. You know, it's like feeding a gremlin. You don't do that. You say nothing. You know, that ego's
I
big
believe
enough.
in charity, okay?
That-
I believe in charity.
Like
Yeah.
feeding a gremlin? Did you say feeding a gremlin?
Yeah, you know, you don't do that. His ego's big enough. Why would you do
I
that?
got you.
You're too
If
nice.
you only
Miss Vince.
knew,
Don't do
if
that.
you only knew how
Hey.
small my ego was in real life, that I have to do it here.
You guys are too much.
Yeah.
I can't.
We're talking about Vince Nanza, not Evans. Okay.
I know. If Evan's a very
Uh-huh.
different person.
I like Evan.
Me too.
No, Evan's awesome.
Evan's a nice person, right, Bobby?
Evan's great.
Couldn't be a
Evan-
nicer, gentle giant, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
100%.
no, see, now you're trying to push it. Now you're trying to push it.
Now you're trying to.
By the way, wouldn't it have been hilarious if Cleveland took Nussmeier there? That would have been perfect.
That's
Yo,
what I
if
told you.
Cleveland
Like,
took Nussmeier, I would tell my agent, trade me right now. I'm not coming to
Ooh,
Cleveland.
you know, they could be here. Who's the backup in Kansas City? Who's the backup in Kansas City now, Bobby? Do you remember?
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
don't
he
know.
played for. Yeah, he played for.
The Todd Gardner.
He played for the Jets last year.
Not Tyrod Taylor.
No, the
Justin
Jets.
Fields.
Justin Fields. There you go.
Yeah, so they're not going to take him.
Yeah.
The Ravens, can they put him behind Lamar? Because Tyler Huntley's the backup. I can see Baltimore doing it.
You're right there.
Yeah.
I'm almost done.
Baltimore could do it. The
Almost
Eagles, who do the Eagles have backed up? Oh, they took
How
a
about-
quarterback. Did they take a quarterback? The Eagles Took a quarterback, didn't they? They took Cole Payton.
Yes,
Yes.
I think they did.
Yeah,
Cole-
Cole,
Cole
Cole
Payton.
Payton.
Yeah, I can't believe Nussmeier. Unbelievable.
I mean,
Is he going to be an undrafted free agent?
That'd
there's
be
no
nuts.
way. That'd be
There's
nuts.
no way. The
Oh!
Seahawks
No
will
way.
pick-
Oh,
I called it.
speaking
Eh?
of the devil.
I
Yep,
called it.
yep, you did.
Bam!
There it is.
There
They
it
took
is.
him. They took
Yeah.
him, didn't they?
The Kansas City Chiefs are going to have him as their third quarterback.
Yeah.
He's never going to start there. Does he not realize he's never starting there? He'll never
He doesn't have a
start.
choice.
What do you
Drafted.
mean? What do you
Mahomes is there.
mean? Mahomes is out for this entire season, dude.
He'll be back in
He is?
November. He'll be back by
Yes.
mid-
He is.
They're not
He'll be
about
back.
to put him coming off of that injury in November. They're not going to be good enough to even get into the
But that's how they have
playoffs.
Justin
What
Fields.
are we
Hey,
Hey
talking
guys, I've got to get off.
Okay.
But you want me to give you my grade?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
please. Yes.
All right, for the whole draft.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All
Miami.
right. Miami, yes, of course.
Jets.
I'm gonna say, and I'll say B minus.
That's where I'm at.
B minus. Yeah,
That's where I'm at.
B minus. Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
leaning towards. I was B minus at the start, C plus, but I feel comfortable enough to say I'm at a B minus for the Dolphins draft.
Yeah, I think they did really good, and I take into account that they stuck with their convictions, man. They were convicted on the and they picked who they wanted, and they didn't
They
care what
sure did.
anybody said. They
They
got who
sure
they
did.
wanted. So I like it. I'm real
All right.
happy about it. I'm excited. I'm excited for training camp to start, man. So should be great. All right, guys. Hey,
All right,
thank
Steve.
you thank you for letting me come up here and host a little bit. I'll be talking
Of
to
course,
everyone
man. Are
soon.
you
I hope.
kidding me?
Miss Fins, I gotta have you on my show here soon on Real Talk Fins Talk. Sammy, Sammy, gotta have
Absolutely.
you on too, brother. And Fin Stanza, all of you guys,
Love
except
you,
Bob.
Steve.
Love you,
of course.
man.
You're the best, Steve.
Love you, man.
All right, man. Take care, guys, and gentlemen,
Later,
and ladies.
Steve.
Okay.
All right, that's Steve Malloy, host of Real Talk Fins Talk, who helped take over for me, and appreciate him jumping in here. As he hops on off. We are about to wrap this up in just a little while here. Got a couple more picks left, a few more picks. Let's see here, and
Who's the best player still on the board? Bobby, if you were to look based on everything, let's see who's still there.
who's the best player on the board for me?
Still here. Like who's Xavier Harris is still there. What is up with that?
A lot of D tackles still there. Isaiah World is still on the board. Tyreek Sapp. You talk about receivers. I mean, Jeff Caldwell's still there from Cincinnati. Chase Roberts, quarterback. Jalen Daniels. So I bet one of these guys are going to be signed by Miami. I think.
Here's your position. Here's a great question before we give our grades. Rob was nice enough to say before that we have 86 players on the roster based on the amount of the 13 draft picks that we've done the last 3 days, which means it leaves them four spaces for their 90. What positions would you go to draft for undrafted free agents? Which positions do you feel they need to go fill in to have competition during for the 90? So what positions would you go focus on that they feel like they haven't covered on the draft, or you feel
Corner.
still missing and need to
Corner and safety. Corner and safety. More help in the secondary. We don't have a starter except Johnson. So give me corner and safety, and then I'll be good. I think that should be the first one. And also pick up a quarterback as well. I'll be totally okay with that. But corner. And if I didn't say it before, corner.
Sammy, what about you?
I want more girth. I need more bodies. I need more competition on the defensive line. So I will go heavy on the offensive line. Safety, of course. One of those safeties that basically can play good special teams that can start going up the ranks. That they can give you a good body and special teams. It will be nice. And they're gonna sign an undrafted quarterback. Who's gonna be? We don't know, but they're gonna sign an undrafted quarterback for sure.
Bobby, what do you think?
They've I think safety could be a target for sure, but I know they've signed a lot of corners and defensive backs before this draft, and they've got
11.
they got a couple guys here. So I'm with Sammy. I would go again. I would keep building up on the trenches, keep adding to that offensive line and defensive line. That's what I do.
Yeah. Well, that actually, if they want to draft there's still a few Hurricanes if they still want to make up for the fact that they haven't drafted a Hurricane yet. But no, yeah, they know definitely. I feel like they haven't drafted one lineman. I don't think they're deep enough on the defensive line.
Defensive line, yeah.
Yeah, so I would do probably a lineman on both sides of the ball, a safety, and a corner. That's what I would do. But at least they don't have to go get a punter or a kicker.
Right?
Right? That's nice.
Yeah. Don't they have 2 of each?
Yeah, they have 2 of each. It's hilarious. I've never seen that before. It's very, very funny.
Yeah.
Like, if you're Jake Bailey, like, what are you doing? And Bobby, that doesn't include the poor guy who sat outside training camp for last season, remember?
Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. Whatever happened to him, you think, Bobby? Remember his name?
No, I don't, but hopefully he's living a good life and hopefully got to roll somewhere. Yeah.
That was interesting.
Whomever they are.
Wherever they are.
But,
Shout out to
yeah.
them.
No, we definitely gotta go.
Wesley Basant had a decent year, Bobby, last year. I'm surprised he wasn't picked at all. I liked him for the Hurricanes.
Did y'all give your grace? Because I'm still,
No.
I want to give my
No,
grace
go ahead.
whenever
I'll
Bobby
go.
tells
You
me.
go next. I'll be last.
Whenever Bobby, no, I want to go first. Just
Well, Steve went first. Did you forget?
oh, man.
And
What happened?
Bobby threw his hand. And
I
Bobby
did.
threw his hand.
He's on my grades. I'm gonna stick with. I was gonna lean towards C plus, but I'm gonna go back to my original, which I feel after kind of thinking about it, and I'm going with the B minus. I'm gonna stick with a B minus on Dolphins draft.
For me, since the Dolphins
Okay.
played it safe, I'm gonna give it a safe grade. I'm gonna give it a B, because basically they play for a B. They drafted for a B. They didn't draft it to try to tell everybody they had an A and go reach and look flashy. They drafted for a B. They drafted for the double off the wall that they said they were gonna do. So the double off the wall is basically a B, a solid B, and we'll have to wait and see. Maybe it's after a couple of years we go back and they say, wow, they really had a great draft. But for now, it's just a solid B.
No, I would say no. I joke around about the A plus grade because I think it's just a fresh start. I think I honestly they couldn't fail here. Honestly, with the amount of players that we needed, they addressed almost every position of true need. The only position they didn't address, which they didn't have to address because it was their position of strength, was D-line, running back, and quarterback. So they filled in all the other needs in all the other places. I think for me, I actually am going to give this a B plus, and the reason why is I believe that their picks at the end of the first, in Chris Johnson and Jacob Rodriguez, are going to be foundational pieces for this defense and for this rebuild. So those grades really, for me, were home runs. So even the double of the wall, because maybe they had some singles with some of the picks in the later rounds, and they reached maybe with Caleb Douglas and all that. Oh, and also Chris Bell. Like if you take those my favorite 3 picks are Chris Bell, Jacob Rodriguez, and Chris Johnson. Those 3 alone are going to be, I think, important people, key players, day one starters when they're ready for the Dolphins. So for me, it's a B plus because they addressed key areas that I feel are going to be key to the development, and the fact that also they went big. They did not go small on this draft. They went big. There's no really the shortest person on this team is 5'11", close to very 6 feet with our safety. So with Taft, and Taft has actually played with Quinn Ewers, has high praise, walked on at Texas. There's good stories about him. So in the end, I like the character of the players that I'm reading. I like the character. Like Bobby, there's not going to be any pinball tables and Sammy ping pong tables, and unsure who the captains are next season. Like you can see, this is a serious team, Bobby. Like this is this looks like a serious, professional, physical football team. They're going to give it all. This team doesn't look like it's going to waver under pressure. This team looks like it's going to be a serious football team.
it's gonna be a bruiser team, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a trenches type of team, which is exactly what we need to change the culture. I'm tired of being wussies, finesse team or whatever they call it. We need it to be bruiser back. We needed to really crack some helmets, and I think that's really something that they're focused on. So I like that. I'm gonna go round by round, give my grade, and then I'm gonna give an overall. First round A, solid A. I'm not mad. I freaking love the first round. Second round, definitely. That was honestly, I cried. I was so happy when I saw Jacob Rodriguez. That was my favorite pick, my second favorite pick, because you guys know Chris Johnson was my first favorite. Third round, sorry, for the second round, I absolutely give it an A plus. Third round, C, because I need
Even
to
with Chris
see
Bell?
what's gonna
Even Chris
happen.
Bell? Even with Chris Bell?
Chris Bell's the reason why it's a C. If not, I would have given it a D minus. So it's a C for me. I'll bump it up to C plus. Fourth round, edge linebacker. It's good. I love defense, so it's a solid
Lewis
B
is gonna be,
minus.
I think Lewis is going to be a steal.
Yeah. Fifth round, good, solid, but then we got another wide receiver. So it's like, oh my God, what the hell are we doing? That's probably another B minus C. 6 and 7, honestly, because they brought it back. Thank God, because I couldn't deal with it. 6 and 7, man, B. So overall, I have to say this is a solid B plus. B plus plus grade for me. B plus plus. Because honestly, that third round is the one that disappointed me the most. Period. I can get over the rest of it, which actually I liked. But that third round, nah. I'm sorry, I can't. I will not give that. Third round really upset me. I understand Kasmerick is going to be, a blocking tight end. Great. We need it. Love the pick. Now that I researched it a tiny bit, but Caleb Douglas, I feel like would have already been there. And we reached Chris Bell. Great pick. I don't want to say we reached, but it is still a really good pick. But no, wide receiver, tight end, wide receiver. That's gonna be my lowest. That's my lowest rated round. So B plus plus for me. Period.
That third round is going to define the draft. It's going to define the grade because you had entering the draft. You started with 4 third-round picks. You came up with 3, and the 1 is coming out of injury. We'll see what happens. The wide receiver is a huge question mark, and a huge tight end. So you have to wait and see. That's the draft. Whatever if those are hits, that's going to define this draft.
Yeah. Right. I like the guy's name at 253. Nice guy. First Evan in the draft.
That's probably why I don't remember.
No, but I don't think there's any Evans in the whole NFL. It's not a popular name. It's not. There are no Evans in the NFL. There's more Sammys than there are Evans in the NFL.
My
you
gosh,
are just doing this to fill time, man. Okay, I want to ask you this question, Bobby. I really like to ask you this all draft. Why do you think that Jacob Rodriguez, who was basically, they talked about him as being the best defensive player, like, why do you think he was not a first-round player with the accolades he had in 2025? Like, why do you feel like he never, with the talent and the way people are describing him, how he was a steal of the draft, like the best defensive player probably on the team in 2025, even better than David Bailey? Like, what are people not seeing that why he didn't go earlier? The way that people are talking, the whole NFL's talking about it.
Yeah, again, it's this whole draft's been like that with a lot of players. There's a lot of players that could have been taken way ahead than they should have. CJ Allen, I'm surprised wasn't taken in the first round. CJ Allen could have been a guy that out of Georgia who could have been a linebacker taken early. But Jacob Rodriguez was a guy who a lot of fans were high on. But he kind of went where he was supposed to go. Really, I mean, he could have gone at the end of the first round. but he was a second round prospect on a lot of boards, and if you were following along, he kind of went that way. So it didn't surprise me. I love that pick. I'm surprised that they took it because they were going every other direction but what should have been the case. So I love that pick for Miami. I think he's going to be a solid pick. Again, you look at what Miami did in this draft, getting even before Jalen Waddle was gone and Tyreek Hill, but even before Jalen Waddle was gone, I was talking about double dipping at wide receiver, and they triple dipped. I mean, especially, we don't have wide receivers. I don't care who's on the roster. Those guys aren't starters. So, you needed to put talent in that room, and you had to give weapons to Malik Willis. I love what they did in the third round. I love that they got a blocking tight end. You add to that, protection for not only the quarterback, but also your running back room. Obviously they got ahead of the run on tackles by taking Caden Proctor. You stack up your linebacker room. I mean, you beef it up, and my God, the linebacker room is so improved with Jacob Rodriguez. And then you go and you talk about a steal. You talked about Jacob Rodriguez being a steal, and maybe he is. I think he will be one of the better linebackers in the NFL. But Kyle Lewis, I think, is a solid pick for Miami out of Pittsburgh. I mean, this guy played safety, but is a linebacker. They drafted him as a linebacker. All that time we hear about, Miami can't cover the tight end. I think those days are over. I think the days are over. I think Kyle Lewis is going to be shocking a lot of fans. And a lot of fans that are down on this draft are going to be high on this draft in a couple of years, because there's a lot of players that, shot me, that I think are going to be very good. I mean, you got Kevin Coleman and these receivers that we've gotten. These are guys that could play. And then the edge rusher at the end of the draft, this is a guy that I thought would probably go in the 4th or 5th round. You got him in the bottom of the 7th. This guy could contribute. These are guys that could contribute day one. The only one that I look at and I go, will he find the field, would probably be the tight end out of Mississippi State. So he's the only one that I would think that could he be a contributor? Maybe. I saw a lot I liked. I'm going to watch more on him, but he's the only one that I kind of gave me a little cause of pause is, can he contribute? Everyone else I could see being a factor for the Miami Dolphins into next season, which makes sense because there's no expectations for Miami. Play what you could play. Tevin, first of all, thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Again, the edge rusher we got, I'm going to butcher his last name. Maybe Evan can say it for me, but Max from Iowa, 6'6", 258.
Llewellyn.
Llewellyn. Thank you, Evan.
Llewellyn, yes. And
Thank
shout out
you.
to Vinera for that super
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah. I like him. Not much of a run defender, not his strength, but as a pass rusher, I like him. I like what he can offer. I like as a rotational guy. I do think he could contribute day one as a rotational defensive edge rusher. I like what maybe we can contribute on special teams. But again, he fits the size criteria, 6'6", 258. I mean, that's a good size for your edge rusher. You pair him now up with Trey Moore, and you pair him up with Chop. And what we have in that edge room, we got a very young linebacker edge rusher room. I like that pick. I think that was a solid pick. That was one that I felt really good about taking at the end of the draft for Miami.
By the way, the NFL undrafted free agents, even though the draft's not officially over, it's already started. There's already been 2 signings. It's crazy.
Now that you mentioned, by the way, there are 5, 6, 7 Evans in the NFL. You're right, wrong as always. 7 Evans, 7, and 1 Sam, and 1 Samuel. 1.
1 Samuel?
1.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the best Samuel I know 2 Samuels I like: Sam Madison and Finn Samuel. So that's all.
Yeah, my favorite Sam is Uncle Sam.
Wait a minute. I thought there was a Sam that won the Super Bowl, or am I mistaken?
Sam Darnold.
You're
Yeah,
going to
but he's
forget
Sam.
him?
It's Samuel. I'm Samuel. It's Sam.
Yeah, he's
Same
Samuel
thing.
too.
Yeah, but
Sam
he's
is
Sam.
his-
He's
is
not
it-
Samuel.
He is
You
a
don't know if he's not
Samuel.
Samuel. You don't know that.
Yeah, I'm Samuel.
His given name
not
is
Sam.
Samuel. He just go by Sam.
No, I call him Sam. When I call him
Don't
at
be mad
home,
at
I
that,
call
man.
him by Sam.
Listen. They saved the draft by getting this guard, a DJ out of Texas, and getting the edge rusher. In my opinion, I'm just being honest. because the other position, the 6,000 wide receivers and tight ends we got, my lord. I didn't think those were super positions of need to the point of you getting 3 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Now, I know you want to get weapons. I'm all for that. But, man, these guys better hit, because that, to what you said, Finn Sammy, that third round is going to be look like, what are they doing? How are they contributing? Because if at least one of these guys don't hit as a wide receiver, forget the tight ends. They're going to be blockers anyway, so I'm not even worried about those. One of them will at least make the team, that's for sure. But the wide receivers, Douglas and Chris are going to have a bullseye, because this fan base is going to be, we need to know what you're going to contribute day one. Are you a day one, number 1 or number 2 wide receiver? Because we're not going to accept any less. Not at the 3rd round. You're going to be picked up. Now, who do we get? We got Kevin Coleman Jr. in the 5th round.
You see
I give him a pass. Whatever. It's the
Oh,
5th
you go
round,
watch
whatever.
his routes at the Senior Bowl, Miss Finn. This guy can move. This
No,
guy
I'm not
can
saying that he
move.
can't move, but the expectations aren't the same. It's the same thing we did when we drafted a quarterback 5th overall. The expectations are high based on where you were drafted. But if he would have been drafted in the 3rd round, like you should have, nobody would have been as upset as we have been in the last 6 years. So the 5th round guy, Coleman Jr., no, he's good. He get a pass. But Bell and Douglas, no, Hawkeyes on him. On both of them.
First of all,
Just saying.
first of
Don't
all,
first of all.
no,
me,
no, no, no,
sir.
no, 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 no,
Oh,
no, no, no,
you
no. Hold on a
coming?
second. Heck, no, wait a
You're
minute.
coming
wait a minute.
for me? What?
Oh, wait, where's
Okay.
Taki today?
Bring it
Taki
on,
back?
baby.
I haven't seen Taki.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. First of all, there's no doubting on Chris Bell. All right, Chris Bell, that guy
He's a
would have been a
stud.
1st round talent had he been healthy. So I don't know how much research you did before, but let me just break that news to you right now. Second of all, Douglas obviously 6'3", has the speed. I have every expectation Miami's going to use these guys, but to pretend that any guy should have a bullseye on these rookies coming into a team that's trash right now, that doesn't deserve any bullseye. This team needs to get better. This team needs to start at the foundation. I'm not going to put it on the rookies to step up and step out. I'm putting it on the coaching staff to get the best out of these guys. To start
You
saying
sound
that
like a battered Dolphin fan.
no, I sound like a realistic fan. I'm not going to put it on the guys coming
No,
in.
sir.
It's the same guy. No,
Absolutely
this
not.
is the same type of people that go and they hate on Savanea and Chop Robinson. Oh, they play like ass, even though their coaching stuff.
Did you not hear what I said? Expectations based on where you're
where
drafted.
where should have Miami gone with those picks? We needed receivers. Where do you think Miami should have gone with
I
those
didn't-
picks? If you're saying,
and I
you're gonna
said-
say- you're hating on the receivers, but why? You said you're
No,
okay with
no.
the 5th rounder, but not the 3rd rounders. Why not?
No, you're
Where should they have
mistaking
gone with
me.
those picks?
You're mistaking me, Bobby.
No,
What I'm saying
where
is,
should they have gone?
I don't mind getting a receiver in the 3rd. I actually was expecting to get a receiver in the 3rd. What I did not expect was you going receiver, tight end, receiver in the 3rd when you're supposed to be getting your hidden gems. So guess what? Chris Bell, okay, cool.
What's a hidden
Caleb
gem
Douglas,
though? But what do you qualify as a hidden gem? We don't know what a hidden
Amon-Ra
gem is
St.
until
Brown.
we hit.
Jameer Gibbs. Those are hidden gems. Where were they drafted? 3rd and 4th round.
So what? But
That's what
what
I
would
call
have
it.
made
Bell
you
is a
feel
hit-
better? What made you wait? No, but we don't even know if Bell is a hidden gem because he hasn't played. We can't. That's the point.
True. Obviously,
what are
we
we
can't
talking
fully
about?
judge any of these rookies till 3 years out. We know this. But the same thing that I said about Chop Robinson, he got drafted 21st overall in the
Mhm.
draft. That means the expectation is there for you to perform at that level, even if you're a rookie, unless you're like injured, then that's, obviously you can perform if you're injured. But the expectation is there because we invested the most amount of money and pick on you. So no, I'm not gonna apologize as a fan to have expectations for the players. We're paying
You're
millions.
talking about
to.
3rd round picks, though. You're not talking about a 1st round pick.
It doesn't matter if it's a 3rd round pick, because
It
at the end of
doesn't
the day, for the
matter.
position,
But what
the
is it? Is it
position that
hidden
we
gem
drafted
or
them-
high expectation or like?
it's both. The
But what
expectation
qualifies
is
as a
there
hidden
based
gem?
on where they're drafted.
But what qualified? What would have made you happy? Like, oh, this is a 3rd round pick. I like him because he's a hidden gem. How would you know? How would you know? If you would have said running
right.
back, or you wanted
It's
a
very, very subjective. I give you that. It is very
Mhm.
subjective. You know, we could only go by projections and what they've done in college, maybe even in high school if you want to go all the way back. But at the end of the day, a hidden gem, and we really won't know until they start playing, obviously. But for me, is somebody that is slotted to be a second round pick, but you get him in the 5th, man, that's a hidden gem. That's value right there. You're getting not him. Let me go here. Caleb Douglas was 26 ranked in his position, 191 overall,
According to
49
who?
grade.
According to
Well,
According to who?
ESPN. I'm looking at ESPN.
Oh yeah,
in
Mel
case you're
Kiper
asking.
really knows what he's doing.
Well, no. But I understand that. But that's what I mean.
But
Like
look
this
at
is not. You're not like the Dolphins draft board.
but look at Chris Bell, who 16th position in his position, 77, and we drafted him what? We ended up drafting him. I hate they don't
Chris
tell us
Bell?
the actual
What
draft
grade? What
number.
grade?
If
Wait,
he
where
didn't have
was
the
Chris Bell?
ACL, he would have been the top 20 pick.
Hold
No,
on.
no. What I'm saying is he was a great pick because he was rated way higher than what we got him. So I wasn't mad at the Chris Bell pick. It's just wide receiver, tight end, wide receiver. I don't know. You're not going to replace Tyreek and Waddle in one
They're not
draft,
going
and we
to.
know
They're
this.
trying to.
But I just felt like that 3rd round, the expectations are going to be there because you could have doubled up on the O line there. You could have gotten an edge. Yeah, we got an edge in Texas in the 4th round with our first pick, but there were so many other players that you could have picked in that where, in my opinion, were bigger positional needs than what we ended up getting. That's where I'm at.
And I'll just say, and because I've said this over and over again, and so I'm not breaking any news. I believe in getting talent over need. Yeah, I'm not going to pass on a better talent if over a need. Just because we need that, I'm gonna draft this guy, even though I think this guy's better than him. You know, and again, this is Miami's board, not Mel Kiper's or ESPN's board. I understand what you're saying, but again, I'm not going to go, I want to draft guards and linemen if I don't think they're better than what I'm going to grab on my board. So, you know,
I get where you're coming from, Bobby, but tell me how many starters you truly think are going to be in from this draft. Starters, day one starters, including the wide receivers. Who do you think is going to be a day one?
we talked about that already. You know, remember we did a whole thing.
I
on
know
that.
we talked about it last night. I think Proctor's a day one starter. Johnson too. With obviously Caleb Rodriguez.
Mhm.
You guys really love Chris Bell, but again, he's injured, so he might not be a day one because again, he's still dealing with that injury. So, but after that, so you got what, 4 starters?
Well,
maybe?
no.
Out
I
of
don't.
13
No,
picks?
I disagree with that.
13 picks. You think there's only 4 starters out of those picks?
7. At least.
I mean,
Caden
maybe
Proctor,
Taffy.
Chris Johnson,
Taffy?
Jacob Rodriguez, Chris
Those
Bell,
are for sure.
Kyle Lewis.
You can't say
Because
day one
Merrick is gonna
starter when the
start.
man might not be there for week 1.
Chris Bell,
Even though
yes,
he is
Chris Bell is
projected.
projected to, yes, and
I know
I do
he's
believe he'll be
projected.
there, and I think he is a starter. You know, and when he's
Okay,
there,
I'll give you Chris Bell. That's 4.
But again, who cares if they're day one starters, especially like Chris Bell? When this team there's no expectations for this team. You're not drafted for this year. You're drafted to build a foundation.
Oh, wow.
What?
Just
Too bad Thirsty's not here. The Red Sox just fired their manager.
Oh, okay. Come on, Evan.
wait, who was Mr. Irrelevant?
Red Murdoch. His name, what a name we're never going to forget. The guy's name is Red Murdoch, linebacker, Buffalo.
Oh, good
What
on
name,
you,
eh, Bobby?
sir.
Red Murdoch. You're Mr. Irrelevant, and your name is Red.
And Dalen Bentley went right above him as a tight end.
But I
from
will
Utah.
say one thing which I disagree on, Miss Fins, is that last year the team was supposed to be much better than everyone thought. They still had Tyreek, they still had Waddle, they still had all these players, Jalen Phillips, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, most of the season had Jordan Phillips, had all these mid-round picks, these late-round picks. Zeke Breakers was starting at one point. Jordan Phillips was starting at one point. Dante Trader was starting. Jason Marshall was starting. So in the end, you pick the best players that you feel fit your Jeff Hafley system.
True.
And that works. Because last year, almost every single player that we drafted last year, including our 7th round quarterback, started a game last season. Not one player did we pick last year in the 7 rounds did not start a game. Every single one of them started a game. And if you look back on it, our best, if I were to measure, and Bobby, you agreed with me, and thank you, Sammy, for letting me have a write-in. I think Zeke Biggers, the 7th rounder, had a better year as a 7th rounder than Kenneth Grant did as a 1st rounder.
I agree 1000%. Biggers was a surprise pick for me, and I was so happy to see his production last year that it gave me hope for him as a rookie, definitely from the 7th round. So
yeah.
I loved his production last year. Loved his production.
Yeah.
Look, listen, maybe I'm just trying to be adversarial. I think that's the name.
Yeah, adversarial. But it's fun. That's what makes it fun.
And it's fun. You know what I mean? And you know, I love you guys. It can't just be all sunshine and rainbows.
No.
But because I love my team, and I'm gonna always fight for my team, and I always want my team to do the best. And I think that every fan should look at that way. So I feel like this was a 50-50 draft. I think I say B+ because I'm really going heavy on those top 2 rounds, honestly. Those first are moving my grade way up because I agree with you. They're day 1 starters. And I think that, don't be surprised if at least one of these guys don't end up being a Pro Bowler. I'm not going to say all pro, but, Pro Bowler.
It's fun. I'm almost laughing because I said B-, and if you reverse the conversations, you would think Miss Fins would be B-, and I would be B+.
Yeah.
I'm the B- and she's the B+. Yeah, we're arguing the opposite thing.
Bobby, if you don't mind,
no.
You're just following it. There's this thing called Underdog that posted this guy's name, Hayden Winks. He had the NFL grades. What do you think what did he give the Dolphins? B+.
Yeah, well, I saw somebody said that one of the not insiders, but one of the analysts on Twitter said Miami was one of their most favorite drafts. So, again, and the one thing I'll say about this draft class, is that, again, I like Miss Vince is saying, there's a lot of I would have went this route. I would have went this guy over this guy.
There was depth in this. There was depth. This was a depth kind of draft.
But I will say, I think we could agree that obviously Miami and Sully had a vision, and they were sticking to what they were doing, and they were going to go get their type of guys, not the guys people would say by popular opinion.
Yeah, the guy rated that the Jacksonville Jaguars got the worst draft at an F. They actually gave the Jets a C+. They gave an A+ to the Browns. And the funniest thing is they gave an E star to the Los Angeles Rams. They expelled them. I guess they weren't happy with ideas. But no, but a lot. Let's see some bad drafts.
I've never seen that in my life. But you don't think that we reach for a couple of guys? Because I know that we got our guys. We got our guys. We got the guys we wanted that were in our board. I totally get it. But maybe one of these guys at base was a reach. Not Johnson. I think Johnson was perfectly done.
Well, by popular, if you're going off the the national media board, yeah, there were reaches here, right? That's why a lot of us went, and we had to look it up. Miami, I don't know what their board looks. I would love to see Miami's board. Obviously, we're not going to see it. But you know what I'm saying? I would love to get just so I can say, damn, they actually had this guy over here. I know they were shocked to see LeRon still on the board.
First, Bobby, the first UDFA signing for the Dolphins was he had a 30 visit. His name is Renee Conga, Louisville defensive tackle. Got $287,500 guaranteed. So nice. Tackle first UDFA signing for the Dolphins. And he did it and he had a 30 visit.
So, there you go. Okay, Justin. Okay, he just sent one to me now. Yeah, Justin, there you go, out of Louisville. Keep that on.
That'd be great. Give me them corners, guys. I want
that's a D tackle. Talk about D lineman. There's a D tackle right there off the books for Miami.
And second Louisville player. Player.
Now,
take it.
Are we settled on the giveaway? I know we've been texting.
1,000%.
I think. I don't know if you saw my.
I didn't see. I'm going now.
Bobby.
Okay.
Bobby, for this
Another-
person, I'll talk to
Another
you in
draft
chat,
free
I would
agent.
double it.
Which one is that?
Oregon State running back Anthony Hankerson.
Okay, here you go.
Oh, they did. But Omar Kelly just said they actually plan
Who?
to draft 8 to 10.
Who?
How do they do that?
Who?
Oh, sorry. The guy. Okay, this awful reporter in Miami. I apologize. I shouldn't say his name. Okay, his name is Okay. His name is Okay.
Never heard
He
of
said
him.
they can go up to 10 undrafted, but how can they do that if they have only allowed 90? How can't they go? Can't they go
Well, I think you do that, and then you could work it out. You got a certain time frame to cut.
Okay.
I assume.
Probably.
That's interesting.
Trying to see.
You know what's nice? To actually see people in the press conferences wearing collared shirts, no stupid golf hats or weird leather jackets, look professional, look serious, look like football players. It's so nice to see. Okay? They look
Yeah,
like a
I
professional
definitely.
football team.
Oh, here you go. Yeah. 50 Dolphins are signing Wisconsin linebacker Mason Reiger. Shrine Bowl defensive MVP lands in Miami.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Miami signed a linebacker. There you go. So 3
I
signings so
wasn't
far.
sure,
They're moving.
Bobby. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to vote or not, but you see my vote there.
You
Was
agree,
that-
right? Is that what it says?
No,
Yeah, I
they
agree.
don't.
All right. He might not like the answer now. Yes, I just saw his comment.
hmm wait. But hold up. You see my comment, right? When I put it behind that comment that was in front of mine, not the last comment, my second to last comment,
Let me see.
where I agree, Bobby.
Uh-huh.
The comment before, that's the one that I agree for, not the second.
It says, I agree, Bobby and Evan.
Yes. I just wrote it down again.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah. I think we're
Okay,
all on the
okay,
same.
Yeah. To give a speech.
Josh, unless you're going to plan to hop on to wrap it up.
Yeah, we're all gassed. We're gassed.
Yeah,
By
dude.
the way,
Like,
in the famous words of "you know what I mean," I'm all gas and I have a break.
That's
Thank
right.
you, Jacob Fatu.
I got to take the missus
You
to
know
the
what I
store.
mean?
She's
You know what I
hungry.
mean?
The Evan, you well again to the winner. First off, I want to thank everybody who's tuned in, and I was still waiting on is it Kyle from yesterday? Has to send go to Bobby Finstock, DM me, give me your email address so I get you your gift card. If not, maybe we'll pick another one on the next show. But for tonight's
On the
giveaway,
flagship show.
on the flagship show, on tonight's giveaway,
Better believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Evan, you were pushing this, so I'll let you make the announcement there.
Okay. The person who gets
This is
the-
more than you, though. There's other people text me too, so I just want to
Yeah.
say that. But you
So on
are
behalf of the Finns Talk Network, there is one person who has been here, I think, for all 15 hours of draft coverage. So has he not? What are we doing here? What are you doing here? You ruining my moment. The winner of the $25 gift card for Caneswear is everyone's favorite chatter, DSG. Congratulations, DSG. My hero.
Yeah, you kiss it. You kiss
That was funny.
Evans so much that you deserve that card. Congratulations, baby. You should to get a room, brothers. Come on. You
Ouch.
guys said too much.
Ouch. Ouch. That hurts, Sammy. That hurts. What about you? You have enough from Caneswear. Zach would like something from Caneswear. My son's unhappy. My son's unhappy he didn't win.
Your son needs something from Caneswear?
No, he's upset that he didn't win the gift card. I go, you only made one comment the whole week.
Son, your dad is a vice president or something. He's a millionaire. Ask your dad for something.
I'm far from one. I'm far from one.
He's a millionaire.
Yeah, in my next lifetime.
Hopefully.
Oh, Fitzstanta Jr. I cannot accept the degree Anthony the Whiner. I can't even spell winner. He spelled it whiner. How ironic did he spell Anthony the Whiner, not the winner? Or does that say wiener? I'm not sure what that says.
Oh wow. Well, tell you what, DSG.
Oh.
Bobby can send the card to you. You can send them to him, or she can.
Well, again, we still waiting. I got to hear from Russ,
much.
right? No, not Russ.
Kyle.
Russell? Huh? Kyle. So Kyle, if you're still there, you got to get yesterday. So you can find me at Bobby Finstock. And today, by popular demand, okay? It is what it is. You don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's DSG.
You don't gotta like it, but
Oh,
you gotta
did we
deal
get rid of
with it.
Le'Veon Moss?
Really? Hey,
Running
listen,
back Le'Veon Moss. That's good. Texas A&M.
love that name. Love that name.
Oh, I wonder who else went to Texas A&M as a running back.
I like this. I'm going to
Good
save
one.
this picture.
Running back, no, Anthony, former.
Wait, if you're
Oregon
taking a
State,
screenshot of us,
Hanker, you heard about Hankerson?
you gotta
Bobby?
tell me, man, so I can look good.
Hankerson.
What?
Two running
What happened?
backs. You heard about Hankerson, right?
No, I'm saying no. I was doing something else. I wasn't.
No, because they also announced that they running back Oregon State running back Anthony Hankerson's going with the Dolphins.
No, man, Bobby took a screenshot the other day, and I looked weird, and I'm like, bro, you caught me blinking and like.
By the way, Chris
yeah, let me
Johnson.
know.
Basically, Jeff
Sure.
Hafley's favorite player in the draft was Chris Johnson.
Good to see him. It's not listening because I said that like about 10 minutes ago.
I was listening to you. I'm just repeating it. I like to be a parrot and repeat things of people that I admire.
That
That's
that
why
makes a lot of
Bobby-
sense. Now I understand.
Hey, imitation
way,
is a
man,
form
you-
of flattery.
by the
He's
way-
flattering you, Sammy.
You know, but
Flattery.
flattery gets you
Repeating
nowhere.
and imitating is not the same thing.
I don't imitate. When have I ever imitated you?
See, he's not imitating. He's just repeating like a parrot.
Dude, I'm trying
See?
to make it look good for you, Fitzdancing, and you just had to say
We did sign.
If I imita- by the way,
Again,
if I imitated
again,
you, that would be rude.
You tried. You tried, baby. You
I
tried.
tried.
You did.
Thank
You,
you.
you
Thank
did all
you,
you can
Sammy.
do. I appreciate.
I mean,
it.
it's out of
I
my
do
hands.
appreciate it. Yeah, I do
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
You're beautiful.
And I think
You're
Anthony
so
Manzano
nice.
won last year, and he didn't use it. He rejected it. So
By the way,
You
I
rejected
will,
anybody that wants to reject it. I'll take them. Shoot.
You know what's actually nice now, Bobby?
I'm
like
in
to hear from.
Kingswood.
I'd like to hear from. I'm looking forward to listening to what Jeff Hafley has to say, right? Because no one's got to hear what Jeff Hafley has to say. It's all been Sullivan. It's
yeah.
actually nice that they're actually going to give the opportunity for Hafley
Yeah.
to really give his feedback. 'Cause now it doesn't matter who they drafted, it's how Hafley uses them, right?
Yeah.
He's the
Oh,
final
absolutely.
fan.
Real quick, guys,
So-
I want to say something. Wait, Bobby, before you say
Sorry.
anything, I've known Kane's Ware since Kane's Ware was right off of John Ponce de Leon
Leon
Drive
Drive,
back in Miami. Okay, in Coral Gables. When they used to be there
I'll get to bed
first.
and then I'll call Gabby
and-
around 8. I'll go get it.
Call
Okay,
Gabby
okay,
later,
okay.
bro. You're live. And we can hear you.
so rude. Turn off your
Seriously,
mic, Finstanza.
I was giving them some love. Kane's Ware back in the day used to be in John Ponce de Leon Drive or Road or whatever in Coral Gables in University of Miami. That's how long I've known about that store. When they moved over here to Davie, welcome to Broward, baby. Because they went across the street from my school. So thank you very much. Shout out to Kane's Ware, who is sponsoring this show, brought to you by them. Bobby, take over from now.
Yes,
That was nice.
that was very good, very good, very good. Oh man, but anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this all up, man. This has been crazy. 7 hours and a half of live coverage for day 3. What an awesome draft this is. Whether we love or hate the picks, again, it's just an experience. It's just I just love when we think who it's going to be, and it's not that guy, or it hits the guy that we like, and that's always really cool. I love doing this every year, even though my voice is shot. But let's go ahead and wrap this up, and let's go ahead and bring. Well, let's start with Finn, Sammy, then we'll go Miss Finns, Evan, and then I'll wrap it. Sammy, final thoughts, my man.
Well, we had to wait and see how long it would take for us to know the results of today's draft. Of course, it's gonna take a while. I don't think
3
we
years.
might give but we might get three stars out of this draft. That doesn't mean then those 3 players that start this year are gonna be great players. Hopefully they are. So we're gonna have to wait and see. But again, I'll say it so many times during the weekend. They had conviction. They set out to do something and they did it. Now it's on them to see if it works or not. So hopefully it works. So far, we can't pretend we know what's going to happen in the future. None of us had an idea. We can make projections. We can make great predictions, like Bobby does great predictions, so many others. But those are projections. We all know that we're projecting what we believe according to what we know. Whereas there's no way of knowing. There's no way no one can be categorical to say what's going to happen next. So hopefully the Dolphins did the right thing. They have a lot of picks. The more picks you have, the more chance you have of winning. It's like the lottery. So I think they did the right thing. They were vast in their picking. Hopefully this is the first part of a successful turnover into the next generation of Dolphins fans. So we'll have to wait and see. So appreciate you, Bobby, for having me. Over 2,000 watching tonight. It was a great success. The presentation was awesome. You had a great cast, and I'm really proud and honored for you asking me to be part of this endeavor. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you, guys. Thank you, brother. And of course, my Canadian bacon brother, he stands.
I just want to say right now, we've been talking about this draft, but if the user right now, thank you, user, I appreciate you. Just said Miami Dolphins just signed Baylor tight end Michael Trigg. This is a guy that I thought would go way earlier. Miami just got him as a UDFA, and then they got Le'Veon Moss. Miami right now is cooking in UDFA.
Absolutely.
Love it. Miss Fins, the floor is yours.
Well, I want to start out like I always do, guys. If you haven't done so already, ladies and gentlemen, this is your public service announcement. Hold on, because my family.
Hey, shut up! I'm live. Shut up! I'm live. Shut up! I'm live.
That's literally what I said.
I read lips. I read lips.
But your public service announcements, please do me a favor if you haven't done so already. Go and sign up, subscribe, become a member, donate to the channel. Finstock Sports Network is giving you everything you want. Wrestling, basketball, football, curling. I mean, you name it, they got it. I mean, the Piedmont Steaks, the Kentucky they're going to give you everything you want in sports. So come support them, because this is a true network giving you everything you want. Amazing graphics, amazing work, and it's a lot. If you've ever done content creating, you would understand how hard it is what we do. This is very tough. So anytime you guys show love, we truly appreciate it. So please show your love to Finstock Sports Network. Hit that like button, subscribe, and let's go ahead and get these guys to 10,000 subs, because they absolutely need it. With that being said, thank you so much, Bobby, for having me, man. I've known you for years. My family. I know your family. Like, we're family, dude. Literally, we're cousins at this point. Thank you, because Miss Fins and Finstock Sports Network have been together since the beginning. And I love being here. I love doing this. I love that you always welcome me every year, like Sammy was saying too. It's a great experience, and to reach all your audience and provide, great commentary. It is my pleasure, my honor. Obviously, bringing you the lady perspective, definitely a lot of fun. and honestly, it's something that I look forward to every single year. So thank you so much for that, and the blessing you are to my family and to my channel. And guys, if you want to go ahead and support me, I am Miss Finch. You can catch me during the season, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Off season, listen, we're about 3 to 4 days at 8 to 8:30 start time, okay, because it's the off season. But we're doing big things. We're getting some big stuff. Come subscribe. We're looking to get to 3,000 subs by the end of this year. We could only do that with you guys, so I appreciate all you guys for having me. It's an amazing opportunity to be here, and I just love all of you guys. So thank you for having me, Bobby and Finstanza, Evan, and Sammy Fins TV. Go check them out too, guys, because look, he's not even in the continental North American plate. So you give him some love too, okay? Go subscribe to Fins TV right now. Look at that merch. Look at the merch, people. Love it.
Thank you. By the way, those of you watching on Fins TV on X, Please give us a follow. Please give us. We're gonna be on Tuesday, back on Tuesday for Fizz TV at 8 p.m. Back on our monthly episode during the off season. We're gonna talk about a review of the draft. Go to Fizz TV on YouTube at Fizz TV _. Please go ahead and subscribe. Well, thank you, Bobby. Sorry for that. Evan?
Oh no, don't be sorry for that. Let me say it. Anybody watching on Bobby's 2,000 people watching right now, come from Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you guys are at. Come check out Miss Vince and subscribe and help me to get to 3,000. I appreciate that.
You're close, right? You're very, very close. You're close.
Yeah, we're more than halfway there. So very happy about
awesome.
that.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Evan.
Once upon, I must say, was it almost 4-5 years ago? I was sitting at home watching football, and all of a sudden I came across a video of a guy wearing blue ruffles with a pointer and a whiteboard. That his name was Bobby Finstock. Started watching the show with him and Fish Tank. I'm not gonna say his name actually.
No,
and
okay.
Fish Tank Hank, and hope he's doing well. And then I saw something. That's what I do. And another show, Fin's Overtime with Brett. And one day he said, anyone who wants to come on the show and talk football, come on. And we've been brothers ever since. People actually thought I knew something about football. I learned more. I've been doing this for about 4.5, 5 years. You've created a personality for me that I allow myself. And I might tell you this. We've all gone through stuff in our lives. We love our sports. It's our outlet. But the therapy, the mental break, the escape that this network has provided for myself, the support that this network has provided for me as an outlet has been amazing. For me, what was the draft 4 or 5 years ago? Not much. The last couple of years, learning about it. Last year, I knew a little bit more. This year, I feel like the education I've had, the escape of it, the learning about it, the fun of it. The last 3 days have been an absolute pleasure to be here with everybody across the network. The fact of how big this family is, like Sammy has said, there's no other network like it. All the other networks try to do their own thing, but the collaboration that all these networks are doing across Miss Fins, Fins TV, Caneswear, Q's network, like all the different networks, all the different sports, everything that we're doing is just absolutely incredible. And the fact that a lot of these people who are on this network, including myself and Steve and Brett, were commenters before we became collaborators and content creators is absolutely great. And honestly, like I've said all season, this is for me, no expectations. The bandwagon is back. This is a new era in Miami Dolphins land, and thank you all.
There you go. There you go. And Anthony, to answer your question, yes, Evan is the George Costanza of our group. That's why we call him Finstanza. That started a little while though.
Where's he been?
2 years ago.
Did he just
No, man, I want to thank everybody for their kind words, but also, I've heard a lot of them, so I really do appreciate that. I want to say though, this wouldn't be where it is without all y'all there. Thank you.
Love Tati more.
Yes, I love Tati more too. And she sits there waiting for me. She's staring me down with her eyes. She's like checking me out, like calm down there.
Tell Tati I love her and I love the kids. Love your whole family. Say hi to your mom for me.
Miss Fed says she loves you and the kids and all that.
Love you.
She said whatever. No, just playing. But no, I'm grateful for everybody, man. This has been awesome. Yeah, again, from starting and in my little space there with a board and talking Dolphins, talking what I love, and where it's where it was, where it's been, and it's just continue to grow. Appreciate everybody, Josh Wingate, for putting this awesome board together, and just Finstanza, Sammy, Miss Fins, you taking the time to come on here out of your busy schedule, and everyone who's joined, in our streaming here in the last 3 days. I mean, almost 15 hours of coverage. Again, we're not perfect, but we work hard. There's been a lot of, I'll tell you, there's been a lot of looking around different channels have done great stuff, but I'll tell you, nobody's busted their ass a lot more than this group right here and the what we've been able to provide and do. So I hope you guys got the most out of this. I hope it was enjoyable, whether you agree or disagreed or hated or loved the draft. I appreciate all of you. There's no stopping here. As Miss Fins so elegantly said, I'm just going to tag on it. If you love sports coverage, you love content, things like that, come on board. You know, like and subscribe. Dolphins, Heat, Marlins, Panthers, NFL, college football, Hurricanes, wrestling. We got it all here on FTS. Fantasy sports, we got it all, and we're building up more. We're adding more. We, again, and we love doing what we're doing. So do me a favor, Dolphin fans. We appreciate you. Thank you. Like and subscribe. Most importantly, as always, fins up. See you guys on the
Fins
next one.
up.